All right, everybody. It's Raider Transplant here on the Captain Jack Rackham channel. You guys probably noticed earlier that he was not on at his normal Thursday time from 6 to 8 because he's actually in Detroit. So I am on right now. As just a surprise to everyone, I had just finished doing the live as we were picking as the Raiders did their pick with on the Protect the Shield podcast with Raider Rundown on his channel, the Raider Rundown YouTube channel, and the Ultimate Raider Fan and Cheeto Linus Leo's channel. So did that, went on Spicy Show a little bit also, and talked to Omar and everybody else in the Raider Nation. So want to give Captain Jack's channel the platform here and see if any of you guys want to get your opinions out in the open. I put the link out there. So Ramiro Castro, thanks for being the first one to join us here today. Day 2 positions of need. Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, I put the link out. If you want to jump in studio, let me know. Happy to talk about that. But I am still trying to figure out right now, what are we doing? I get it. You know, Omar made some really good points earlier with me today, talking about all the different reasons why getting Brock Bowers, who was the best available player, and it was a really good pick. And you know, obviously there's no, he's a good dude. No issues, no drama, just a good, gritty, you know, very like, you know, what I believe won the Madden Award twice in college. I mean, this is just, you know, he's a great player. He's a great player. You guys know, if you've been paying attention to me, either on the Captain Jack Rackham channel or the Protect the Shield podcast over the last few months, I've been saying Fuaga since December, and the fact that Fuaga was right there for us to take, and then the very next pick, the very next selection, number 14, Taliesa Fuaga to the New Orleans Saints. You know, a little upset about it, little upset, but again, man, I'm not a professional GM. It's not like, you know, these guys know way more information than I do, so I realize that and I understand that. So you know, just trying to still wrap my mind around it. Anna, if you want to come on, maybe you could wrap your mind around it for me. Omar made some good points. I went on that channel just a few minutes ago, and they were, you know, but even the majority of the Raider Nation that was on that channel still was kind of, see, Fierce Raider, I understand, man. If you guys, again, I put the StreamYard link right on the comments. Any of you click on it, I'm going to give you the floor, and you could explain it to me. Anna, you could explain it to me. You and I both wanted Taliesa Fuaga, so I'm just giving the floor because, again, earlier today, Captain Jack didn't do a show from 6 to 8 like he always does because he's in Detroit. And I don't know if he's celebrating. I don't know if he's drinking to celebrate right now or if he's drinking because he's not very happy with Brock Bowers' pick. Fierce Raider, like, I get it, man. I believe me, that was my first reaction. Right? You know, and then sure, right? You know, Ramiro Castro, like I heard Omar was saying this too. And by the way, Ramiro, I just listened to Tom Telesco do a live press conference, so he was saying the same thing. Like, I get it. The only thing I could think of, if I'm being honest with you guys, is that Tom Telesco, who is extremely experienced at this job, and I cannot question someone who's that experienced. He's made a lot of good picks in his years of doing this. He might have been scouting Brock Bowers for the last 2 years when he was working with the Chargers, and maybe, you know, he felt like this was, other than the wide receiver, he graded in some scouting reports, Brock Bowers graded as high as Marvin Harrison Jr., right? So, you know, maybe what happened there is that Michael Penix went at number 8, which was a shocker, by the way. The fact that Michael Penix went number 8. And I'm going to bring on Anna Diaz right now. Hi, Anna.
Hello, Raider Nation. Hello, everybody. Coming off this huge shock, of course. I
Big
was floored.
shocker. Yeah, you tell me, Anna, how you're feeling.
Well, I'm not angry about the pick. I'm not, okay? I'm just surprised and shocked, okay? When we saw, okay, number 12, okay, well, well, I can't even say his name, excuse me, I'm tongue twisted. When he was available, I was like, oh, great, finally, we're going to get somebody that we need. Now, you know, Bowers, I don't mind. I don't mind. I just didn't expect it. And I'm thinking, what about the other, tight ends that we have? We have some good people. And I was in shock. I was like you guys, just like, what just happened? But of course, it's been a lot of that, tonight. It's been a lot of what just happened moments and stuff. And I know a lot of Raider Nation, oh, we need, Knicks. We need this guy. And it's like, no, we don't. We didn't really, we didn't really need a quarterback, and stuff. And a tight end, I don't know why, but it is the first pick and it is the first round. And I'm hoping that, the next few picks that they have, that they will get key pieces that the team needs, because I mean, for one thing, the O line needs people bad. They need guys that are going to protect the quarterback. That way they can give that quarterback 3, 4 seconds to look, look. Okay, I'm going to throw to this guy and boom, shoot that ball down. You know, that's what I was hoping, the type of person we were getting.
Yeah,
But then again, there is something that they know that we don't. We're not sitting in those meetings. We're not sitting there 24/7 watching videos of different players. We're not the one that went out there to the combines and watched these kids, well, to me, they're kids that, they watch them, there's things they see that we don't, so we're basically outsiders trying to look in through a one-way window, you
and
know.
and that and that's the truth too, Anna. Like that what you just said right there. And I said that in the very beginning of the show. I'm not a GM. This isn't what I do, and we have to trust Tom Telesco and knowing what he does. But Anna, did you get a chance to hear the live that just happened? Because I just watched it. And if
I
you
just
did
missed.
not,
I missed it. I
you
have
missed
to
it?
watch.
Okay. I'm going to
I'm gonna
share it
watch
right
it.
now. I'm going to share it right
Go
now
for it.
so you can see it too. Okay. And then that
Okay.
way we could all kind of understand that this is what Tom Telesco was thinking essentially. Let me see. Let me make sure that you can see that
Yeah, I
and
can see it.
hear it also. Okay. And let me see here.
The player screams so loudly you kind of can't ignore him when he's sitting there. Is that the case?
Yeah, I mean, and also, we're looking to add more playmakers to the offense, and they come in all shapes and sizes and all different positions. And um, we love Michael Mayer. I love Michael Mayer, and he's a really good player. He's going to take another big jump this year. But to get a chance to add just another dimension to the offense, whether it's a tight end, a hybrid receiver, whatever it is, we need more playmakers on that side of the ball. So I think he's going to really help us there. And like he's a high level player in college. True junior. He's 21 years old, so he's very young, still developing. But he's got some natural football skills combined with some high level athletic ability and speed. So yeah, really happy to have him.
How much did you like that he can go vertical with the great hands and speed, but at the point of attack, he loves to smash people and block?
He's tough, and when you play at Georgia as a tight end, you have to be able to block. And then in the SEC, he's playing against some real defenders. So, but he's an athletic move receiving tight end, but he can get down and block a little bit on the line of scrimmage. So, which you're gonna have to do at this level too. So, just kind of shows you what his game's like.
How surprised were you that he was sliding down the draft board? And is that part of your prep and your scenarios you've got to go through?
Yeah, I went through a lot of prep and scenarios, and just the way it worked out. We kind of figured there could be a lot of quarterbacks going early too, just by looking at the knees and who was there, and figure somebody may come down that maybe usually wouldn't. Didn't know who it would be, but the fact that it was somebody that could really make some plays on the offensive side of the ball was helpful.
How hard did you try to move up to get a quarterback?
Not particularly hard. Not particularly hard. We looked into it. Like I said in the pre-draft press conference, we kind of had a plan to maybe move up if the opportunity was there. Wasn't there, and kept moving.
Were you surprised how many quarterbacks got taken?
Not. I mean, when you look at it, with the teams and where their needs were, not totally surprised. Yeah.
Tom, for you, there's still a bunch of very high quality players on that board that a lot of people have high grades on. So for you, does it make going in knowing how you set your draft board up? Do you sleep good tonight, or do you go back up? Do you have a lot of work to do? How do you handle this?
You kind of see what's left and available, and then you just kind of start working through it. But we still got to come up with some sort of plan for the second round. And, we kind of have it on the board already, but I want to get together tomorrow with AP and Champ and JoJo and Brandon. You're going to really kind of discuss what our plan of attack will be. But you're right. There's always, when you come out of the first round, you see some players you thought would go in the first that didn't, which why tomorrow there may be a run to try and people trade up to get, a couple of those guys. But we'll kind of get a plan together and kind of go from there.
Rocket said that he was shocked that the Raiders made him pick. How much contact did you guys have with him in the draft process?
The normal amount of contact. That's kind of the way we don't really like to put up billboards of who we're going to be, possibly interested in. But we did a lot of work on Brock. Our scouts have seen him for, obviously as freshman, you're not eligible, but he jumped out as a freshman right away. But a good amount of work through the fall, through the pre-draft process, all the way through, just like everybody else. We you do all the work on all these guys because you never know who you're going to be taking in reality. Now we do cut our board down pretty significantly, so we do a lot of work probably on a smaller group of players. But you have to be prepared for every scenario. So and that worked out.
I know you said you guys love Michael Mayer and he's still part of the plans. Is there any concern about his injury?
No concerns at all with that. Yeah.
Brock mentioned he was shocked. Were you shocked that he was there at 13?
No, not shocked. I mean, you kind of look at where the, top 15, picks are, and someone may be coming down. So the draft's unpredictable. It just is. So we do this for a living, and we can't really 100% dictate who's going to be there. But you have plans together. I know as a player, they're trying to figure out where they're going to go, where they're going to spend the next 4 or 5, hopefully 10 years of their lives, what city they're going to go to. And, typically our scouts do such a great job in the fall process. And then in the winter during the All-Star season, and then even in the spring, we never feel like we have to all of a sudden last second do all this extra work on a guy. Like our guys do a great amount of work leading up to it. So we're very prepared.
You told us a story about the Keenan Allen draft and kind of how that played out, and kind of drove home that point about taking the best player available. Pretty much everybody says that going into the draft. What does it take to actually sort of stick to that philosophy when you're on the clock and have to make a decision?
Every situation is a little bit different, but you try and stick to that when you can. Sometimes it's harder than you think sometimes, because you're adding to the football team, and we know where we are today, but we are looking for today and in the future. But with a player like Brock, just where the scouting staff, where they had him, what they thought about him, what the coaching staff thought, he was really pretty a consensus guy. Makes it a little bit easier, fully knowing that, we have Michael Mayer, who's an excellent tight end, but there's no rule in the NFL that you can only play one. We can play 2 tight ends. We can move people around. At Notre Dame, Michael was split out sometimes as a receiver. Brock has been split out as a receiver. Brock has even played some running backs, some end arounds. And then our receivers can go inside and outside. So be a nice little group to work with.
Both of them played both at Georgia and Notre Dame with multiple tight end sets, sometimes 13 personnel at both schools. Does that help a little bit, knowing that they know how to kind of find their way?
I think so. There's different ways to attack people week to week, and the more options we have available in the tight end room and the receiver room, the better.
Earlier this week, you talked about how not only were you trying to draft a player, on the field, but someone to represent Las Vegas. Just from the work that you've done and your scouts have done, what do you think about Brock Bowers' his demeanor and just his character so far?
Yeah, it's excellent. I think when he gets here tomorrow, when you guys talk to him, you get a really good feel. If you haven't spent any time with him, or if you guys didn't talk to him at the combine, he's a pretty special kid. So I think he's going to fit in great in Las Vegas.
You mentioned that he's special. I mean, obviously we've seen what his body of work. Maybe with your scouts, your coaches, anybody ever say anything to you that they could really pinpoint what makes him so special?
It's usually what you do off the field. So it's the preparation, the work ethic, the weight room, the meeting rooms. I think I mentioned it last week. There's just so much that goes into being a really high-level professional football player that involves more than just talent. And a lot of that, what you do in the weight room, on the field with conditioning. This is a tough league, and it's really talented. And no matter how talented you are, you got to find what that other edge is to get over the top. And certainly with guys like that, we're looking for that. Like in every round, you're looking for that. But as you talk to them, I think you'll get a feel for it. And I'm sure you guys will reach out to Georgia and whoever else, and I think you're going to hear the same thing about his work ethic, his character, and his his football intelligence.
I'm sure at your previous stop, you'd probably done a little bit of work, at least for this upcoming draft. When you got hired here, how did that process play out when it came to, if you had any discrepancies between your big board versus the staff and what they did here? Like, how did you kind of blend those things together?
Yeah, it was kind of cool, because I kind of had, I already had my thoughts, and I also had, a lot of what the last team I was with, at least up until mid-December, kind of what those guys thought. And then I got here and I got another perspective from another group of scouts. So I thought it was really cool to kind of blend that all together. It's all very subjective. There's no official listing by position or even overall. So it's more art than science, but it's kind of fun putting the whole process together, using 2 sets of information essentially.
Besides Bowers, you had a choice of any defensive player in the country. Were you surprised by that? And that kind of give you any pause as far as going with Bowers?
As opposed to?
Oh, the best defensive player.
Oh, yeah. I can't really remember a draft that's played out like that. Have they said that at all? I mean, I can't remember that many offensive players going at one time. No, I don't know. It kind of zeroed in on Brock right there. But yeah, I would say that's got to be an anomaly to have the first defensive player go. Where do you go? 13, 14, no, wait, 14, 15 around there. What was it? 15. Yeah. Yeah, but when that many quarterbacks go early, which doesn't happen that often, someone's going to get pushed down. So
You've done a lot of these, but this was your first as a Raider. Now that it's over to the first round, can you just tell us, did you enjoy it? Were you able to enjoy it? Were you nervous? How did you feel?
The best part was George Atkinson was sitting right across from me, and he was telling some great stories when he came out of college and about the draft process when he went through it. That was probably the best part of today. So it was good. It was fun. It's there's a lot of anxiety going in. You don't know how it's going to break, but if you prepare well enough, we got good people in there. It's not like I'm sitting there by myself. I got a big staff of people to bounce ideas off of. All the scouts were in there, but it was kind of cool having George in there. Make sure we had to have some true Raiders in there. Get some Raider history in that draft room.
What's Antonio's thoughts? Just his excitement to coach just such a young, talented guy. Well,
I know he's excited about it, but I don't want to speak for him. So I'll let him kind of talk about him when he gets up here eventually. Yeah, he's a defensive guy, obviously, but now he's the head coach. He does see it with a wide lens. So, offense, defense, whatever, he thinks could best help the team. But yeah, he was 100% on board with the pick. I'll let him explain it in his own way when he gets up here.
So who made the call to Brock and how did that go?
Well, I talked to him and then AP talked to him, and typically those calls are pretty short. I mean, the kid's just, he's celebrating, and usually they have no idea who I am. They may know who the head coach is, but they hear Raiders, and then after that, it's just a lot of yelling in the background. So, and like you said, like you've probably, surprised thinking, didn't know we were one of the teams that were interested. But yeah, I mean, it's a special moment for those kids and their families.
I know the wheels are probably already spinning for tomorrow, but as you see the first round play out, do you feel like it sets up some opportunities for you guys on day 2 to?
It should. Yeah. I mean, I looked at it really quick. I look a little bit tonight, and then I told everyone to kind of let it marinate tonight. We'll talk again tomorrow morning, but it should play out. I did a little more work tonight, but as we kind of went through the first round in our process, we'll look at rounds 2 and 3. Like if we do this position, how it could affect others. And I think we should be in good shape.
Were there any discussions about moving back into the first round, late in the first round?
Yes, but nothing that really, nothing that we ran with, obviously.
You guys good? Okay.
Well, there you go, Anna. There you go. So,
Well-
what did you get out of that?
I kind of think he knew what he was doing.
Okay.
He knows what he was doing. I think what all of us that are, trying to understand, we need to go and watch his videos. We need to go and see this kid, how he played it, and stuff, which of course I got homework to do. And but I think he knew what he was doing. I think he knew what he was planning to do. So I'm hoping that the next picks that he gets will fill what we need.
I think overall, don't you get the feeling that even from the comments, there's people that are saying, "Hey, this is a great pick," and people that are saying, he's a really good player. We just didn't like the pick. And I think for the most part, a lot of us, this was never talked about. I mean, like we like you never did the homework on Brock Bowers. I didn't do the homework on Brock Bowers because we never even thought we needed a tight end. So why would we have done the homework on Brock Bowers, right? And now that we have him, we're kind of, like you said, we got to do our homework, and now let's go see why maybe he might work for us, right? But I think that everybody gets upset because Taliesa Fuaga was right there. He was right there.
Yeah.
So,
And it's ironic how right after Fuaga was taken, but I mean, it's disappointing, but okay. They did get a good player, and it's someone, that will, like he says, he can use, 2 tight ends, which one would it be? Which one can we throw to? Which one will be accessible? And like he kind of said, I guess, Bowers, I'm going to have to do my homework. I'm going to have to watch video on this kid. And apparently he can move ways that, nobody else can move.
yeah, the short homework on it is that Brock Bowers was one of the best collegiate players throughout his time. He's a true junior, so he's only 21 years old. And within two of those years that he played with Georgia, I think he won the All Madden Award or something like that. And he could play out of the backfield. His hands are excellent. He can catch. He blocks really well as a tight end. You could play him as a receiver in the slot. So he's like the ultimate utility player. And there's a lot of scouting reports, Anna, that talks about how, and Stuart Schwagert's going to pull up in about 20 minutes, by the way, to talk about this. But there's a lot of reports that say that other than Marvin Harrison Jr., in terms of statistics, Brock Bowers was the best one. So in some ways, it's like, okay, I get it. And Anna, I needed you to see what Tom Telesco, because you know how you can tell how people are when you look at them. So, like you said,
I think he knows what he's doing. He obviously, like I said, we're not in the game room. We're not in there with them. We're looking at a one-way window. You know, we can't see in, oh, excuse me, but they can see out. And I seriously think that, because the way he was talking, it was long term. He was talking about long term, not let's put a band-aid on it and there it is. No, he wasn't talking about that. He's talking about long term. And I do believe that yes, either Gardner or AOC4, one of those two are going to be our main quarterbacks, whether Raider Nation likes it or not. And I think he's going to build something around both of them as a whole. He's going to build something for them that will cater to, if it doesn't work with one quarterback, it can work with the other quarterback. You know, or if one gets injured, the other one's not going to have an issue going in there and playing with, you know, the particular group of guys to get those wins. So, but I know most of you, because there's that meme going around, Burrow's dad, the reaction on his face, like, Raiders, damn, you know.
Yeah, like he was
It looked
shocked
like
for sure.
it looked like
Brock Bowers was
it
shocked.
was a face of disappointment. Like he didn't want his son coming to the Raiders.
And you know what? Like that, I think that everybody across the board was shocked, including Brock Bowers himself. Tom Telesco actually said that on the press conference. He said Brock Bowers was shocked, right? Because like I said, this is left field. Now, Mark Davis, who has won 2 championships back-to-back with the WNBA with the Las Vegas Aces, and I just met the president, Nikki Fargas. She was very sweet. She was very nice. You know, I can't hate on our owner. Like I just can't. Like he gave us AP. You know, he listens to what we're saying. So I can't hate on Mark Davis. I like him as an owner. And I also believe that Mark Davis's style as an owner is he knows he's not his father. So he tries to hire people that will advise him the best. And in hiring Telesco and in hiring Antonio Pierce, I'm fine with all of that. I do wonder, though, how Antonio Pierce feels about this, because we saw Tom Telesco go on a press conference, but we haven't heard from Antonio Pierce. And I don't know if there's any pictures out there, guys in the chat room. If you could help me out, like, I don't know how he's feeling. I don't know if he's happy about this. I have no idea.
I'm pretty sure we'll hear from AP tomorrow morning.
Well, I'm sure we're going to hear the filtered AP version, but I'd like to get the instant reaction of AP. You know
I want to be the fly in the wall. That's what I want to be. But anyway, so yeah. Are you going to be at a Durango station tomorrow?
So tell me about that, Anna. I didn't know about it at all. Is there something going on at Durango? Are you doing something?
Yeah, I guess there's a event going on tomorrow at Durango Station at 6:00. I am gonna. I was invited to be a speaker.
Oh.
I am going to be talking about multiple sclerosis.
Oh wow!
But it is a Raider event.
Really?
And so it's at 6:00 at Durango Station at Georgia's Sportsman Lounge.
And is it talking more about health awareness for the Raider Nation? Do you know?
I'm not sure what it was. All I know is I was told to come and speak and to talk about my experience with multiple sclerosis.
Wow.
And stuff. I finally finished my speech tonight.
Do you want to?
I printed it out and stuck it in my purse so I won't forget it. Which
Anna, do you want to give us a little practice of it? You know, since you're going to do it tomorrow, anyways. Maybe you can talk to us a little. You could talk to us a little bit about what you're going to say tomorrow.
Yeah. And you know, like I said, I'm not sure what it is exactly. All I know is they said it was a Raider. You gotta excuse me. It is a Raiders event, and I'm like, I don't even know what to expect tomorrow. So all I know is I'm gonna be there in my Raiders gear. I hope they don't tell me to go on stage because they're gonna carry me up that stage. If they're telling me
Wow.
to, if I have to go on a stage, they're gonna have to carry me up a stage.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
So,
Wow. Hi,
but
oh,
anyways, I'm gonna let you go.
get some
It
rest,
was
Anna.
nice. Thank you for doing this.
Yeah.
Like I said,
Absolutely.
Raider Nation, I think we're gonna be okay. I seriously think we're gonna be okay, especially after hearing this press conference. I think they know what they're doing.
Okay. All
We
right.
may not see it. We may not know what's going on. Yes, I wish we could have got Fuga. Oh my God, I really wanted him.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Especially that he's an islander and Las Vegas is known as the ninth island. He
His
would have been
entire
a
family.
perfect fit here.
Perfect fit. Perfect fit.
He would have been
Well,
perfect, but
you're
it
gonna be
is what it
amazing
is,
tomorrow, Anna.
and on to the next. But anyway, so love y'all. Have a good night.
Thank you, Anna. That was Anna Diaz, everybody. Thank you so much. Anna Diaz. She's going to be talking about multiple sclerosis tomorrow at the Durango station for a Raider event. So please go to her Facebook. Please support her. I just saw this Raiders mama. So if you want to go on, like I said, it's much better if you speak about it. I believe we talked about this already, Raiders mama, also, and we're so sorry for your loss. A couple of weeks back on the Protect the Shield podcast and on the Raider Rundown show. So, prayers and thoughts to you and your family. And like I said, the link is up if you'd like to go on and you could speak about it with Raider Nation. But yeah, guys, Stuart Schwaggart texted me. He said he's going to jump in here in just a few minutes. So if you guys want to stick around, Fierce Raiders said he needed to go to bed because he's so upset. Sharif, if you want to, come on, Black Thanos. If you want to come on, man. Like I said, Stu texted me. He said he's going to be on here in a few minutes to talk about it too. But I know you got some feelings. So come on. I put it. Do you need me to put up the link again? Because I put it up again. Much love to you too, Raiders mama. So yeah, I will. It's on the very top. Black Thanos. There we go. All right, brother. Talk to us. Tell us how you're feeling.
Okay, just give me a second here. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is why I put it on so that all of you guys can say what you want to say now that you've had some time to even watch Telesco talk about it.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you, Black Thanos.
Okay, yeah, I'm at work, so I'm sorry. I'm trying to multitask and not lose you. Thank you for taking my call, brother. Good to see you, Raider Transplant.
Oh, yes, sir. No, tell us how you're feeling. Tell us your raw emotion right now, Black Thanos.
Well, I don't want any children listening, though it's pretty late, at least here on the East Coast.
Yeah, it's already 10:02 p.m. here in Las Vegas. I'm sure in the East Coast it's probably closer to 1 o'clock. So I think you're okay with saying whatever. I'm about to have Stuart Schwaggart on here in about 10 minutes. So go ahead and say what you want to say.
Okay, thank you. I am underwhelmed to say the least. This is no personal gripe against Bowers, who, by all accounts, of course, is a very good tight end. Notwithstanding his ankle surgery in October, notwithstanding the fact that hamstring issues kept him out of the pro day in March, and some people suspect that affected his draft value, because most people here in New York expected the Jets to take him, and they felt confident enough to pass him by. So he fell out of the top 10. For some reason, it seemed like the Raider mantra is, if the guy has a cloud of injury hanging over him, we will draft him. But nonetheless, it wasn't a need. And this was my problem with Tom Fiasco, aka Telesco, when he got here. And I said this to Captain Jack, that I had great concerns about a reach like this. It's a luxury, yes, but why did you even take Maya in the second round last year? Whereas we still needed to fortify this O-line between two questionable quarterbacks. No disrespect to them, but considering that we are in the AFC and this year we play Burrow, we play Lamar Jackson, we got Patrick Mahomes twice a year, we got Miami again. Our QB needs to stand up right. Brock Bowers or Kellen Winslow reincarnated won't mean anything if we can't keep our guys upright. And you don't have Jacobs here to even, alleviate some of that pressure or strain on the quarterback with what he used to give us. So Bowers was not a need. And with us having to pick up the litter of any defensive player in the draft, the last time we went to the Super Bowl and won it, my friend, was exactly 40 years ago this year. I mean, in 84. Now it's 24. That's exactly 40 years. Our two cornerbacks were Lester Hayes and Mike Haynes. Can you imagine Terry and Arnold, team with Jack Jones, giving us the back end to that D-line that was just starting to emerge for us last year?
Oh, I'm right there with you.
Right. Brock Bowers is not going to stop Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson from torching a secondary that just lost Amik Robinson. So I don't have no doubt Brock will put up good numbers. But just like I said, when Devontae came here, I said, yes, he's going to have great numbers. But it's not going to make a difference in terms of us making a deep playoff run or a real statement. You're going to have a guy with some nice statistics, and this team will still be flawed in the most fundamental areas because we didn't fortify the needs. It's like you going out there buying some Coach bag when you need to pay your electric bill.
Right. Well, you know what, Black Thanos, stick around because, like I said, Stuart Schwagert's on his way too. But we got Raiders data on. I think I saw him earlier too talking about it on another show. Welcome, sir. Broken Halo just said, great pick. Can't go wrong with two great tight ends. So cry me a river, LOL. I'm tired of listening to crybabies. Any thoughts there, Raiders data? You got to unmute yourself.
No, I just want to shout out again to the nation and let everyone know I'm excited about the draft. I support the draft, and in AP we trust, baby. Raider Nation.
All right. Positive thoughts there. Okay. All right. What do you and you have any lingering thoughts? Because obviously there's we just showed Tom Telesco's press conference. He talked about the process as to why he believed in picking Brock Bowers. And then he also talked about how the Raiders scouting staff had Brock Bowers high on their list too. We're just, Black Thanos isn't that happy about it. He's a very, very long time old school Raider fan. And, I myself, I just want an explanation because none of us saw that coming. Since December, I've been saying Fuaga. And the fact that Fuaga was right there and then we passed up on Fuaga. Like Anna Diaz said, Fuaga is a perfect culture fit for us here in Las Vegas because we are the 9th island. We had someone of Pacific Islander descent to come here, be the nasty right tackle for us. We haven't had anyone of that sort, I want to say. He kind of reminds me of Bob Brown from back in the early 70s. And last time, we picked Henry Lawrence, who ended up becoming a great right tackle for us for like the next 10 years. But you tell me, Raiders data, like how do you feel about this passing up on Fuaga? Then we got Brock Bowers. What do you think?
Well, I think, as the Vikings game last year came to show us, the defense can only hold us in the games. Our offense has to win them. What else can we say on that? We lost 3-0. Our defense did all game long and lost to a 3-0. So I'm excited about the offensive move. We got to make some weapons. We got to utilize our weapons. And Bowers can block. We needed offensive line help. We have Taylor Munford. We are moving in the direction.
All right, good. See, see, Black Thanos. I have two people with two opposing views here right now on the Captain Jack Rackham channel. Captain Jack's trying to get on too, but like I said, he was in Detroit. He was in the front row. He was saying hi to a bunch of people. Van City Raider here just said Michael Mayer and Brock Bowers in the same tight end room is the type of move you make to win to Super Bowls. Mayer and Bowers in the same tight end as a build a bully and like playing Madden 2024. Okay. All right. So yeah. I mean, there's that.
That certainly remains to be seen. And again, I'm not tearing the kid down. I mean,
Right.
Stevie Wonder could see he got talent. I'm emphasizing need because he can put up good numbers for us for the next 2 or 3 years. And does that mean we win the division? Does that mean we win the AFC conference? I don't think it does. I'm sorry. And not too long ago, I remember being on Captain Jack's show arguing with people who were telling me about, well, Clelin Ferrell's a 4-time All-American and and dismissing the help he had over there in Clemson, trying to justify why we took him at 4. See, some fans are just pro status quo no matter what. Here in New York, the birthplace of sports radio, we speak our mind. And as a Raider fan since 1979, and I've been to more games than I can count. And literally traveled maybe over 250,000 miles going to games over the years. I've enjoyed a lot. You know what I'm saying? When the last time the Raiders won the Super Bowl, I watched that on a black and white TV with a coat hanger as the antenna. So I'm too old to keep saying next year, let's rebuild for 2-3 years. The NFL isn't structured like that no more.
Well, Black Thanos, we have Captain Jack in Detroit right now. Captain, tell us what you're thinking.
I'm sorry, who am I picking? What? What's the question? Hello, what's the question?
Captain Jack, we said
yes.
tell us what you're thinking right now while you're in Detroit.
What I'm thinking, okay? Well, I've already had a bunch of people have already given us or given flack on the pick, but I will say this. I wanted to take Fuaga. That's who I wanted.
Yep.
So having said that, I will say this. Brock Bowers was the best player available on the board. Should have been a top 10 pick. People had him mocked to a couple of different people in the top 10. He was the offensive best player for a championship caliber team in Georgia the last 2 years, whether they were national champions or, runners up or the ones that just didn't quite make it. And I seen him play. The guy is phenomenal. He did have an injury, which is one of those. The Raiders can't have a first-round pick without an injury. It's almost like the same thing there. But it's something that we would, we'd be able to get past. Okay. So again, I wanted Fuaga, but what I can envision is this: you have a double tight end set with Mayer and Bowers, and they both can catch and they both can block. That's going to be it's going to be like the Raymond Chester, Dave Casper days.
That's a good comparison right there, Captain Jack. Explain that to the fans who didn't understand that time. Explain that what you're talking about with that combination when we had it.
Right. Like I said, when Dave Casper and Raymond Chester were just rolling over people in the 70s, okay, and the Raiders had a strong running game. Remember, our head coach says we're going to go back to Raider football, the way the Raiders were when we were dominant. Strong running game, passing game over the top, using the tight ends, okay? and you got somebody like Brock Bowers, who, like you said, was a steal at number 10, or was a top 10 pick, and you get him at 13. And I was talking to, and I'm in a car with a bunch of Raider fans here. I got Steampunk here, I got IE there, and I got some really cool Eagle fans with me. I don't know whether you guys can see them or not, but yeah, we're at White Castle because we're friggin' hungry. Okay.
I can understand. Hey, Cap, tell us, since you're with IE Raider and a bunch of the gang there, what was the experience of Detroit like in comparison to some of the other ones?
Well, I mean, well, first off, it was fucking cold. Okay. Yeah, we were cold, and we're outside. And I don't know, did you guys see that we actually made it into the inner circle right after the Raiders picked?
They didn't show you guys. Anna Diaz mentioned that too when we're watching it on TV. They didn't show you guys.
Yeah, well, the Raiders got their pick, and we were about ready to leave. Seriously, because we made it to the last barricade after, we had to literally almost jump through hoops. We had to get past one barricade, then we had to get past another barricade, and then we got to the final barricade, and they weren't letting anybody in, right? Because like last year, we would get to a point where they would be they would line people up to get inside, right? We were about ready to leave, and then the gal comes out and said, "Hey, I need 2 Raider fans," and I tell you what, friggin' IE and Steampunk jumped so fast, I think they would set a decathlete, Olympic high hurdle fucking record for how fast they fucking bailed. Bye. So they were good. They were got. Well, yeah, they threw. Steampunk threw me the car keys, and then like about a minute or so later, she said, "Oh, I need like 2 more," and I was with 32. The gentleman you had your
the Ultimate
with.
Raider Fan 32. You were with Turf. That's awesome.
Yeah, I was with him. I was with him for a little bit. We were talking, and then Phil was there. The other YouTube blogger, Phil, was there, and then they said we needed like a couple more. So I went in, and they didn't get in, unfortunately. But it was like 32 with the sorry, my wristband was grabbing at my hair. But yeah, so I went in, and it was wonderful. MC Raider got in like right after that as well, along with All In Autumn Wind. Okay. But the experience was good, but like, so we were fucking cold, very cold. My hands were frozen, man.
So the Detroit experience was not like the Vegas experience, essentially. Although the Vegas experience was kind of weird because of COVID, right?
But I tell you, the fans are, anytime Raider Nation rolls through anywhere, we get a lot of pictures, and people wanted to take pictures of all of us, me, IE, and Steampunk, and then we get the group shot with the 3 Eagle guys that are with us, very cool guys. So the experience was awesome. Okay, it was just cold, and it's supposed to be warmer tomorrow, so that'll be a positive thing.
And the bear.
Okay. All right. So Cap, like, as you know, since I got I'm the co-captain, I got controls on the comm here. I was on live at the Protect the Shield, the Ultimate Raider Fan 32 and the Raider Rundown YouTube when the pick happened. And when Fuaga was still available, all of us were sitting there going, this is going to be the pick. And for a fact, Cap, not only have I talked about it on your show, I scouted him early. I texted you in December that this is the guy we're going to get. I was so excited. I was like, oh my gosh, it's actually going to happen. I'm going to be right. We're going to get Fuaga. And to pass him up was like a completely deflating feeling. And that's where, again, everything that everybody's telling me about Brock Bowers, and this is part of the reason why I want to make sure that we got on your channel and we got to talk about this, is I needed to hear from all the Raider fans on explain to me why Telesco did this. And we spent the first 30 minutes of the show showing Telesco talking about it on the live press conference that just happened. So for any of you guys who are watching the live Captain Jack show now, you could replay it, and we have Telesco talking. But essentially, Telesco said he was the best. Like, for him to drop that far low, he's really good. He said that even the Raiders scouts had him scouted very high. And so it sounds like it wasn't a divided room. The one question I have, though, is I have not seen any instant reactions from Antonio Pierce. I'm not saying he didn't do it. I'm just saying I have yet to see it. So I almost wonder how Antonio Pierce feels about not grabbing Jaden Daniels and then not grabbing a lineman that we may have needed, or even a defensive player.
Okay, well, I tell you what, there, Angelo. I'm gonna say something, and I, people can bitch at me, or they can't. I can give a flying fuck. Okay, when Jaden Daniels was taken with the second pick, I'm like, good, fantastic. Because I didn't want that hanging over our heads, right? And then when May went third, I'm like, okay, well, he wasn't in the running anyway. What I was really happy to see was when Penix went to the Falcons, because
that was the biggest shocker, by the way, Cap.
I get it.
How shocked was Detroit? How shocked were the fans when they said
a lot of people were like, what the fuck? And even we were all, what the fuck? And so when Penix went to the Falcons, I'm like, good, because we don't. And again, may Michael Penix have a fantastic career in the NFL, just, and have shitty games against the Raiders whenever we play them, whatever, and may be fantastic. But I did not want to have the, there you go. You get a quarterback that's going to be broken in 15 minutes. Okay. And so there you go. And then what made me even more happier after Daniels was gone and Penix was gone was the fact that the Broncos picked Bo Nix. And the reason why I was happy about that was because I said, you know what? The only other person that has had like good reviews to beat that first round pick was Bo Nix. And they didn't pick Bo Nix. And I'm like, or he was gone. I'm like, thank you, Denver fucking Broncos, for picking somebody who's probably going to flame out. Okay. So that's what I'm saying there. So again, Fuaga was there. I wanted Fuaga. I did. I wanted Fuaga. But if you look at it, like you said, Telesco is right. The best player available was available at our pick. We didn't think that he would have dropped to that point, but we're good with it, and I'm good with it. Providing, here's the other thing that people forget: we don't know what the Raiders are thinking about on the offensive line. Two processes. How does Dalton Wagner fit in? Because he was in the IR last year. How does Dalton Wagner fit into that offensive line group? Okay.
And we still have Thayer Mumford, Cap. We still have Thayer Mumford. We have Cody Whitehair that we just signed from the Bears.
Right.
We still have Dylan Parham.
Yeah.
So there's, again, like Jordan Meredith is still around. Ben Brown is still in there. I mean, there is that. It's just that you understand, though, right, Cap? Like, I've been watching the Fuaga kids since forever, and for him to be right there for us, I think that a lot of people, that's where they were feeling. I'm starting to understand everything that you're saying about Brock Bowers. It's gonna take me a minute. It's gonna take me a minute to kind of get it all the way, but just even the shock of that, like, explain to me the shock feeling that everybody had, Cap, when Brock Bowers got taken by the Raiders. What was Detroit like?
But the thing, we were pretty much all surprised. We were pretty much all surprised with that. But by the way, we're on the move again. So if my non-internet net drops, it's not me saying fuck you, I'm out of here. and just at the net drop. So I wanted you guys to know that.
Yeah.
It was a shock, but I'm looking at it that at least, and what they could say about Tom Telesco is true. He doesn't go up, and when he lets the picks come to him. And Brock Bowers was the best pick available.
Okay. Hey,
Real
Cap,
quick, if you don't.
while we still have you on before you get cut off, what was a super memorable moment that you could share with us while you were there in Detroit?
I'm sorry, say that again. There's a lot of noise in the back.
Yeah, while you're still with us, what was a super memorable moment that you had while you were in Detroit?
Oh, okay. Well, so far, the super memorable moment that I had in Detroit was that one of the gals that knew me from last year came up and she's poking me in the back while I'm talking with somebody, and I'm talking. I feel this tap 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 tap, and I turn around, and it's one of the gals that works the event. You know, she's like affiliated either with the NFL Network or NFL production or whatever. And she came up specifically, you know, to say hello to me, and I got a picture of her. And of course, you know, it's wonderful that she's a gorgeous babe as well. So again, you know me. So that was a super memorable moment in a good respect. The other one was the fact that when myself and IE and Steampunk and MC and Brian got into the inner circle, we're sitting around with Captain Swagger and the other people that, you know, obviously Gorilla Rilla and his wife is there, and Raider Ryan is there with, you know, the fan. Who else was there? Baron Raider, aka Levi. You know, we're sitting all there, and it's family, man. It's so fantastic to be with family, and going with family and doing all the things like that. So that's memorable too. And going around, because again, I'm so introverted. I need to break out of my shell. I'm so introverted. Me going around to see all of my friends from all the other teams and taking pictures with them and giving them, you know, big props, because I will say this. The fact is that I will most likely, more than likely, be going to the Charger game this year, only because because you know, security sucks at SoFi. They're assholes. I will be most likely be going to the Charger game this year because I will have top cover with some super fans that are Charger fans. So I'm going to walk in with them, and they're not going to give me any fucking guff at the gate because I will be with you know, the Charger folks, and it's really cool in that respect. So again, it's a wonderful experience to be with fans that you know, again, you hate the teams, but the fans are wonderful.
Right. Hey, Cap, you know that I've been big on AOC, and I've talked about AOC for a long time now.
AOC4, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, on Aiden O'Connell on AOC4. Sorry, Cap Jack. On Aiden O'Connell, I've been very
Remember,
high on him.
AOC is that skinny bitch from New York, man. Just remember.
No politics.
So I've been very high on Aiden O'Connell. I've even publicly said he will beat out Gardner Minshew. No hate on Gardner Minshew. I love Gardner Minshew, but I just feel like we needed to give him a chance. Is getting Brock Bowers a really? Is it going to be like one of these things where we're going to put more pressure on Aiden O'Connell now? Because we've given him, like, think about the weapons that Aiden O'Connell has now. Devontae Adams, Jacoby Myers, Trey Tucker, Michael Mayer, Brock Bowers, Harrison Bryant is there, and he's pretty good at catching too, not just blocking. And then we also have you know, Madison and everything else. I mean, are you or everybody who's been supporting Aiden O'Connell, is this now the time for us to put that pressure on him? Like, hey, if you're going to be the guy, we just pick the number one. Other than Marvin Harrison Jr., this is the best available. This was the best player statistically. So now do we put that pressure on Aiden O'Connell? What do you think, Captain Jack?
Well, the best quarterback is going to win in camp. That's for sure. The best quarterback is going to win in camp. Personally, I think that O'Connell is going to be the starting quarterback at the end of training camp. That's my personal opinion. If because he's not going to be hamstrung in a rubber band offense on a playbook that was bullshit that he had to learn. So he's going to thrive, and he's actually going to be able to run. He's actually be able to run and get out of the pocket and do things that he was not allowed to do. So I think that the Raiders, their offense is going to thrive. Like I said, the right tackle situation right now, people are scratching their heads. I kind of, I say, wait till you see what the product is going to be at the end before you say, because again, we don't know what they got in store for the second half of free agency, because that's when a lot of people move after the draft.
And we still have, and there's still trade pieces out there too, Cap. Cap, I'm going to bring on Raph. He's been waiting on the backstage patiently for a while. So here's Raph.
Oh, yeah. Guys, thanks for having me on. Thank you
Cap,
for doing the show.
No, Cap, don't leave us yet. I just want to bring him on because he's backstage.
I haven't eaten yet. I got fucking hamburgers to eat. Be quick.
Okay. All right. Jack Kenna says hello, Cap. Jack Kenna says, oh my God, all I can say is wow. Jack Kenna, the link is in the chat on the very top if you want to jump on. I got Captain Jack, I got Black Thanos, I got Raider Dada, I got Raph here. So and then Stu's jumping on. So we're just talking about it. We're just talking about everything. And War, you're late to the party, man. We've been talking about it for an hour. We already showed Tom Telesco's press conference. Where have you been in Australian time? Come on, baby, you're late. So Captain Jack, definitely thank you. Can we get IE Raider and every other?
Okay. Like I said, I'll have IE's ugly fucking mug in here in a minute.
Okay.
He said he wanted to see your ugly fucking mug, asshole.
What's going on?
You see, got IE.
Who else we got, Cap?
And like I said, you got Steampunk who's driving. What up?
Hey, there you go. What's up? All right. Have fun at Detroit White Castle.
And like I said, and we got Birdman. We got Lou Bird, and then we got Charlie. We call him Charlie Horse. Charlie Horse. Guys, sing out.
Go guys, go on our social media.
There you go. So again, hey, we're all a big happy family. We're all in one Airbnb, great house, and great friends here. And Anna Diaz says to us, says hi, Steve. Hi. You know me. I was kidding when you wanted to keep me on, but honestly, I'm fucking hungry. I haven't eaten since breakfast.
All right, Cap. Hey, thank you, and I'll see you when you come to Vegas, right? You're gonna text me.
You got it. Hey, right. I don't want to end the show. There's a big red button that says, "Hey, just kick me out," so I don't fuck up.
All right, thanks, Cap. Thank you very much.
All right, take care, guys. We'll see you.
There you go, Captain Jack. Saying his hello from Detroit. And if you guys missed it because you're late, we have been on. We started the show with Anna Diaz. An hour ago, we showed the Telesco press conference. If you guys missed it, again, there's a lot of people here right now talking about their feelings on it. Captain Jack explained to us why it was a good pick. Raider Dada says it's a good pick. Black Thanos does not like it. It's kind of split. I know. I don't think you liked it either, Rafa. You know what did you want to come on and say? Rafa, we can't hear you. Are you on mute? Can't hear you at all, Rafa. Hey,
Real quick, guys, I just wanted to say to the Captain Jack, man, I grew up a Raider fan, and I grew up watching people like him starting all the Raider Nation, all fandom, man. I just wanted to give a shout out to them. I was 7 years old. I went to got the when the Los Angeles Raiders became the Oakland Raiders again. That's when I became a fan. So I just want to shout out to them, seeing them. That was a true honor for me.
Wow, that's awesome. Hey, that's great, man. Well, he's on Thursday nights from 6 to 8. That's Las Vegas time. That's where I'm at. And then Sundays from 6 to 8. And he's also on the Roku channel. So and what Captain Jack does on his shows is he lets you jump in like what you just did right now. So yeah, no, please feel free to come in on Thursdays and Sundays. I opened up the channel because obviously he was in Detroit while it was happening. So when it got finished, and I was on the Protect the Shield podcast on the Ultimate Raider Fan 32 YouTube channel. That's Turf's channel. I was on the Raider Rundown with Rundown, and we were kind of talking about everything as the draft was happening. And I think Raider Rundown had you on too, right?
Yes,
Raider,
it did.
yeah. So, I had to get off. I had to re-clear my head so that I don't say anything terrible. And then I had to get back on because I had to give Telesco a chance to talk in the press conference, and the Diaz spoke about it too. And listening to people like Raider Omar talked about why Brock Bowers is a good pick, Captain Jack explaining it. Again, it takes a little time, guys. You have to understand that for someone like me, Raider transplant, I'd been saying Fuaga since December. We had a chance to get him, and when we passed on Fuaga, you just have to understand, for someone like me, I was a little shocked. A little shocked because obviously he's so good. He went right away. He went the very next pick, New Orleans. And one of my questions was, if Brock Bowers is as good as they say he is, then why didn't anyone want to trade up to go get him? Exactly. And then we could have just traded down. So maybe he is that good, but I saw the Vikings trade up one pick. They went up to the Jets because they didn't want to mess around, even though we knew the Jets weren't going to pick J.J. McCarthy. So the Vikings traded up from 11 to 10, and they gave up their first to switch, one pick. They want to switch. They also gave up their 4th and 5th round this year. So they gave up their 4th and 5th round this year, and all they got back for it was a 6th rounder to do a one pick swap. So my question, guys, who are all saying Brock Bowers is a great pick, blah, 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 are you honestly telling me that the Saints wouldn't have wanted to give us the same deal? Give us the 4th and the 5th? We'll swap right now, and then we could have gotten Taliesia Fuaga plus extra picks? I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know. I don't know. That's I'm still dealing with the shock. I understand that as a Raider fan, we're going to support him no matter what. I'm just shocked. That's all I was saying. I'm very shocked. Jack Kenna, if you want to get on, let me know. Go ahead, Rafa. Tell us how you're feeling if your mic's finally working. Raf, is your mic working? Man, Raf keeps cutting out. Raider, how about Black Thanos? What do you think after Captain Jack talked about all of that? What do you think?
Well, I think, Captain Jack he was pretty sensible and balanced, and nobody is denying the talent of Bowers. Again, my main gripe is need, and it's a head scratcher. Let's be honest. Whether in all of these podcasters and people on television and these talking heads, nobody had the Raiders taking a tight end. I don't care what the name of that tight end. Nobody had us taking a tight end because they knew right tackle was a big concern. Our secondary needed some more help, so Jack Jones had to have some company back there. And of course, quarterback was a point of interest for us, which we attempted to work it out, but it didn't work out. Nobody saw a tight end a year after taking a kid out of Notre Dame, and a pretty good kid at that. And the second round, and here's another thing that most NFL GMs know. Since 2013, out of the 13 All-Pro tight ends, 10 of them were not picked in the first round. So it's not really a typical practice to reach for tight ends in the first round. The big names that you mentioned that's running shit right now, they weren't picked in the first round. So did we need Bowers that bad, as if we had a void at tight end where we know damn well the quarterbacks in our own division and the secondary that we have, that's still going to be a problem? So what? He might put up 1,100 yards for sake of argument. Is that going to translate us winning 13, 14 games when we can't stop the other opponents from scoring? So again, it's about need. You got to be disciplined in that draft room.
And you know what, Black Thanos? I mean, again, you know, I'm just going off of facts, but you know, you got War here saying we needed a tight end at some point. I disagree, War. I'm sorry. I disagree that we did not need a tight end, actually, because we have Harrison Bryant, Cole Frothingham. We have another dude. I can't even say his. He used to be the Michigan guy, Gentry, I think. And then we have Michael Mayer, obviously, right? And then we have Harrison Bryant. We have 5 tight ends. How many tight ends do we need? And Harrison Bryant can block. Michigan guy can block. Cole Frothingham can block. Michael Mayer can block. Everything so what Captain Jack was saying is it wasn't so much a reach for Brock Bowers, more so than it dropped. Brock Bowers dropped to where we were at. So he's too talented to just pass up on him. He's too talented. But Jack, you know more about Michael Mayer than any of us. You're a Notre Dame guy. And now Captain Jack was saying that you team him up with Brock Bowers and it'll be like the old days when we had Dave Casper and we were dominating that way. So I don't know. You tell me, Jack, where are you at?
Well, Angela, I'm there with you. We had our guy.
That was our guy.
Right tackle. That was our Fuaga was our guy. So that was my thing.
Disappointed too. And you notice he went right away. He went next pick.
Yep.
So my only question was, Jack, why are you is there validity to the fact that no one from 14 down wanted Brock Bowers? I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering that could we have
I'm sure there's somebody who wants him. There's somebody who wants everybody, up there. This has been a crazy draft. Whoever would have thought Penix? I mean, I felt deflated, but as soon as Penix got drafted, I deflated. I'm like, oh God, that was our next guy.
Like the first one to me that was a shocker was when J.C. Latham got picked by Tennessee at 7. It's not so much that they picked the right tackle, more so than the best available right tackle is Fuaga, and everybody knows it. So I don't know what Tennessee was thinking, but they wanted.
Well, Tennessee's thinking because the Chargers drafted Alt. So
and
from
that
their mind,
happened, right? Now,
in their mind, he's the next best, tackle.
I wasn't shocked with the Alt move at all because I already knew Harbaugh as a trenches guy, and of all the people that were available, Joe Alt is the day one starter. And you speak to this, Jack. Can Joe Alt go to the right side? Can he play right tackle?
I think he could. Yeah.
Okay. And that's probably why Harbaugh took him. That's probably why Harbaugh right there said, this is going to be my guy. I'm not going to mess around. I'm not even going to.
I will say I'm not looking forward to it, but I'm looking forward to it because, I hate the fact that my boy Alt went to the Chargers.
It hurt.
They're put him on the right side, so he's going to have to go against Max. So I'm going to have to root for Max. I don't want to root against Alt, but I'm going to have to root against him. But at the same time, I think it's going to be kind of cool in one sense, seeing guys from like the college level I like go to the pros, and then 2 of the good ones, Alt and Max, battling out, which is if guys are fans of both teams. Of course, Raiders #1, but still, it's like that. That's why I like to pull the players from. Like I said, Estime. Dude, Estime's a little bowling ball. He's like Josh Jacobs. He's just like a tad bit slower, but Josh Jacobs is not that fast either. He'll make a guy miss. He's tough on the inside.
third round, late third round, early fourth round, he should be available.
Right. Right. I mean, and you know, like I said, like we got Black Thanos here still. He's on mute probably because he's doing something. We got Jack Kenna. We have a lot of people actually just watching it right now and making comments on all the platforms. So I can tell a lot of people still want to kind of talk about it. So
Oh yeah, it's like, you know, it's difficult after our boy Fuaga went. It's like,
for
and
me,
then-
it was really tough.
I mean,
Jack,
this is like one thing I've never thought of. I mean, if you put the odds down in Vegas,
no
or the
way,
Raiders-
man. I don't even think they put odds for Brock Bowers going to
yeah,
to the Raiders because it's just unrealistic, man. But again, like I'm not Tom Telesco. Tom Telesco has way more experience than me. It's like the other day, Jack, when I was explaining to everyone on the Protect the Shield podcast how a week before it happened, I said Ryan Garcia is gonna win against Devin Haney, and everybody thought I was crazy. But like talking to me about that, you're crazy because I was actually that was my job. I was actually in the professional boxing world, you know, as a coach. So I kind of knew what I was talking about. And this is one of those things where I have to trust Telesco. I have to trust the Raiders. I'm just a football fan. I don't work for them. And if
you got to look what he said.
I
Angel,
really
look
would
what
have
he said.
loved to have seen AP at the press conference. All I saw so far is Telesco at the press conference. So it makes me wonder if AP's that happy about this or not.
I don't think he's
know.
happy about it at all.
I mean, it's hard to say because we haven't seen him in the press conference. But going down the line, right, as the picks were happening, Caleb Williams goes to Chicago. We knew, everybody knew. Okay, Jaden Daniels going to Washington. That made sense because spread offense, the style with Cliff Kingsbury, that made sense. Drake May going to the Patriots. I think
it makes sense.
They couldn't pass up on him. They couldn't pass
No,
up
he's
on
21 years old. It's like, you know, you got a bridge quarterback right now. So,
right.
You know, give him a couple years,
right?
let him stew and sit and learn.
Right. Marvin Harrison going to Arizona. Jack, we've heard
Obvious.
Marvin Harrison going at number 4 forever. So we knew that was going to happen. That number 5 pick, like I said, with the Chargers, and them not even thinking about trading it. It's like Harbaugh knew already. He's watched Joe Alt for 4 years. He knows how good the kid is. He was settled. He was like, I want Joe Alt. Malik Neighbors going to the Giants wasn't a shock to me because
that's obvious.
That was obvious. You kind of always knew that the JJ McCarthy going to the Giants was a smokescreen because why would they do that? They still have to pay guaranteed money to Daniel Jones as quarterback. So,
yeah, but you know, we look back on it right now. So look at Atlanta. You signed Kirk Cousins for $40 million a year, and then you get
like I said,
Penix.
for me, the first shocker was J.C. Latham to Tennessee. I thought they would have gone Fashanu. I thought they would have gone Fuaga. So I don't know who those scouts are, and maybe they saw that J.C. Latham was better. Honestly, all the scouts were saying that J.C. Latham is not as good at pass blocking. He's more of a let me put my hands on you and let me move you around as a run.
Well, it makes sense. He's what, 360 pounds or something like that?
Yeah,
Big boy.
They listed him at almost 350 on tonight. But you're right, he's closer to 360, and he's a big beast. But who's to say he won't become another Alex Leatherwood? I don't know. But picking him at 7 was a little shocking. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, well, I'll say this though too. It's like we look at Jamarcus Russell and JR5. We see 2 different players from the same school, and I think almost anyone from Leatherface is going to be someone different. So I don't want to judge the kid because he was at Alabama.
And we won't know, right? But you're right. First biggest shocker was Atlanta, who just paid $180 million, $100 million guaranteed to Kirk Cousins for the next 4 years to pick Michael Penix. That was a shocker. That was a shocker. That was like, I think it made everybody just go, what just happened? Now, do I hate the move for Atlanta? I don't.
No, I
Because
don't. I don't
Atlanta has
either.
a ton of young talent, and
So
they need a quarterback of the future. And if Kirk Cousins were to get hurt or whatever because of the Achilles, I don't hate the pick. I mean, I'm just shocked at it, but I don't hate the pick because what if something happens to Kirk Cousins, right?
well, I'm thinking of this right now. It's like, what is his contract? It's got to be built a certain way, maybe like 2 years, like guaranteed money.
It
There's got
had
to
to
be
be,
something like
right?
that
I mean,
because
I know that 100 million of the 180 was guaranteed, so they're giving him the 100 million no matter what. I just, and again, maybe the owner was just sitting there saying to himself, "We just can't." Like kind of like Brock Bowers. The owner had to have been sitting there saying to himself, "There's no way we could pass up on this kid, Michael Penix," and he's sitting right here in front of us. Which again leads me to that question too, Jack Henna. Why wouldn't Atlanta take someone like Brock Bowers? You see what I mean? Like, why would it, like I get what was happening. I understand. Like, if the Raiders at 13 would have picked Brian Thomas Jr., I'm sure a lot of us would have been shocked, right? So, as a wide receiver, because we didn't need another wide receiver, which I think it leads to part of the shock. Then it goes number 9, Chicago doesn't trade out, and they pick Rome Odunze, which a lot of the mock drafts, a lot of the experts said that's what was going to happen.
it makes sense.
Caleb Williams, and then they were going to pick Rome Odunze. JJ McCarthy getting picked at 10 to the Vikings. JJ McCarthy getting picked to the Vikings, I'm not shocked about.
No, I'm not
Vikings
shocked at all. That's a dream scenario.
Look, but the Vikings having to trade up to 11, or I mean to number 10 with the Jets, that didn't make sense to me. The Vikings essentially gave up everything that they had. They gave up the first and the second pick next year to get pick number 23. Then they gave up the 4th and the 5th pick this year just to move up one from 11 to 10 to go get JJ. Then they gave up next year's 3rd and 4th pick to move up from 23 to 17 to go get Dallas Turner. So they gave up every pick next year.
Wow. Okay, I didn't know that.
JJ McCarthy and Dallas Turner.
Wow.
Which to me is just shocking, man. Like I don't know.
I see it as a good fit, but I just don't, not for all that. JJ McCarthy, oh my God, I hate to say it.
I mean, maybe he'll be good. Who knows, right? I don't know. But again, I didn't understand why he didn't trade up one, because I didn't think the Jets were going to get JJ McCarthy anyways. So the Jets trade down. The Jets trade down to 11. They pick up an extra 4th and 5th round pick this year. And they end up getting Fashanu anyways, which makes sense to me. They needed to go O-line. They needed to go O-line anyways, right?
I wonder what team scared them, to make that trade.
What is it? What?
Oh, I said, wonder what team has scared them to make that trade. Why move up one pick?
You're right, and there might.
So what team was like saying, "Hey, we're going to go there and take your guy"?
And that's very possible. Very possible that's exactly what happened, where they sat there and they said, "Hey, we're going to go take your guy," right? Very possible. And then number 12, we all kind of knew that Sean Payton loved this kid, Bo Nix. He was doing those private workouts. He did a private Zoom call. So we all knew that he was going to get Bo Nix anyways. That wasn't a shocker. Then we get the 13, man, and Fuaga was right there. I get it. Brock Bowers, like the more you do a deep dive into Brock Bowers, a lot of people are saying that statistically speaking, he's basically the second best statistical offensive player other than Marvin Harrison Jr. So he can play off the backfield. He blocks. He can play slot. He's a good character kid. There's all these positives about him. So again, man, we just got to trust him, right?
No, it's like you're trying to convince me to convince yourself. I think
I know, man. I'm
going
just
off
repeating what
Fuaga.
Captain Jack said. I'm just repeating what Captain Jack said. Salute to SoCal. SoCal, if you want to come on, the link is there for you.
Hey, Cap, wherever you are right now, traveling in the nation, it was good to see you the other night. Stay safe.
Yeah. No, Captain Jack was driving to White Castle. When he was in the car, he was with IE Raider and the Eagles, Birdman, I think, and everybody else. So, and then our guy, he's doing the world tour. Again, our guy Taliesia Fuaga, he gets picked number 14 to the Saints, which is going to help Derek Carr. It's going to help that entire team. Latte Latu goes to the Colts at number 15. Byron Murphy goes to Seattle, which makes sense to me. Byron Murphy, I had him rated really high too. He's the next Aaron Donald. So Byron Murphy goes to Seattle at 16. The Vikings trade up again to 17 from 23, and they pick up Dallas Turner. Again, they gave up a lot to get both JJ McCarthy and Dallas Turner, but maybe they see something that we don't.
Yeah.
Amarius Mims gets taken by the Bengals, which makes sense because
It makes sense.
They let Jonah Williams go. So Amarius Mims at 18, that made sense. Jared Verse goes to the Rams. That makes sense. They need defense. They just lost Aaron Donald. They picked the best available edge. They went with Latte Latu. And plus they picked Jared Verse. And you know, Jared Verse was pretty amazing for Florida State University. Local Vegas kid coming out of Liberty High School, Troy Fountainow, goes to the Steelers at number 20. That made sense. You know, Mike Tomlin needed another tackle. Chop Robinson went pretty high at 21. He went to the Dolphins. So a little shocked on that one, but Chop Robinson is pretty good player. So again, I'm a little shocked he went to the Dolphins so high. Number 22, the Eagles picked up Quinyon Mitchell.
Man,
cornerback makes sense, right? They need a cornerback, so why not go get Quinyon Mitchell?
No, why not? It's like, I got to say the Eagles have drafted well over the last several years.
Right.
And
they're building a young defense, right, Jack?
Well, and they like their DBs, they like their DTs, and I like the way they build it.
Yeah. And then, again, Brian Thomas Jr. So the Jaguars traded down, acquired more picks from the Vikings. They take a receiver, Brian Thomas Jr. for Trevor Lawrence. Great pick for Doug Peterson, right? Great pick for the Jaguars. Detroit is the one that kind of made a pretty bold move. They traded up with Dallas. They went to go get their guy. So Dallas was supposed to pick next at number 24. Detroit wanted their guy, so they moved up, traded up with Dallas. And at number 24, they took Terry Arnold, the young 21-year-old out of Alabama cornerback, right? They're going to partner him up with Brian Branch.
That's a good pick, too.
That's a good pick. Here's a shocker for me, all right? This one was a little, but I guess not a shocker because Jordan Morgan is pretty good, but Green Bay Packers took Jordan Morgan at number 25. I thought that's a little high, but sure. Okay, maybe they were getting scared because so many people were already going that they were like, we need to replace Bakhtiari. Yeah, they needed their O-line. This one was the biggest shocker to me. All right, Jack. Number 26 pick, Tampa Bay. They took Graham Barton over Jackson Powers Johnson. So Jackson Powers Johnson is still available right now in the second day. So I'm a little shocked that Tampa Bay had a chance to go get Jackson Powers Johnson, and instead they took the Duke player, Graham Barton. I don't know, man. Did you watch a lot of Duke at all?
No.
Okay.
Just
so I was shocked over that. The Cardinals had their second from the trades from the past. I think the trade from last year gave them this one. The Cardinals picked number 27. They got an edge, Darius Robinson, which I thought that was a good pick. I thought Darius Robinson would get picked up early. This is the one that kind of hurt me, Jack. The Chiefs weren't playing around, man. They went to trade up with Buffalo again. They traded up to 28, so Chiefs were going to pick 32. They trade up to 28, and they got Xavier Worthy, the fastest guy in the entire combine. The guy ran the 4.21 40. So now you got your next Tyreek Hill for Patrick.
That's a kid from Texas, right?
That's the kid from Texas. And they went to go get him.
That's what I thought.
So what I don't understand out of the Buffalo Bills is why they keep helping the Kansas City Chiefs. The Kansas City Buffalo gave
no doubt. Buffalo needs the same thing. They need a wide receiver.
I don't understand. Well, I'll tell you what's crazy is Buffalo, who ends up trading Hold on. Give me a second, Jack.
Because that receiver was my number 4 receiver in the entire draft, right there.
Xavier Worthy.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, yeah. So on that, so again, to me, it was a little shocking. First of all, that Buffalo would be willing to trade their pick to the Chiefs to help them again, the same way that they helped them get Patrick Mahomes. So I was already shocked. Then I was shocked that now the Chiefs got a chance to get their guy that they wanted, Xavier Worthy. They're basically the Tyreek Hill piece that they were missing, right? Now they're going to have She Rice. They're going to have Xavier Worthy. They're still going to have Kelsey, so it keeps, it keeps going on. Tyler Guyton goes to Dallas at 29. That was a good pick.
That was a good pick.
That's a good pick, right?
Yes.
Nate Wiggins goes to the
Oh,
Ravens.
yeah, there you go. That was my next guy I wanted.
Nate Wiggins went to the Ravens to solidify that cornerback. They just lost Rock Yassin.
What a steal.
Yeah. Now, this one was a little crazy, Jack. So first of all, I thought it was crazy that the Bills just completely traded out of first and gave it to the Chiefs, but whatever. This was crazy to me.
Yeah, that is crazy.
The 49ers picked up Ricky Pearsall. Remember the kid from Florida, the Gators? And
No, I don't know.
That one-handed catch, the little white wide receiver.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, he totally.
I saw it tonight on the show, but I don't know him. It's like I was like, okay,
right?
No,
yeah, no,
it's like a slot guy.
I was familiar with who it is. I was just shocked that he went into first. I thought that was going to be like Ladd McConkey or someone else. So that was shocking. And then Xavier Legette went to the Panthers at number 32. So there you go, man. I mean, that was so there's still a lot of players available. There is.
I haven't looked at it. So who right now, after all the picks we just went through, what do you see on your big board? I mean, like, who are the guys now?
Let me see. Hold on, give me a second because Stu's trying to get on. So let's see. So far, Ladd McConkey is a wide receiver, still available.
What about guards?
Okay, hold on. Give me a second. You gotta let me pull up that part. Sorry.
Is what the kid's name is? BB? Something like that. BB?
Oh yeah. Cooper BB is still available. Yeah, if you start giving me names, I'll tell you. But yeah, Cooper BB is still available. Let's see.
It's like, now it's like we got to take for a little bit of need.
Well,
that was a luxury pick.
The thing is, we still, we ended up signing Cody Whitehair. So, but yeah, so here you go. I'm going to give it to you right now. So Cooper B. Okay, so wait. First of all, guys, if you're listening right now to the Captain Jack Rackham channel, this man is an amazing man. You guys know that I love this guy. Purdue Hall of Famer. He hates it when I say this, but I'm just speaking statistical facts. The greatest Purdue defensive player ever in collegiate football history. True freshman, wins the bowl game with Drew Brees in his freshman year.
Dude.
Plays his heart out for us. Get one of the last picks that Al Davis took, 3rd round, 2004. Mr. Stuart Schwaggart, everyone. There he is.
Is that Jack? What the fuck?
It's been a long time, bro. How you doing?
Yeah, no shit. What the hell what? There we are. I was gonna say, what the hell happened?
No, I was trying to solo you out, Stu. Sorry.
Jack, what the fuck have you been doing?
Dude, just watching, trying to support all my Raider brothers and sisters out there in YouTube world and do my daily grind, put my kids through college. Man, it's like the norm.
I want to hear your opinion. I want to hear your take on the first round so far?
Shocker. I mean, in my radar, in my thought process for the whole thing, if I was a GM, if I was Tom T, I will say Bowers is probably one of the last guys I thought about. Just because last year we got Michael Mayers, who was the #1 rated tight end coming out of college last year. And I'm a Notre Dame fan, so I watched all their games.
Yep.
And the whole offense, ran through him. So if you just give him the touches, he's going to produce. I said it's going to be better than Darren Waller by the time he's done. I guarantee it. And so Bowers was a pure shock.
Whoa.
Well, in the way of I saw Fuaga out there.
Did you just bring up fucking Darren Waller?
Yeah.
How in the
I just said Michael Mayers will be better than him.
No shit, he's going to be. Darren Waller, what did Darren Waller do?
Well, when he was with us, he was damn
he got
good.
divorced, Stu. That's what
I saw that. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, yeah, I saw that happen. Katie Plum or whatever her name is said bye. How the fuck are you gonna even bring up Darren Waller in the same sentence as Mayer? Come on.
Well, no, just because at the time when Waller was doing good, and then
when was that though? He had one.
It was a few years ago, but then we trade him, and the nation was kind of split on that trade, and then we got Mayers, and I was just saying, hey, Mayer's going to pass him up. We thought he was the greatest thing since sliced bread for a while, and I think Mayer's going to be better. And you know what? This new kid, this is going to be I got to say, it's going to be like the old school. Something that hasn't been done since the 70s is when you got Casper and you got Raymond Chester as tight ends on one team. That was the best tight end duel I can recall ever.
Well, I'm going to tell you this: a defense can't match up against us. I don't give a fuck who they are.
Yeah.
When you talk about Devontae Adams, Jacoby, Trey Tucker, Mike Mayer, Zach Gentry, Harrison Bryant, and now Bauer, along with the guys we're going to draft here probably in the next couple of days, which is going to be a receiver. Because I looked at our roster, I don't know if that's correct or not, but we have 5 receivers with Devontae Adams, Myers, Tucker, Turner, and Wilkerson. So we're going to get some receivers and then some running backs. Because Amir Abdullah, Zamir White, dude, I love the fact that tight ends are so pivotal in the game. Is pivotal the right word? Are so crucial in the game, and they're just adding weapons to my boy Aiden O'Connell. So I'm excited. I'm really excited. I mean, this kid has been a producer since he was a freshman. This guy was an All-American freshman on a national championship team. Led the team. I didn't realize this, but this kid led Georgia in receptions the last 3 years. Last fucking 3 years, and that's a team who was 2 out of 3 national champions. So, was it on my radar? Absolutely not.
Georgia, the offensive powerhouse that it was. He led the offensive powerhouse Georgia, and come on, Stu, you're smarter than this, Stu. You're smarter than this, bro.
Hold on. Severe.
No,
so Severe, let me lead into this.
Trust me. He led Georgia.
I don't deny that. But if you lead a mediocre offense in receiving, that doesn't impress me. I'm not saying he's not a good player. You know what this pick is like? You guys have wives, right? Let's say you have a broken dishwasher, and your wife is like, honey, we need to fix our dishwasher. And you go to the appliance store, and you come home with a brand new microwave. And she's like, I don't need a microwave. My microwave works fine. Why'd you bring me a microwave? But this microwave is new and better. I have a microwave already.
This is the top of the line microwave. Severe, it's the top of the line. It's the best microwave that just came out.
Severe, dude.
I don't need a microwave.
No, I'm trying to be as positive as I can, okay? Because there were other positions that needed to be addressed.
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely, 100%. Was tight end on my radar? Absolutely not. No, it wasn't.
So then I have a question. After saying that, Stu, for all you guys, I mean, Angela and I agree. It's like at that point it was Fuaga.
Yeah,
Fuaga was my pick because he's got a Raider mindset. He's a pure right tackle.
Look, first of all, since we're talking about Fuaga, Stu, who's the guy that turned you on to Fuaga?
Right up there.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah.
I've been saying Fuaga since December. I texted it to several people just to make sure that everyone knew that I was going Fuaga. I'd scouted him from the get-go. It was Fuaga and no one else. I didn't care about anybody else. And when it was actually there, Severe, it was going to happen. I was sitting there saying to myself, oh my God, I'm going to be right.
We have a chance. Yeah.
I'm going to be right here. And when they took Brock Bowers, Stu, can you imagine?
I wanted a corner or a fucking offensive lineman. I mean, that's
I
what
wanted. Yeah, I wanted Fuaga or Quinn.
Here's what I'm saying. We gotta own it now. So
yes,
yep. Severe
about it now. They know
salute, brother. Nice to meet you. And I agree.
So guys, if you're on right now, I've been on for an hour and 43. I needed a little time to step away, Stu, because I was just really frustrated at first, right? Severe knows because I've been talking about Fuaga forever. I was very frustrated. I have the Severe
Raider. I didn't even
Raider.
know who the kid was, to be honest with you. Well,
I knew who Brock Bowers were. I knew who he was. But you and I, Stu, when we did like our 6-hour footage film where Stuart Schwaggart helped me out, he explained to me the world of football. He showed me how cornerbacks are supposed to think.
Tight end was not a position we talked about.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about tight end. We didn't talk about tight end. And by the way, guys, if you ever actually get the honor to be with a Stuart Schwaggart showing you how the position is supposed to be played, it was the coolest shit. It was the coolest thing for me.
I appreciate that very much. And you know what? I will give Severe credit for coming in here and
basically telling you how he felt, Stu.
That's what I'm saying, because I'm trying to. That usually
I gotta keep
is
it
me.
honest, man.
No, you're usually me, but I'm trying to be as fucking.
Nah, man, and that's what people don't realize. It's not that I don't like Brock Bowers as a player. I think Brock Bowers is a very good player, a very good player.
We didn't need him though.
But we don't think, man. We don't need him. If we're gonna roll with Aiden O'Connell or if we're gonna roll with Gardner Minshew, we have to protect these guys. We have to protect them. And me personally, I thought Fuaga. I think he's gonna eventually end up being a guard. That's just my opinion.
I think we're gonna get.
But I'll be okay with the guard.
I think we're gonna
I'm
get
okay with it because we need O-line.
Well, what Stu was talking about. So me and Stu looked at the
Troy
kid
from Washington,
kid from here in Vegas, Liberty High School, Troy Fountain. And I was telling Stu, like, man, this kid's a mean mother from Washington too. He got picked up right away too. He got picked up. Let me check the exact number, but I think he did
get picked up.
Yeah, he got picked up. I think number 20, Stu.
Yeah, he got picked up.
He went right away.
When's our next pick?
So we're not picking again till number 44, which is the 13th pick. It's the 13th pick tomorrow.
Yeah.
Corner. I mean, what are you guys thinking?
I mean, I like Ennis Rakestraw. I mean, personally, my two favorite corners are off the board. I was high on Quinion Mitchell. I was high on Nate Wiggins. Those were my top two
Terrion Arnold's gone too.
Terrion Arnold is gone as well. But I wasn't as high as him on some people. But, I know a lot of people like Terrion Arnold. My two guys were, I think, to play corner, especially in the AFC West with what the Chiefs did, getting Xavier Worthy and having Hollywood Brown.
By the way, Severe, let me explain. Stu, that one hurt me, man. Because Buffalo, why the fuck does the Buffalo Bills always want to fucking help the Chiefs? I don't understand. Like, they gave him Mahomes and now they gave him the next Tyreek Hill. What the fuck is going on around? Did the Bills just hate us? Does Bills Mafia hate the Raiders or something, dude? They literally gave it away. They traded away from the first. So they had the 28th pick and they traded it away.
They're helping the team that beats them every year.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
It didn't make sense. And that one hurt.
That's like paying for the kid that bullies you to take karate. It's like, what
I'm
the
just helping.
fuck?
Yeah, I'm helping you beat my ass some more.
Guys, the severe Raider, check him out on YouTube. He's got a lot of funny bars.
No, let Severe talk. Go ahead. I want to hear.
Man, I mean, I'm with you guys, man. Like, I felt we had to get some kind of quarterback competition. I think if we're gonna roll with AOC next year, if he's the guy, he's the guy.
But we didn't
If
even
they
have a
believe-
chance, though. We didn't even have a chance.
Yeah. We have a chance. Yeah, we tried. But if we weren't going to do that, I think we have to strengthen the areas of the team where we're the weakest. And we're the weakest, I think, at the other cornerback, and we're the weakest on the right side of that line, whether that be right guard or right
That's
tackle.
pretty weird. What did we talk? I mean, that's exactly what the fuck I've been saying, dude.
And
Exactly.
we didn't either. It's like, come on, man. If I was okay waiting to take an offensive lineman or waiting to take a corner if we felt we had to take a quarterback in the first. If we felt we had to take Penix in the first, because I kept telling people he's not going to fall to the late first. He's not going to fall to the second. People, oh, his injuries. Like, bro, he's moved those injuries out of the equation. He's a top 5 talent in this draft.
Yeah.
He went to Indiana in the Big Ten. Stu, you know about the Big Ten. Indiana's not a football school.
I liked him when he was I did, and I've said this. Yeah. I liked him when he was a freshman in Indiana, bro. I mean,
and Indiana's not a football school. Michael Penix went there
for what he did for Indiana.
Wins 10 out of the first 12 games.
Yeah.
Went 10 out of 12. They're 10 of the first 12 games. You know, they have a winning record. They're ranked until he goes down. They go in there and they beat a Michigan team. They beat number 8 ranked Penn State. They beat Ohio State. Like, this stuff is unheard of for Indiana. Indiana hadn't beaten Michigan
Bloomington's
for
an hour and a
decades.
half away from me right now. So yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. So they hadn't beaten Michigan for decades. He goes in there, he starts winning. Washington is coming off of a down year. They'll go 4-8. Michael Penix goes there. They win double-digit games. The very next year, they're in a national title game. Listen to his teammates talk about him. They love him as a leader. So I knew he wasn't going to last. That's why I said take him at 13 if we can take him at 13, and then we can address corner or tackle later on. But if we can't get a quarterback, you address your most pressing needs.
Mm-hmm.
You can't afford to take these luxury picks, especially if you're trying to win now.
They're letting Telesco do his thing, right? I mean, that was a Telesco pick.
And I said this on my live today. We talk about how well Telesco drafts in the first round, right? Yeah. But Telesco does not draft skill players well in the first round. Last year, he drafted Quentin Johnson.
Severe.
The guy was there was an unmitigated disaster. The skill player he drafted before that was Mike Williams, no longer on the team. Skill player before that was Melvin Gordon, who was a mixed bag of success, but toward the end of his career, he was terrible. The one guy they took that worked was Justin Herbert. And know why they took Justin Herbert? Because Miami had already taken Tua. So that if they needed a quarterback, they basically had no choice but to take Justin Herbert. So the one skill position player in the last decade that he took that worked, he was essentially forced into taking. Know what his best picks have been? Offensive and defensive linemen. And what did he not do? He didn't take a player in the trenches. Why? I don't know.
So Severe,
there were guys there. There were fucking guys there.
So Stu, to be fair, Severe, we did play Tom Telesco's live press conference earlier in the beginning of the show.
Mm-hmm.
And he pointed out.
How long was it?
It was 11 minutes. It was 11 minutes. Tom Telesco.
I need to hear it.
Yeah. Tom Telesco pointed out that on the draft board, according to the Raiders scouts, they also had Brock Bowers similarly as high as he did. So it became a collective pick.
So it all matched.
Right. But here's my only question.
He's not owning the pick or what?
No. He's owning the pick. He owned the pick. And he was saying that again, this guy is a great, he's going to be able to go off the backfield, great in the red zone, can block, blah, blah, blah. He said all the positives.
I don't think any of us are doubting his ability.
Okay. So here's my one doubt to it. All right, Severe, and see if you can understand this one. I have not heard or seen any fucking thing from Antonio Pierce yet. I haven't seen him go on Instagram to talk about it. I haven't seen him go, "Hey, Raider Nation, what do you think of the pick?"
That's not his pick. That's not.
I'm just saying though, right? Like, don't you want to care about what the coach wanted.
Exactly.
I think they're letting people do their roles. You know, Telesco's role as a GM, and that's like I said, I think, and you guys can disagree or not, but that's Telesco's pick,
Nah,
man.
I
All right,
agree. I
well,
agree
I'm going to throw this
100%.
one out for you guys. All right. So tomorrow, first pick is going to go to Buffalo because they went down. They're picking first pick tomorrow. Then it's going to go Patriots. Then it'll go Cardinals. Then at the fourth pick of the second day, it's going to go Washington. Sorry, Commanders. Then it's going to be the Chargers, who, by the way, Severe, I know this sounds fucking crazy. I really think he's going Roman Wilson right here. And then he's going to trade back up to get Blake Corum. He's going to get his guys, man.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be
Yeah,
surprised.
Harbaugh wants his
I
guys.
mean,
And then Tennessee that's the sixth pick tomorrow. Then it's Carolina. Then it's Washington again. Then it's Green Bay. Then it's the Texans. Then it's Atlanta. And at number 12, it's the Raiders. So here, I'm going to throw this one out. And Stu's
So tomorrow we have the 12th pick tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to pick 12. Stu's going to hate that I say this, but the Raiders haven't had an amazing white safety
I think I'm losing
defensive
connection.
back type pick that's
I-
super athletic, that's like can run fast, can lift, can
Talking about
do
my
everything.
Iowa boy? You talking about my Iowa boy?
So since Stuart Schwager's amazing combine numbers, and you guys can Google search it if you want, Stu never likes to brag about it. So Stu had amazing combine numbers when he was at the combine, right?
Yeah.
How would you guys feel if Cooper DeJean is there for the Raiders and we get him? You know, what do you think?
I want to hear Severe first. Or is he frozen?
Did he freeze? Did Severe freeze? Severe, are you back?
Yeah, I'm
Severe.
on this hotel Wi-Fi, man, so it's pretty trash.
No, okay. You're at the Ahern Hotel with their trash Wi-Fi, basically.
Give him what you just said, though. I don't think
Yeah, man, with the air.
Okay, so,
it's a nice,
so-
it's a very nice hotel, but yeah,
Okay.
I don't think their Wi-Fi is the best.
Severe, the question was that tomorrow we're picking number 12. And I was saying that you know, if you guys, any of you guys want to Google search Stuart Schwager's combine numbers, he had amazing combine numbers, just fantastic. So anyways, I was just basically making this comparison that would you hate it if we get the next Stuart Schwager basically in Cooper DeJean coming to us right at that number 44 pick? A safety that could sort of play. They say that he can play man.
Are you saying is he a safety or is he a corner?
They say he's a safety, but he has played corner. But Severe, you've scouted Cooper DeJean, so what do you think?
I think he's more of a safety. I think Cooper DeJean will play a similar role. Hopefully, I'm not freezing up. Can you guys hear me?
You're good.
Yeah,
You're
we
good.
can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think Cooper DeJean will play a similar role to what Trevon Merrick played when he was at TCU, where he's primarily a safety, and then he drops down and he drops into the slot and covers in certain situations. He doesn't have the hip fluidity to be a full-time corner of any kind, slot or on outside. But I think he could be a very, very effective safety. He's super athletic. He's a very smart kid. Like a football IQ off the charts. I just don't think he has the requisite physical skills to be a corner. But I wouldn't. But that's another. I mean, do we really need a safety?
No, we don't.
Drafted Chris Smith.
No, we let me finish that sentence of what you're going to say is we need a corner. Okay. And if he's not a corner, then we don't need him.
No.
All right. Because I'm fine with the safeties that we got.
I like the safeties we have.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. We
need a left corner. Is it left corner or does Jack play both? Does he play both sides or does he just right or left? What?
Okay, so check this out. Severe.
Jack play both sides.
I think he plays both sides.
Does he? Okay.
So-
Well, we
so-
need an opposite of Jack.
Okay, so check this out. This is just according to ESPN. This is according to their analysis, and Matt Miller's the one that does the pro comp for Cooper
Matt
DeJean.
Millen or Matt Miller?
It says
Miller.
Matt
Okay,
Miller's
all right.
pro comp. So, anyways, Cooper DeJean is listed as cornerback, 6'1", 203. Okay. They're saying he's a playmaker, instinct, speed, natural hands, plays in coverage. And the comp for him, is he's L'Jarius Sneed. That's what they're saying. That's according to ESPN.
I can see why they say that, because L'Jarius Sneed, ironically, was drafted. L'Jarius Sneed was a safety. He was drafted as a safety, and he turned into a corner. So I mean, possibly in the right system, he can, maybe Cooper DeJean can play safety, maybe play corner, but I just don't think he has. I mean, I just don't think he has the hip mobility to play corner full time, to be honest with you. And then L'Jarius Sneed is kind of a bully. Like legit, like I don't see Cooper DeJean turning into, like, I'm gonna press you and press you into the dark dimension. I don't see Cooper DeJean being that kind of guy in the league. So I don't know if that'll work. I'll rather go with a guy like Rexstraw. I know a lot of people like Max Melton, a lot of people like TJ Tampa. I'd rather go with these guys that are pure corners. If we needed a safety, Cooper DeJean is top of the list.
Yeah, but I'm gonna go like this. But hold on. But again, his stats: he had 2 interceptions, 35 tackles. That's it.
Yeah.
His senior year. I mean, that to be rated as a top corner, I don't.
He like right now,
0
currently
sacks. Yeah, he had some punt returns.
So currently right now, Stu, on ESPN, he's the number 1 best available player. It's Cooper DeJean.
We've already done that.
The number 2 best available player is Johnny Newton, defensive tackle, Illinois. The number
AKA
3 best
Jersey.
available player is Kool-Aid McKinstry, cornerback. Number 4 best available player is
the kid from. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, Kool-Aid is from Alabama, Stu.
No, I know that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The number 4 best available player is Adonai Mitchell, wide receiver, Texas. The 5th best available player is Ladd McConkey, Georgia, wide receiver. And then Rakestraw, which Severe just talked about, is the 6th best available player. He's the Missouri cornerback.
Yes.
And then basically Keon Coleman's available.
Let me ask you, Severe, what out of the corners available, who is your, who would you? I'm going to say at this pick, I want a corner. Okay,
yes.
I want
to. Okay.
So who
out of those people?
Rakestraw, DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, and then hold on, let me tell you, cornerback after Rakestraw.
Probably Max Melton.
The number 14th best available cornerback, or the 4th best available cornerback tomorrow, according to ESPN, is TJ Tampa out of Iowa State.
Yeah, I figured it'd be TJ Tampa or Max Melton.
Yeah, it's those
out of those guys. I mean, I have a soft spot in my heart for Ennis Rakestraw. This is a guy I've been liking for a while. He's a guy who I think fits perfectly with Antonio Pierce. Do you guys remember the guy that got drafted out of TCU, Jason Verrett? That was the smallest guy. He was hurt out there. I think the Chargers drafted him. But he was just like a mean little, like, nasty
What guy
guy.
did you say? Wait, hold on. What guy did you just say? Just though, what?
Ennis Rakestraw, Missouri, 5'11", 183 pounds.
Ennis, sorry,
Rake, I rake, and then
I
straw.
see right here, Rakestraw Jr.
Yes.
The comp for him is Tre'Davian White.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's just a mean motherfucker. That's just best way I can tell it. Guy plays with a chip on the shoulder. He plays angry at the entire world, and I love it. If we went Kool-Aid McKinstry, I wouldn't hate it. Kool-Aid McKinstry, on a lot of people's boards coming into this year, he was the number 1 corner. And Kool-Aid McKinstry also offers some return ability as well. So if we went Kool-Aid, I wouldn't hate it. But like I said, like my personal favorite guy at cornerback is Ennis Rakestraw.
Let me ask you this, because I know, Stu, you feel we still need linebacker.
Edgerrin Cooper.
Yeah, the 10th best available player is Edgerrin Cooper, Texas A&M linebacker. 6'2", 230 pounds.
I like Edgerrin Cooper. I think he has potential to be very good in coverage. He's a sideline to sideline guy. There's a player
what's
from
his
Michigan
size?
people are high on.
What's his size?
So Edgerrin Cooper, Texas A&M.
No, sorry. I'm watching the Missouri kid right now.
Oh, you're watching the
Rakestraw?
Missouri kid.
What's
Okay.
his size?
Rakestraw is 5'11", 183 pounds.
Too small.
Was he at the combine?
Yes.
Yeah, he didn't run well. He ran like a 4 or 5. I think that's
he
why
didn't run good at all. He didn't.
that's
run
why
good.
I think that's why part of the reason why he
Shit.
dropped.
That doesn't mean shit, guys. A 4 5. I mean that.
Yeah.
Okay. I like the first fucking 43 seconds of his highlight film right now.
He's a mean motherfucker, man. He plays fucking mad. And that's the
But
type
you
of shit I love.
gotta go watch Cooper DeJean too. Then
Cooper DeJean is
Stu.
good though. Cooper DeJean is good. I don't dislike.
Because if you're gonna do the comparison, you got to watch Cooper DeJean from Iowa.
Yeah.
And again, like
and
somebody
like,
put on the comment that he's Stu 2.0. Look, let me just say it to you guys this way, all right? And Stu doesn't like to say it, but coming out of fucking college, Stuart Schwaggart was like top, let's call it top 3.
fucking,
Let me just
look,
say,
I tell you like this. Cooper DeJean didn't survive Saginaw. He ain't fucking with Stu.
Hey, end the story. Period. Done. Thank you so much, Severe. That's it, man. Yeah, fuck that. Thank you. That's exactly right. Fuck yeah, dude. All right, go ahead. Go guys, go ahead. I'm watching this kid real quick.
No. So yeah, I mean, there's Kool-Aid McKinstry, which I know, Severe, you do a lot of deep dives on this stuff too. Me personally, I'm not down for that. Rakestraw, I like what you're saying about his attitude. I'm down for that. I was saying about Edgerrin Cooper just because, I mean, are you happy with fucking Divine Diablo as the future, or would you like to add more linebackers? Because we can go get this guy.
Yeah,
we can get Edgerrin Cooper. We can get Junior Colson.
Yeah, that's the guy. Junior Colson
get
from
Peyton
Michigan.
Wilson.
Yes.
Like these are all available
State.
for us right here.
I just feel that, man. I think, and I hate to go back to this. I just think that if we go offensive line right there for Fuaga, I'm cool with any of those guys in the sec. But now we just have such a gaping hole, I feel, on the right side of our line that it's just.
We do. You're right.
Like we have to, like, Jackson, the guy from Oregon, Jackson Powers Johnson. If he's there, I'm running up to the podium. I'm knocking over grandmothers to get to the podium to draft that guy.
But you know that Jackson Powers Johnson plays.
You said Troy's
center and
gone,
guard.
right? You said Troy's gone.
Plays center guard, yes. But in the second round, I'm cool with a guard. I'm cool with a guard in the second round.
Okay, so what are you gonna do with Cody Whitehair and Parham and
Cody Whitehair?
Mumford
I'm sending Cody Whitehair fucking packing. That guy's.
You just signed him, bro. You just signed him.
Sending that fool. I'm sending him on the first thing smoking back to Chicago. I think Jordan Meredith is solid depth. He could be a swing guard, and then you better hope and pray that their Mumford can play right tackle. But I think Jackson Powers, he's a first round talent. He's definitely a first round talent. The fact that he didn't get drafted in the first round, I'm surprised by that.
Yeah, dude, I was shocked that it was Graham Barton.
Guard?
Yeah, I know. Yes.
Yeah.
No, so Stu, we talked about him. He's the big center.
Oh no, I know who he is.
Yeah, Jackson Powers from Oregon.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
he's a nasty motherfucker.
He's a nasty motherfucker.
Raiola. Yes.
So they picked the kid from Duke. They picked the kid from Duke over him. They picked Graham Barton, which was a shock to me. Tampa went center and they picked Graham Barton instead of Jackson Powers Johnson, which just didn't make sense. So Christian Haynes is still available.
Yeah, you know what, guys? What the fuck do you guys know? And what do I know? We're sitting here in a fucking basement. Those guys making all that money. They know all the shit, man. You know?
Bro,
that's true.
They need to give you a job, Stu. Give you a fucking job, man.
Those guys are the ones making all the money. They're the ones that know everything.
That's
true. Get you
I'm
scouting,
being sarcastic, by the way.
I mean, it's fun though. Right,
Yeah,
Stu?
no, it is.
It's a, dude, you guys.
Well,
would be
let me ask
surprised.
you this one.
No, listen, you guys would be surprised at the amount of morons that are up there.
Yeah, no.
I'm glad Stu's saying that because
I just
I
said
can't
this.
say that.
I'm sitting there watching when they show like the war room. How many high fives did you guys see in that? Like when those, I'm sitting there going, how many? Like what the fuck is going? You might as well just pull your pants down and do a circle jerk with your motherfuckers.
Yes,
What the fuck? They're all just sitting there, yes, ending each other. Like I'm like going, what in the fuck is this, dude?
No,
I seriously counted. I think I counted 87 high fives after I don't know who it was. I don't know if it was fucking Washington or whatever. I'm like, guys, listen. Like guys are looking, trying to find a guy that didn't high five yet. I'm like, you know what? Anyways, go ahead, guys.
I think
I'm bringing in Raider Twan. Raider Twan, what's up, man? So we got Raider Transplant here, Black Thanos, Stuart Schwager, the Severe Raider, and then now a Raider Twan. I've never had you on any of my shows when I was the host. Why didn't you come on, bro? Do you not like my takes? Do you disagree with me?
And let me say this publicly: I'll join anybody's show as long as they send me the StreamYard. You know what I'm saying? I'm willing to work with everybody. So yeah.
Okay.
But blessings to you, man. Hey, good to see you, Stu. It's always good to see you.
Good to see you too, brother. I'm glad you're still breathing, man. I never know what's going on with you. You don't call nobody or nothing. So you know what I'm saying? Like I get nervous, man.
Hey, you making me feel bad. I'm gonna have to do my phone calls, man. I'm sorry about that.
It's all right. It's all right. I know how it is.
No, so Twan, I was just saying to Severe that I'm glad Stu said what he said about the NFL and what's going on in the war room and those guys, because you know, for someone like me who is a fan, and Stu knows this about me, that I am a fan of football. I love it. I love watching it. It brings me joy, but I can't speak to what Stu did at that highest level. I cannot. And it's the same shit that me and Severe talk about when he even gets shocked sometimes when I say shit like, oh, Ryan Garcia is going to handle Haney. That ain't even going to be a problem. And I tried to tell everybody that Ryan Garcia was going to handle Haney, and everybody thought I was crazy. And it's like, Google me, bitches. I was actually there. I was at Wild Card Gym being Freddie Roach's assistant from 2007 to 2011. I was working with Roger Mayweather, for crying out loud. You know, like fucking like,
hey, just like Charlie Murphy said, sometimes you gotta check.
You know what pissing me off?
I'm just saying, like Severe. Were you shocked after listening to all my takes about Ryan Garcia, or did you know that that's exactly what was going to happen?
Know what pisses me off about that fight is that I bet Devin Haney straight up to win, but then I hedged it. But then I hedged my bet with Ryan Garcia by knockout. And I lost both sides of the fucking bet because the ref wouldn't stop the fucking fight. So I would have won big. I would have came up big if the ref would stop the fight.
He didn't listen to you.
And he didn't stop it.
Angelo.
There's a guy that listened to me. He bet.
That's fucked up, man. You didn't listen.
Listen.
I was trying to double dip.
Stu, check this one out. The decision for Garcia was plus 1,500. There was a guy who cashed the ticket. He only bet 160, but you know, he listens. So he got 2,200 back for the $160. So I'm just saying, like, all I'll say about betting, guys, is this: when you're betting on fights,
I don't know shit on that.
Okay, when you're betting on fights, all I'm gonna say, Twan, coming from my expertise, if you ever listen to any of the shows that I talk boxing about,
hold on, before you say that, my only thing I know about gambling was what Wesley always bet on black. That's all I know.
Okay, all right. So check this out. Whenever you see the odds and it goes plus 1,000 for decision, guys, you gotta give it a shot, because these fucking judges sometimes can fuck people. All right. I'm just saying, like, when you see the odds that high and it starts to go plus 1,000 or higher, throw $10 in. Fuck it. You know,
throw if I put $10 in there, what would I have got back?
Well, for plus 1,000, you'd have gotten 100 back.
For $10, can't beat that.
Yeah, but if you want to throw 100 in, you get 1,000 back. I'm just saying, like,
My bet
anytime you
on,
see,
hey, just so you know, my bet on black joke was a lot funnier than you motherfuckers didn't even laugh at, bro. That shit was fucked up. That shit was funny. I don't give a fuck. It was funny to me.
Hey,
It was funny to me.
and I'm glad you said something, Stu, because there's been so many, I think the rule is leave it to the professionals. And there's been so many times I've watched lives where Stu says something like something that he's actually was in the locker room and experienced, and there's people like arguing him on things. It's like just let the professional do the job. You know what I'm saying? There's just certain things that we're good at, and there's certain things we know, and there's certain things we don't know. So don't be just yelling
I
at people.
appreciate that, Juan. I appreciate that very much. I appreciate that very much.
no, I
But
say that.
Go
ahead,
ahead.
Juan,
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
No, but also, Stu, I agree with you at linebacker. I think a lot of people are forgetting that all the linebackers that you may be falling in love with within 2 years, their contract is coming up, and the only person that's going to be left is Bernie. So are we really trusting Bernie at linebacker? So we better draft something at linebacker or do something at linebacker, or that ain't going to be a lovely situation for us in the future. So
Twan, we were talking about that, and me and Severe were saying, what do you think of Edgerrin Cooper? He'll be available tomorrow and around the number 12 pick, which is us. Junior Colson will be available. Peyton Wilson will be available. Cedric Gray, but I don't really like Cedric Gray. And then I don't know. I mean, you like any of these guys for a second pick linebacker?
at this point for me, anybody at linebacker is good, because we're about to be bone dry there. I don't think, in regards to, bringing some of those guys back. Yeah, we can. You know what I'm saying? I think the only person that's really worthy of money is Spillane. I don't think we need to pay Diablo. I don't think he's worthy of throwing dollars at. And behind him is Masterson. So we definitely need to upgrade. There's Jeremiah Trotter still out there. There's a whole lot of names like you named, but we just gotta pull the trigger on at least one of those. Because again, I don't have trust in Bernie. You know what I'm saying? And even though he was a rookie last year, and yeah, he may get better for us, that's still a big hope for a team that I think we're all kind of aiming for this defense to be top 5. So if we don't retain some of these guys or bring in their replacements, we ain't gonna be top 5 for long.
Right.
Twan, I know you like him. So what if Braden Fisk falls to us tomorrow at 12? Defensive tackle out of Florida State University.
Hey man, I might. Hey, we can pack up our lunch, and we can sit back and tell Mahomes he might as well just give up, because if Braden Fisk is on our D line, that creates so many problems, and Patrick Graham would literally be like, hey, all the things that he can run. You know what I'm saying? I envision the Giants, you know what I'm saying, back in the day when they had Tuck, you know what I'm saying, just going at Brady in waves, and it being a complete problem. I wouldn't even be worried about corner at that point. We can have Brandon Faison go out there, or Bennett run on the other side.
You're gonna be cool with Ja'Cory Bennett at this point, right?
Hey, look, I'll roll with Bennett if we get Fisk, because like I said, if we can go, if our D line can come at teams in a rotation, you know what I'm saying, you're literally having Adam Butler come off the bench. You have, you know what I'm saying, you have guys that were our starters officially coming off the bench. So that could be a complete problem. I love Fisk. I love Fisk.
Okay. It's realistic, right? Because we're picking 12. He's the 8th best available player. But tomorrow, okay, tell me which one of these teams are going to pick Fisk before us. Is the Bills going to pick Fisk before us?
No, I don't think so.
Fuck.
I don't think
Okay,
so.
how about the Patriots?
And Max Crosby already
How
said
about
that
Arizona?
he likes Fisk. So that's
I know.
that's
So how about Arizona?
you making the big dog happy.
How is Arizona going to pick Fisk before us tomorrow?
Possibly.
Arizona,
I doubt it.
possibly. Okay. Washington. Washington gets 2 chances to get
Phrasing
him, by
again.
the way,
Motherfucker.
because they're picking 4th and they're picking 8th. You think Washington will get Braden Fisk?
They might.
Okay. The Chargers, I don't think so. I think they're going to go after Roman Wilson, but I don't think they're going to go after Fisk. Tennessee, these are all the people picking before us. The Panthers, I don't think the Panthers would because they just re-signed Derek Brown. Green Bay, the Texans, and Atlanta. So Braden Fisk, he might fall to us. Maybe. That'd be crazy, right?
Yeah.
That's what I was saying, is that tomorrow's best
I can-
available is insane.
No, it's a lot of guys that people assume will go in the first round. Like PFF has like Cooper DeJean is like their 12th ranked prospect. It's some crazy like that. So I mean, the NFL wasn't. I mean, PFF has a weird model. So, the NFL, I don't think NFL community was as high as they were on Cooper DeJean, but that just kind of tells you like the kind of rankings of players that are available. I personally, I love Braden Fisk as a player, but like I said, man, as just this point, man, we spend a whole bunch of money on defensive tackle. Like I'm rolling. I'm putting we've already wasted our top resources offseason in the first round pick. We want to waste our second most valuable resource after we just gave out the 5th largest defensive contract of all time to a defensive tackle. Like I'm not doing that. As much as I love the guy,
here's the
I think. But
Hey, whoa.
Severe,
Hey,
here's
hey, hey. So I found I'm trying to go through my fucking notes here and shit.
Okay.
I can't figure out where the hell I have stuff, but I'm telling you guys right now, a linebacker that we need to pick up from Michigan is a guy named Michael Barrett. If you guys do a
he's gonna go on day 3, Stu.
Highlight film on Michael Barrett. I'm just saying, I don't know. I'm not saying we need to pick him up with our second round pick, but Michael Barrett, if you guys watch him, that motherfucker is a playmaker, and he's probably the best open field tackler that I've seen in a long time. And the running back from Wisconsin, number 0, the big boy, like what's his name? What's the running back for Wisconsin, number 0, that I would hope that we might even draft?
Braylon Allen?
Who is it? What is it?
Braylon Allen?
Yeah. Dude, he meets him in the hole and he freaking peels his back down, dude. Like, I'm telling you guys, look up Mike. For everybody in the chat, you guys look up Michael Barrett. This guy is a guy that we want on our fucking team as far as a linebacker. Like I said, I don't think we even need to get him with the second pick. I mean, he may even be around.
You can steal him in day 3.
Yeah. But I'm telling you, this guy is a fucking playmaker. One of the best tacklers I've seen in this draft. Actually, one of the best tacklers I've seen in a long time. So forgive me. That's what I was looking up. That I was trying to find.
No, I was just telling Severe and Twan that right now, according to ESPN, the best available first 10 players, best available. It's Cooper DeJean, Jerjuan Newton, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Adonai Mitchell, Lad McConkey, Ennis Rakestraw, Keon Coleman, Braden Fisk, Marshawn Nealand, Edgerrin Cooper. All of those are best available. That's the first 10.
Hey, Twan and Severe, what are you guys' thought on Kool-Aid?
That's a no-fly zone for me.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. I think it's because of all the off the field stuff. We got players
off the field issues.
Yeah. Yeah, and it ties in with the location that we're in.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't want to play. I don't want to play with fire in regards to him. Yes, he's talented. You know what I'm saying? Yes, there's talent there, but you know, the off the field stuff has some concern for me. And I don't think that would play well with what we got going.
Hey, Raider Nation 510 put Kyrie Jackson as the best cornerback available. Me and Stu watched a lot of Kyrie Jackson. Stu was
hold
telling
on. I
me.
want to hold on. Severe, what do you think about Kool-Aid? What's your thought?
My internet's messing up. I don't know if you guys better hear me. I like Kyrie Jackson. He's a lone guy. He's not super strong at the point of the attack, but I think Kyrie Jackson, with the way corners are being drafted in this year, I think he'll be available in the third. So I wouldn't. That's not a guy I'm taking in the second round. I think it's a very good chance he'll be available in the third. So I would personally wait on him, but I think he's a guy. I mean, he's huge. He's like 6'3", 6'4".
See that?
You know, super long.
I like big long paws, big long DBs, man. I do, man. Like they're hard to get around, bro. Even if they're not as fast as a smaller guy. I mean, and I like physical guys. And I'll be honest with you, any DB coming from Alabama, coming from Nick Saban's system, dude, they're going to be good DBs, dude. They're going to be good DBs.
What do you think of Cam Hart then, Twan, Severe? What do you guys think of Cam Hart?
Not this early.
Renardo Green.
Yeah, so what do you guys think then? I mean, with the second pick
is the second. What Stu is saying is what makes the second pick so hard is there's so many fucking receivers and defensive tackles that are all right there. So if you guys want to go best available players, it's linebacker, right? According to ESPN.
What linebacker though?
I just like Stu, like I said, according
I wasn't listening, my bad.
According to ESPN, Edgerrin Cooper, Junior Colson from Michigan.
No,
and Peyton Wilson from North Carolina State.
Better than Colson at Michigan, trust me, guys.
How about Peyton Wilson though from North Carolina State? The guy ran the fastest linebacker 40 for, I think he ran a 4.3 or a 4.4, 4.44, I think.
I don't know enough about him.
And then there's Cedric Gray. Like these are all second round linebackers, right? And then there's a bunch of corners. I mean, you know, again, we went over cornerback right here. It's Kool-Aid McKinstry, Cooper DeJean, Enos Regstraw, Kamari Lassiter's a second round grade.
I judge the white defensive backs harder than anybody else.
TJ Tampa.
We might see a run at linebacker because we didn't see that in the first round. You know what I'm saying? Usually at one point in the draft, there's a run on certain things. Like we started to see a run on the wide receiver, and then we saw a run, kind of a run on the corners. You know what I'm saying? They kind of not consecutively, but you kind of seen that they all kind of we're on the back end of the first round. You know what I'm saying? It surprised me to see the corners go that far off the first round, but with all the quarterbacks and all the other stuff that got taken, it went down.
When was the first corner taken?
First cornerback taken was Quinyon Mitchell. First cornerback taken, Stu, was Quinyon Mitchell to the Eagles at number 22. Then the next cornerback was Terrion Arnold.
That's gotta be kind of a
Alabama.
When's the last time the first corner was taken in the mid-20s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, here's the thing too, Stu. Hey, Stu, check this one out. So the second corner taken, Terrion Arnold, that was Dallas's pick, and Detroit traded to go up and get him. So Detroit traded up, Dallas traded down. And then the third cornerback and the only
is that the other kid from
that's
the other kid from Alabama? That's the other kid from Alabama?
No.
Yeah, that's Terrion Arnold's. So he's the second cornerback taken, and the final cornerback taken out of the first round.
Would you guys have been all right with us taking that kid at number 13?
Nah, man, that high.
I personally, I had Quinyon Mitchell ahead of him personally. Yeah.
Yeah, I had Quinion Mitchell
You
ahead
would
of
have been
him
all right
too.
with the kid from is it Toledo or
Yeah.
Cooper
Yeah.
DeJean? No, I wouldn't have taken him
no
in the
no no
first
no no no
round.
no from
No, Toledo.
Oh, Quinion Mitchell. Yeah, Quinion
Yeah.
Mitchell.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
How would you have felt with that at 13?
I kind of already had the corners going at 20. Just in my own preference, I was trying to figure out how could we trade back and get a corner, and I was like, if we trade back, it's probably going to be around 19, 22, and we could get a corner there. So it was interesting to see that actually happened. But what surprised me, just kind of, and they talked about it today, was the whole, pretty much the first 14 was all offense. So that's why
Yeah.
we're seeing a lot of this. A lot of these guys get pushed down, and we're starting to see some of these guys that some of them still got first round grades on them. So
No, Twan, you got severe. Twan, you guys are making great points, man. Yeah.
Yeah, no
So
shit. Let these guys talk. Fuck.
yeah,
fuck
you guys are awesome. Boston X is joining us right now.
What's up,
Haven't seen
y'all?
him in a bit.
Hey, it's been a minute. What's up?
What's up, dude? I mean, I know you're happy with your pick. You guys got Drake May.
Yeah, but I wanted Marvin Harrison just for the fact that we haven't had a good wide receiver in a minute.
So you're not happy with Drake May?
No, I'm happy. I mean, it was the obvious
I mean,
pick
when's
for
the last
Bunt.
time New England had a star receiver? Randy Moss, I guess, right?
Julian
They had
Edelman?
Jacoby Myers last year, and they stupidly
Yeah.
gave him to us.
Yeah, I don't know why we did that. We also gave you Jared Stidham too, which pissed me off.
You could have him.
Yeah, but he's an asshole. Fuck him. He's an asshole.
You want him back?
No,
Fuck
we got
Stidham.
Drake May.
Okay. I know he's not on our roster, but we'll see if we can make a deal.
I'll take him for a hot dog and a handshake.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking second rounders right now, Boston. So we're trying to figure it out. But hey, let me ask you: you're picking third tomorrow.
Oh,
so who
shoot,
are you
sorry.
guys getting?
Well, I'm a Kansas State fan, so I'm a little biased. I want Cooper Beebe. But other than that, I would want a probably receiver. If Mitchell is there,
is that a Don Beebe relative or?
I don't.
Wow, I don't know. That's a good question, Stu. He's a guard out of Kansas.
Okay.
He's offensive tackle. He's back-to-back Big 12 offensive tackle of the year. So I would take him. But if Mitchell's there,
no, Mitchell is there, man. The best available wide receivers right now, going into tomorrow. That's what we were talking about earlier. Is it's crazy, dude. There's so many good wide receivers. It's Adonai Mitchell, Lad McConkey, Keon Coleman.
But that's the thing, though. That receivers are a dime a dozen. There's always going to be a bunch of receivers,
dude.
Like,
and Stu, you're speaking gospel. Like,
right?
What the heck was Carolina thinking?
Yeah,
I'm
still trying to figure that out.
I'm still trying to figure out what the Falcons were thinking.
Dude, that was crazy. That was crazy. They just paid $180 million to Kirk Cousins with $100 million guaranteed. That was a crazy pick. That was
$100 million guaranteed.
Yeah, they gave it to Kirk Cousins. That's why no one thought they were going to pick a quarterback. That was the last thing everybody.
I think they're paying him $180 million this year with $100 million guaranteed.
Yeah, exactly. It's a 4-year. It's $100 million guaranteed. They gave him like a $60 million signing bonus or some crazy shit like that.
Well, I've got to believe it's similar to almost, I guess maybe not as much, but like Phillip Rivers with San Diego and Drew Brees, or Aaron Rodgers with Green Bay and Brett Favre. Where they're either having him just shit. We want this guy because he is our future, and we're going to let him be the backup for a little bit. Or if shit goes down, we can throw him in there and he can, go with it earlier than we thought. I guess, right? I mean,
I feel bad for Penix because Penix doesn't deserve to be put on ice like that. I'm not saying that he's ready to go right now,
Come on, that's a great position to be in, though.
Like
you're getting paid first round money to be the backup and sit back behind a all pro. You know what I'm saying? Like, learn from them and take 2-3 years, not get beat up, and then step in while you're still making that first round money. It's not a bad gig. It's not a bad gig at all.
I mean, hey, if you think about it like that, you know, he's getting paid to sip Gatorade, you know,
and learn. You know what I'm saying? And learn.
He might not be learning too soon because I don't know how well Kirk Cousins is going to do after an Achilles injury.
Well, these guys, true. That's the thing, though. These guys nowadays, I was actually talking to fucking Jim Everett today, and we were talking about Achilles injuries and shit, and like back when I was with the Raiders, remember Ronald Curry?
Yeah.
One of the best athletes to ever fucking play the sport. He had 3 of them. And I remember, dude, it was at least 11 months, like off jump, if you fucking had an Achilles. But now, with the new surgeries they're having and whatever, now Aaron Rodgers, he was back with what 5 weeks, 6 weeks, or sorry, 5 or 6 months or whatever. I don't know how many babies he had to sacrifice and drink their blood, but whatever he's doing, it worked. So guys can come back from those injuries a lot faster now.
I don't know where Twan went.
I'm still here.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, everybody's appreciating us on. There's a lot of people, man, watching right now. Because I guess nobody else might be talking about it. So I don't know, Boston, you came on. You know,
I couldn't sleep. It's like 3 a.m. on the East Coast, so I was like, I might as well hop on.
It's exactly It's exactly 3 a.m. on the East Coast.
Severe got cut out because his connection was so bad. It was worse than Devin Haney's legs.
Oh my!
Dang,
that's funny. Try to come back though, Severe.
Yeah, Severe, get your ass back in here.
I'm trying to figure out because the Jets only have Aaron Rodgers as their quarterback technically. So who are they going to draft?
I think Aaron's ready though.
But who's going to back him up if he gets hurt?
They'll get somebody. They'll get like a Jordan Travis
or a guy or something, right?
Somebody in the later
round. They're going to draft Spencer Rattler.
Ooh, D Menace. D Menace is loving it. D Menace, why don't you just come on?
Rattler, I mean that's
my guy, D.
Isn't Rattler the last quarterback kind of that's out there yet? I mean,
there's Sam Hartman from Notre Dame.
Yeah, do you want to know the best available quarterbacks, Stu? I can tell it to you right now. It's Spencer Rattler. He's number 1.
Okay.
Michael Pratt's number 2.
Who's
Keaton
that?
Slovis.
Who's Pratt?
Michael Pratt's from Tulane. Keaton
yeah,
Slovis is number 3. Jordan Travis is number 4. This is according to ESPN, man. Don't get mad at me. This is according to ESPN. Jordan Travis is number 4. Devin Leary from Kentucky is number 5. Joe Milton is number 6. Sam Hartman, the guy that looks like a model.
We never know. I mean, shit. You look at the.
Nobody knew about Brock Purdy.
You never know what these guys are going to do.
Tom Brady got picked 199. So who knows?
Are the percentages high that could happen? No, but dude, you got to think. How many players are drafted? 350 or what is it?
Well, it depends, but this year I think it's going to be 262.
Dang.
Or is it 250? Okay, yeah, okay, 250.
There's compensatory picks. There's compensatory picks.
Dude, you're talking about 250 guys. Every guy that gets picked up is pretty fucking good. You know what I mean? Like, each of these guys can go on and be a fucking guy. You know what I mean? So, people want to, clown about, this, there's only this guy's left or whatever, but you see it every year. There's always a guy that comes out, 6th, 7th round guy that fucking goes and becomes a starter, becomes a fucking perennial all pro. You know what I mean?
Tom Brady.
You never know.
Brock Purdy.
Yeah. Tom
Yeah.
Brady was 199.
I mean, other
Brock
percentages. I
Purdy.
mean, does that happen a lot? Absolutely not. The percentages are very, 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 very low. But it happens every fucking year. You know.
Well,
So,
Drew Brees didn't even go into first round. He went into the second round.
he's a second rounder. Yeah.
So
You know. So I mean, I'm not sure
hard to
why.
say.
I'm not sure why I even brought that up, but whatever.
No. I mean, because Twan was talking about quarterbacks. Hey, Severe's back. Here we go.
Yeah. No, that with Aaron Rodgers, I think again they're just going to pick somebody just to sit behind him because I think that's all.
What we're talking about. That's right.
I think that's all it's going to be. They know that Aaron Rodgers is that guy over there. You know what I'm saying? So they just gonna have to have someone sit behind
Jesus Christ! I mean, how fuck? He's got to be what 30, 40? He's 40, isn't he?
I think so.
What
he
type
might
of-
be in his like late 30s.
I remember him when I was in Oakland. He was at Cal.
Yeah.
And like he might be in his like again, y'all didn't catch it, but I said whatever child blood he's drinking, fucking make him.
He's a vampire, Stu. He's a vampire.
But whatever fucking fountain of youth he's, whoever he's sacrificing, shit, it's working. But god dang.
But the other thing, Stu, you know what I'm saying, and I think you can relate to this, is that the rules have changed. You know what I'm saying? You could barely breathe on the quarterback nowadays. So if you telling me that I'm barely getting, if I'm barely getting touched up, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that means I can stick around longer.
You're right. You're right. I'm just thinking though, I mean, God, I mean, to have that type of injury and to be back and
yeah.
He's older than dirt.
Yeah, it's hard for me to get up and do the laundry nowadays, and I'm 42. I'm thinking, fuck, dude. I mean, to get up and I know you're just sitting in a pocket, but you're still battling against the baddest motherfuckers around, and to be able to do that, man, that takes a lot of fucking illegal drugs, is what it takes. And
apparently Hondo Carpenter an hour ago said that the Raiders were never going to pick Penix at 13. Well, it didn't fucking matter anyways because Penix went at number 8. So, it wouldn't have mattered anyways.
I don't think it would have been worth it. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you look at the board and say, oh, the top.
AR Afakasi, come in, man. Come join.
Afi. I saw some video of him fucking working out and shit, throwing weights around, fucking eating dumbbells and shit.
Hey, join us.
I agree with you. I don't think that. I'd actually rather have the tight end before I had Penix, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
What do you think, Severe? I know Severe's gonna disagree with that.
Come on, man. What's up with your Haney legs?
Severe,
you're frozen again like Haney, dude. What's up?
I bet.
Stu just asked you a question, Severe.
Yeah, man.
Did you hear me?
It's this hotel internet, man. I'm trying to connect to this Wi-Fi. It's just trash.
I wouldn't even waste your time.
Nah,
that hotel still hasn't fixed their Wi-Fi.
Where you at?
He's at the Ahern Hotel.
The Ahern? What's that?
I don't know, man.
You got hookers in there?
No. They were doing a draft show earlier or something like that. So he's frozen right now, like how Devin.
They were doing a draft show earlier or something like that.
So
he's frozen right now, like how
they
were doing a draft show earlier or something like that.
The guy next to him stealing his Wi-Fi.
So he's frozen right now, like how they were doing a draft show earlier or something like that.
The guy next to him stealing his Wi-Fi.
So he's frozen right now, like how they were doing a draft.
Golly.
I was like, who got the echo?
Yeah, what's up? God.
Who got the
Hey.
echo chamber in this building? Oh, that was
All right,
severe.
it might have been because it's severe, guys.
Yeah, he's
His shit's getting hacked right now by
yeah, he need to look into that Wi-Fi severely.
I was gonna say that Super 8. That's what I thought. I was gonna say Super 8 or Motel 6.
Man, we got a lot of people watching.
He in
though.
that dungeon zone right now. When
For real. Hey,
Hey,
so
he just
hey,
tapped out. Severe says he taps out.
hey, transplant. What you think? What you think the next move is, man? I know we all guessing.
Honestly, I listen to a lot of you guys. I listen to what you say, Twan. I listen to.
Don't
mean,
listen
for
to
me,
me.
I just
I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, come on, man. Stop it.
Angelo, you got
AR's coming on. He's just getting ready. So Alpha Kasi will come in. But no, Twan, I mean, honestly, for me, I'm still thinking about what we need. I hate that we haven't really addressed that fucking right side of the line. But given tomorrow, I understand that because we're picking 12, taking any of these line people might be taking them too high because there's so many other players.
Is that
are
what we're
good.
calling them now? We're calling them line people instead of line.
O-line. I'm sorry, man.
Are we there
the
now?
O-line. Yeah.
Is that what we're doing now?
The line
Yeah.
person, you know,
Sorry, Stu.
we got to be
So-
gender fluid around here, Stu. You know what I'm saying?
So what hey Twan, what threw me off Twan is that we took or we paid for Cody Whitehair, I think like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So that kind of threw me off because I'm like, fuck, man, I wanted Jackson Powers Johnson and he's right there to take at 12. But what the fuck are we gonna do with so many fucking guards, man? Dylan Parham, Cody Whitehair, Andre James, fucking Meredith. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
You know what, he's gonna have to draft their replacements, you know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of those guys, they might be coming in just for camp and they might get beat out, you know what I'm saying? And I'll give you this little tidbit because this is what I kind of picked up on. You know what Telesco said. He drops little nuggets, you know what I'm saying, here and there. And he said one of the spots that was the deepest was the offensive line. So, you know, we might have to just kind of wait and see because he might have his eye on some offensive linemen in the later rounds that we're not even looking at. You know what I'm saying? And those are going to be guys that are going to compete. You know what I'm saying? Because obviously AP's already said that he wants competition up and down the roster. So, you know, some of these guys we might be thinking are going to be starters. Cody Whitehair may have came in here and might think that he's the starting guard, but Telesco might bring somebody in that he has an eye on. And Cody Whitehair might be on the next Spirit flight out of Vegas.
Yeah. Cody Nut Hair.
I mean, again, I understand why. Like me and Chris from Protect the Shield podcast even talked about it on our Trench show like 2 months ago, where we knew that Luke Gessie might go get his guy, which was Cody Whitehair. But it kind of fucks us now, like in the second round, because Jackson Powers Johnson is right there, and you know I love Jackson Powers Johnson, Twan.
Yeah,
you know I love Jackson Powers Johnson, but you know, what do we do? What do we do? Alpha Kasi, thanks for coming. What do we do? What the fuck do we do in the second round now?
What's up, gang? How are we? Angelo,
what up,
Stu, my guy, Twan, and sorry, the guy to my right. What's your name?
What's up? I'm Xavier, Boston X.
Xavier, are you sure that's your name?
Xavier.
Patriots.
I'm a Patriots.
He's a Patriots fan, dude.
Oh, well, that's what's up. Hello, nice to meet you. Anyway,
I'm the non-biased.
anyways, gang, how are we? Happy draft day. What was the question?
No, it was just that. What are we doing in the second round? So we've exhausted 2.5 hours of Brock Bowers. We've talked about all the goods, all the bads. We showed Tom Telesco's press conference. So now we're like, what the fuck do we do now?
Who do we pick at number 2? Who do we pick?
Who do we get at the number 12 pick tomorrow?
Whoever they go with, I'm with it. Look, in AP and Tom Telesco, I trust. Simple as that. A hell of a lot more than I trusted the last regime. That's for damn sure.
Motherfucker.
If
You
Brock Bowers is
motherfucker.
the best guy on their board, he wasn't the highest on many people's radars, including mine. But if he was the highest guy on the board that was available at that pick, I'm with it. And Antonio Pearson, Tom Telesco, I trust. Simple as that.
All right, there you go.
Can I ask a question, brother?
No, absolutely not. Fuck no, you cannot.
Okay.
Go on, Twan. Don't be so rude,
No.
Stu.
Are we not happy that we actually drafted somebody that we actually know in the first round?
Right. Well, just let me give you some perspective, because I know some people were down on the pick in that, and I understand that. But like for many years, we drafting for need and not like the best player available. Here we are taking what was on their board and many other boards, the best player available. And I also want to take you back to 2010, right? Now, I heard this story on a live a few weeks ago, and it makes sense if it's true, right? That was the year. That was the last year Al Davis was alive. R.I.P. to Al Davis, the Godfather. And that year, if you remember, we selected what was one of our biggest needs, a middle linebacker, Rolando McClain. Now, it came about that, like, apparently, in someone had read the scout books from that season, and every single scout, they were belting the table for Rob Gronkowski. He ignored the scouts' reviews and went with Rolando McClain. So here we are, 14 years later. I'm hoping is a similar situation. I'm not saying he's going to be Rob Gronkowski because I don't know this cat. I haven't watched his tape, but I'm just giving you some objectivity and some positivity. If we did indeed get it right and select a guy that is the consensus best tight end prospect, I mean, you know, from what I hear, he was the best by a landslide in this class. And if he can be the next great tight end that in yesteryears, we've had the likes of Zach Miller, Jared Cook, Darren Wallace, say what you will, how it ended. But when he was on his game, he was one of the best tight ends in the league. You know what I mean? Someone to carry the legacy. Because, you know, Michael Mayer, like, yeah, we drafted him last year, but he's not this regime's guy. And if I'm going to be honest, like, it was a little underwhelming, like the receptions and the production we got. Like, yeah, granted, he's a rookie, but you know what I'm saying? Like, if we found a guy who can be even better and carry on that legacy, I'm with it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm excited about it. You know what I'm saying? I think Alpha if you go and jump on some film, I think you'll also be encouraged about, you know, what we got. I think it all threw us threw us a curveball, because I don't think none of us was talking about Brock Bowers, but you know, we also have to ask ourselves, does this ultimately make sense, you know what I'm saying, for our roster? And it does. You have now two tight ends. You can confidently run a two tight end set and really get production from it, and not even show your hand. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be a situation where Mayer can do the same things that Brock Bowers can do, and defenses can, defenses can't key on, a player versus another player if they're lined up. And we've had so many years of when a certain player came out there, everybody knew what was going down. You're not going to be able to do that with this offense that seems to be built. Yes, I was looking for an offensive lineman, but again, I have to hold on to what Telesco said, in his press conferences, is that I think he feels confident with some of the guys in the later rounds. So we'll see what he does. We'll definitely see what he does. And I think the question of, who we're going to get at too is always going to be an evolving thing, because you always have to assess what didn't get drafted in the first round. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of phone calls right now, for that number one pick, you know what I'm saying, in the second round, because that player's dropped to the second round.
Can I say something? So Twan, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
No, I can't hear you. You're muted.
Am I?
I'm messing with you, sir.
Oh, okay. All right. No,
love you, man.
it's a really good point right now that I don't want to lose here. Twan brings up a good point when you talk about 2 tight end system. So when you can run 12 personnel, coming from a defensive perspective, when you're watching film and studying a team, when a team runs 12 personnel, their entire playbook is available. Okay. What 12 personnel is 2 tight ends, 1 running back, 2 receivers. When you're in 21 personnel, which doesn't really happen anymore, right? 2 running backs, a tight end, 2 receivers, you're thinking run. When you're in 11 personnel, which is 1 running back, 3 receivers, 1 tight end, you're thinking pass. But in 12 personnel, guys, for a defense, that's the toughest personnel grouping to study because you can run everything. And play action is huge in 12 personnel. So if we have 2 tight ends that not only can block, which we saw Mayer last year become a really good blocker, and from what I'm hearing about Bowers is he's a good blocker as well. As a safety and linebacker, that's fucking really tough because you really have to know what the fuck's going on. And again, the fact that we can have our entire playbook open because those tight ends, they can come off the line of scrimmage and go back into be a fullback. And they can come and do those, U motions and stuff like that. And with them being as good as receivers as they are, we can do whatever we want. And as an offense, when you can run any play you want from a formation that the defense doesn't know what the fuck you're doing, that's really hard to scout against and that's really hard to defend. So, yeah, were there other positions that maybe we could have drafted? Yes. But if this kid is what they're saying he is and add him into the fucking fray, our offense is, again, who gives a think about, Kansas City's defense. Yeah, who gives a fuck, right? Their offense is so good that you can get by on some shit. But our defense is better. I think our defense is better than Kansas City's defense. But when you add these guys in, add some running backs in here in the later rounds, and just throw a couple guys, some corners and another linebacker on that defense, man, it could be deadly. Again, I'm going from an NFL perspective as far as an offense. Who do you guard? You look at the fucking weapons that we have, Myers and fucking
Devontae.
Yeah, no, Stu makes a
All
good
the
point.
other
Devontae Adams, Jacoby Myers, Trey Tucker, Michael Mayer, Harrison Bryant's no bum, by the way.
There's going to be a mismatch somewhere in that fucking lineup. And not only, and what I liked about it is, for me, I love double tight because, dude, that's football, right? Because you can run inside between the tackles, you can run outside, you can run play action, you can max protect, you can again, like I said, your entire offensive playbook is available to you.
Do you think we will actually utilize dual tight end sets, or do you think maybe this is relegating Mayer to either be a depth guy or even maybe possibly trade? Because remember in yesteryears, how many years in recent history have we talked about dual tight end sets, and how many times did that happen?
But
you know what I'm saying?
I will say this though, Avocado, that's a good question. But here's what I've seen is about every 25 years, 23, 28 years, the football game kind of goes back to how it was, right? So for many years, it's been that spread, wide out. It's there's no fullback, one running back, even the running back's a fucking receiver. But now you're starting to see some of these teams go back to that where there's a fullback and there are a tight end and they are running in between the tackles. So I think the game's going back to that type of style of play.
Is that a mile high low?
So Alfakasi, Captain Jack was talking about this earlier when he's in Detroit, right? We want to get his take on what, the Brock Bowers, how everybody reacted. And he talked about the fact that it's bringing us back to the old Raider 70s glory days of Raymond Chester and Dave Casper. And he was saying how that was that old school. We got 2 tight ends that are mean.
Coming back, guys. It's coming back.
It's like, let's go punch them in the mouth. And Stu's making a lot of good points too. Like, because believe me, man, I was shocked. I'm with you, Alfacasi. I gotta trust whatever, because I'll be a Raider fan no matter what. But I was shocked because I wanted Fuaga so fucking bad that when they passed up on Fuaga and Fuaga gets taken next, I was shocked. But hearing Stu, who knows this game better than all of us, saying that, well, how the fuck are you going to guard the Raiders now with Devontae, with Jacoby, with Trey Tucker, with you could throw Brock Bowers in there. You could confuse everybody with a 13 personnel, a 12 like there's so many different personnel changes you can make in the offense. And Stu knows that I love Aiden O'Connell. I've been bragging about Aiden O'Connell since fucking December. I wanted us to just give him a fair chance. So Stu, knowing Aiden O'Connell the way you know him, because he's Purdue, how happy would you be if you're Aiden O'Connell right now with this fucking
I'm gonna say
weapons?
I love it because the more weapons you can give your tight end or give your quarterback, and obviously the quarterback's best friend is going to be tight ends. And with these 2 guys, especially on 3rd down and in the red zone, man, again, it's 3 tight end sets. I mean, it creates mismatches because these tight ends aren't only good blockers. I mean, this kid, that Bauer that we got, not only was he the Mackey Award winner 2 years in a row, not only did he lead Georgia in receptions all 3 years he was there, 2 of them under a national championship. Not only did he fucking set a freshman record, and I mean, this kid has stats out of order. He was up for the Lombardi Award 2 years in a row, which is the best offensive lineman. So obviously the kid can block, right? So when you add in those guys, but when they go out and they run routes like receivers, like Antonio Gates, like Tony Gonzalez, like the guy at Cleveland. That, anyways, they create matchup nightmares. They really do, because you want to put a nickel guy on them, they're too big for them. You want to put a safety on them, they're too slow for them, right? So I mean, again, it's.
I heard he can play out in the backfield too, Stu.
It's just, they can, I mean, and they can move around, and again, you can put them at fullback, you can put them down there and do a bunch of stuff. So I mean, I think it gives us a lot of versatility. Again, did I think we needed a tight end? No. I mean, absolutely not. But now looking at it, I think and sorry, Afakasi, I think we'll look back at this, and if I'm looking at it, and again, I got to change my mindset, you only have to score more points than the other opponent. And right now I'm looking at, I don't know what offense. I mean, we've got a pretty, Jesus Christ.
Salute, Captain Jack.
He's in Detroit, everybody.
Hey, I called you. Did you get my message?
Yes, sir, I did. And thanks.
My wife, she said, Stuart, I just want to let you know, Jack called me. I'm just letting you know. So she did let me know. Sorry it took me so long to get to you.
No, that's fine. I actually got the message, and thanks, Stu, for that. But because you always
Jack, real quick, I just want to let all the chat people know, thanks for sticking around. I've been on now for 3 hours, and we got Stuart Schwager, Captain Jack, Alpha.
Okay, well, if you got Stu, you're going to be on for about another 3. So there you go.
Go ahead, Captain Jack.
I would say, because the indomitable Mr. Schweigert is good for at least another 2.
We've been on for a while, man. He's been holding it down. Dude, this is good.
I'm doing it for Raider Nation, man. Everybody got to say something from around the world, and Afakasi finally got to join us too. He's all the way on the other side of the world. So
that's it. And we got, is that you, Twan?
Yes, sir. Yes,
there you
sir.
go. See, you can't that I don't know all my peeps anymore. Sometimes people would come on, I didn't know who the fuck they were. So, you know.
You look good.
Can I
You
just
look good, Jack.
Can I just
Go
address
ahead.
that comment there by Carrera and salute to you in the chat? He's saying that the lack of any meaningful attempt to trade up in an effort to not duplicate last year's anemic offense, headed by a zero mobile quarterback, speaks volumes to the direction we're about to go again. Well, they tried. They tried with to get Jaden Daniels. Washington weren't taking any calls. That was their guy. We tried again with Penix. That didn't work out either. So it's not. I disagree with that lack of effort of trying to make it a meaningful attempt. They tried. The teams that selected those said players hold fast because they wanted those guys. So I think that's unfair to say there was a lack of effort. But to what you were saying before, Stu, like, you know, and you as well, Raz, you were saying like we're taking it back to the old school, new school. I don't care as long as it works, right? Just get our offense going and produce. That's all I ask. I don't care how, why, what. Just get it done. But yeah, look, I think as well with what you were saying about Fuaga, Raz, that like you wanted him, but maybe the fact that we didn't take him like as well as he was the best player available with Bowers, that might be an endorsement for a guy that I've been pretty high on in Mumford. I believe that he is due for a third-year leap. I mean, he's only been steadily trending upwards for a guy we drafted round 7. This will be his third year. So we drafted in 2022, and he's only been getting better. And it's not outside of the realm of possibility for him to take that third-year jump, much like a lot of the guys did last year with Diablo, with Kuntz, with Hobbs, with Morig. You know what I mean? Like, that for me is a reasonable amount of time for a player to make that jump. And if he can make that jump, then and make that right tackle position his own, I'm hoping that's what it means. If we don't take a right tackle, or maybe we might still grab one in the mid to late rounds. I'm looking more interior. I think we have a very good success rate with drafting interior linemen with guys like Parham, with guys like Wisniewski and Gabe Jackson in recent history. So that for me is a reasonable area to attack that position. But yeah, look, like whatever it takes, just get it done. And is that a Lala Alzado jersey you got on there, Stu? Mahala? Yeah, that's what's up. I got one too.
Lala Alzado. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, no, I mean, and again, that's why for me, believe me, guys, I'm feeling a lot more positive now than when I got on, and then Captain Jack's explaining it and Stu's explaining it, and even your bright outlook of the future, Alpha Kasi. Like, I like hearing all of this, right? Because it's easy to get, taken down in that pool of negativity that so many people will say, "Oh my God, what are we doing again?" And believe me, man, I'm the defender of Aiden O'Connell, so I'm going to stick to it no matter what happens with him this next year. But I've always said that I feel like it's unfair to not give the player that you picked a fair chance before you say no. And I think that that's what you've been saying about Mumford is, let's give him a fair chance. And if he hits, then we got ourselves a steal in the set. We picked him, I think, 7th round, right?
Yeah, right. And it's not about just giving him a fair chance. I mean, when he's been given the opportunities that he's had to either start or rotate in, he showed promise. He showed potential. And that's all you ask from like your first 2 years. Like, I'm willing to give players concessions for development for their first 2 years, as long as they show that they're trending upwards. And I feel like Mumford has at least done that. So year 3, I'm expecting, possibly big things. Hopefully it pans out. And even if it doesn't, like a round 7 guy, like, I mean, he's at least good enough to be a rotation guy. So.
Yeah, it's not costing us anything. Right.
Exactly.
The 7th round guy to get as much as we've got from him in the 7th round, as opposed to a lot of the other 7th round guys that we've drafted in yesteryears, they haven't even made the roster. They didn't do squat. So to get a guy who could possibly make the starting job his own, that's a win.
Some people know my word cheap labor, and that's the definition of cheap labor. He ain't even expensive. You got him on a 4-year contract. You know what I'm saying? You can keep him until somebody else beats him out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And of course I like Munford. You know what I'm saying? I think he could be our right tackle, but I think we need to bring some guys in to bring in that competition just in case he ain't the guy. then if he's not that guy, he can be here for 4 years and we can send him on his merry way. You know what I'm saying? And still not spend a lot of money because again, he's on cheap labor.
How many picks do we have left?
We have a total of 7 left, Stu.
7.
We have 2 7th-round picks, and then we're picking on every single round.
We have 2 second-round picks.
No, 2 7th. 2 7th round picks, Stu. And then we're picking
Every other round is just 1.
Yeah, we're picking a 2nd round, a 3rd round, a 4th round, 5th round, 6th round, and then we get 2 final picks.
Bank on that to change, though. Things will change. I don't.
Right.
There could be some
trade
trade
up and down.
And gentlemen, I hate to do this, but again, I have events to do tomorrow. I hit up and made sure that when I saw that Angelo was shared something, I wanted to make sure I got some shares, and that's why he's like, "Hey, we're still on with Stu," and I'm like, and every time I hear that, "Hey, Stu, you know the song Boogie with Stu by Led Zeppelin, right?"
No, I do not. I know Disco Stu from The Simpsons, but I don't know.
No. Listen to Boogie with Stu. It's a Zeppelin tune, a great tune that it is. So that's your, and I think that it's mostly an instrumental. So if you ever needed to have something that would be, right for your show, then and it obviously you'd have to try to get permissions for it. But yeah, Boogie with Stu would be good.
Have you been to Detroit before, Cap?
Sir?
Have you been to Detroit? Like actually stayed in Detroit and been up there and experienced Detroit at all, or?
Technically, no. I was in Detroit one time earlier, just long enough to get my Hard Rock pin, and I had the.
How was it?
Well, this was several years ago when I was like rolling around the country.
Today.
Oh, today was fantastic. It was fantastic today. In fact, there were people that were saying to, and they even asked us. They said, "Hey, how do you like it? And what have you heard about Detroit?" And it's like and it was fantastic, the inner city. But granted, this Airbnb is out in like Smithfield Heights or something.
Yeah, Sterling Heights, probably.
Sterling Heights. There you go. Yeah, we're out in Sterling Heights. So we're out in the burbs, but like I said, Detroit proper was a nice experience, and it was good. And that's why I gotta get to bed, because I gotta wake up in the morning and do a whole other day of things. But I wanted to say thanks for everybody that came in when Angelo was holding down the fort and popped in and did the comments for all those that were like, well, shit, Jack ain't here. He's at the fucking draft. But it's great to have somebody to pop in and get an immediate impact with the fans out there. And so I want to give extra applause to Angelo, extra applause to Stu for popping on. Avikazi, always good to see you, brother. And Twan, you know I love you, brother. So
yes, sir. Love you too.
Thank you, gentlemen, as well. But I'm going to leave again this thought, and I think I might have expressed it earlier when I was in the car. We don't know. We don't know what the Raiders front office knows. Okay, we don't know if Dalton Wagner is already penciled in at a tackle. Okay, because you can't teach size, strength, and aggression. We don't know. We don't know what they're going to be doing for the guard position. We don't know if Mumford is the right tackle, if Wagner's the right tackle, if Mumford's going to be playing right guard, because he played guard in college too. He's that adept. Okay. Yeah. We don't know what we're still missing. Possibly we're still missing a lineman. We don't know what we're going to get in free agency, which guys are going to be automatically on the trade block because of what happens in this draft as cap casualties. We also don't know that when people are bitching about Brock Bowers, and I did see the video and people are laughing because the parents' reaction, especially the father, was like, "Oh fuck," and you can see it on his face. He had the "Oh fuck," he was not happy. Okay, at least the father's reaction was. But you know what? You're not playing for the Raiders. Your son is.
Fuck him.
Okay, your son is, And Brock Bowers is probably I would say maybe not top 3, but he's a top 5 offensive weapon in college from a powerhouse school that made Georgia what it was these past years. Okay. And again, I go back to the tandem of, of Raymond Chester and Dave Casper. When you have a double tight end set, when they both can block and they both can catch, and you put that on the outside when you have Devontae Adams and Jacoby Myers and Turner and Tucker, we're set. We just need we need one more piece for the offensive line. And maybe, and I hate saying this as well, if it's a big boy, maybe Parham is not that piece because he is the more quick and agile of the guards. He's not these big behemoths that we have slated in. We don't know what's going on, but I do know that Luke Getsy is one to run the ball, and throw to the tight end. And then when people are sucking up for running the ball, I think we have some receivers. I'm sorry, Stu.
Sorry, that's how you win football games, by what you just said just now.
Right. Yeah. Old school Raider football. So people, don't be pissed off. I can honestly say I have more enthusiasm for what is to come than me being the party line and being as nice as I could and I can call him McShitnuts now because Jack Kenna always called him McShitnuts. So I said, don't call him
The
that
hell
on
with
my
that guy.
Yeah. But now we got somebody with the coaches that we have and the implementation of what we can do. We're going to have an offense that isn't hamstrung with a shitty playbook, but with an offensive coordinator that was a quarterback's coach, and nothing against that Bo Hardigree, nothing against him, but he wasn't an offensive coordinator. He was thrown into the job. I like what we got and what we will do. And remember, there's still so many things that we have to do left. So don't be pissing and moaning like, oh, the Raiders fucked up the first round pick again. Well, I even go back to Tyree Wilson. Tyree Wilson's going to be a beast this year because he's coming off of that injury. He has a full training camp. He has full everything. And you add him to that defensive line with who we picked up with Wilkins, and throw him on the other side with Coons and Crosby, and the other kids. I call them kids because everybody's a kid to me. That are in the middle, right? It's going to be great. So there's still pieces to come, folks. So don't be pissing and moaning. Okay, you don't have to be a super like you're high on ecstasy and LSD, saying that we're the greatest team that's going to happen this year, but just give it an opportunity. So just let it play out. Again, gentlemen, I'm going to go. It's always wonderful. Thanks to Menace. I appreciate that. I am not a blow smoke up your ass type of guy. I'm an analyst. I look at things analytically and I say what the positives and the negatives are. Okay. And I have so much positive energy that I haven't had in years. Okay. With McDaniels gone and that regime gone, let things play out. That's all I got to say. And again, thanks again.
Hey, Cap, real quick before you go,
Yes, sir.
who's still available for me in the second round? Jackson Powers Johnson, baby.
Hey, see, Austin Powers is available. There you go. Austin,
Danger middle name.
Yeah, baby. But hey, here's somebody else that's available, and I don't know whether it's been discussed or not. Jordan Travis is still available. You want a quarterback that actually beat his team and his team and him beat Jaden Daniels in their last head-to-head. Okay, I am a University of Florida graduate, so if I'm going to be pumping up players from Florida State, they're really, really good and they deserve it.
You're not the only Gator fan I've heard giving him glaring reviews. Like there's a lot. There's been quite a few people who are Florida fans, even Miami U fans, and that for me speaks volumes. When you've got guys from teams that are their rivals that they should hate, you know what I mean, giving them rave reviews, that speaks volumes to me.
Good point.
Yeah, and there's, like I said, there's guys. Did Jared Verse get drafted?
Yes, he did, sir. He got drafted to the Rams at number 19.
Okay. Fisk The other kid from Florida
Yeah,
State,
Fisk is available. Fisk is available.
he's still available too. So again, and Florida State had a hell of a corner available, and I'm sorry, I can't recall his name, but he's a game wrecker as well. Don't be pissing and moaning about, oh, we got Brock Bowers. Okay, we got the best player available that is a game changer, and you put him alongside Michael Mayer. Who are you going to fucking block and catch with? Okay, so stop doing that. I say, like, he reminds me of a grandpa who passed away. Sorry, Greg. Well, positive, Greg, but everybody calls me like Jack Black. I look like Jack Black when I have my hair down and whatnot. But again, I'm going to shut up. Guys, have a great rest of your night. Angelo, if you can. Capability. Yep, there you go. Thank you. And again, I am a SEC guy. I saw what he did personally. He was the major game changer for the University of Georgia these past several years. Angelo, I'm going to ask you to kick me because
All right.
I don't want to push the wrong button and fuck up this conversation. Okay.
Thanks, Cap. Thanks a lot. You have a good night, Cap.
Guys, take care. We'll try. Hey, if you're on again another time and I'm still here, I'll try to come in again as I can. Again, Stu, Alkazi, Twan, Angelo, thanks again for being here, guys. I appreciate it.
Much love, Cap.
Peace.
Well, there you go. Knowledge from the Cap, and I think as the night wore on, everybody's taking more of Afakasi's attitude, which is, hey, in AP and Telesco, we trust. So I think everybody's starting to calm down a little bit. It's all good. Stu made a lot of great points about how the hell are you going to guard our offense now with so many weapons. I love Aiden O'Connell. Twan, you've heard me defend Aiden O'Connell so much, dude, because the whole point of a quarterback is to fucking throw the ball. I don't want my quarterback running. I want him throwing the ball. I don't care that he's at you. That's why we're supposed to protect them. It doesn't matter to me. I want balls being thrown. So second pick, Braden Fisk is available. Cap said, Jackson Powers Johnson is available. Linebacker, which Stu said we need linebackers also. Peyton Wilson's available. Edgerrin Cooper's available. I don't know, Afakasi, what are you thinking? You got anybody you like
one
for the second round?
linebacker even been taken yet?
You know what? Actually, hold on.
I don't think so.
I'm going to tell you. Hold on. Has a linebacker been taken in the first round?
Like a true linebacker, not like a rushing kind of.
Yeah, not an edge, but a real linebacker.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
I don't think so.
Yeah, nobody.
I don't recall seeing one. So,
Edgerrin Cooper.
okay, well, that could be an area we can attack. I mean, I like our starters in Spillane. I like Spillane. I do like Diablo, and I like Masterson as a rotational guy, but that's three. I mean, we can always get better, and possibly someone who might be able to be better than, I don't know, Diablo. Diablo had a 30-year jump. He did okay, but if we can find someone who's a better true inside linebacker, then cool.
So
we could use more numbers there. Like outside those three, we're very thin.
So
Afakasi,
Cooper, Junior Colson, Peyton Wilson, Cedric Gray, Trevin Wallace, Jeremiah Trotter, Curtis Jacobs, and Olafascio. Those are the top 8 available.
Sorry, Twan, you want to say something?
No, I was, and you talked about Diablo, and I was just going to ask you a quick question. Do you think Diablo's worth paying?
No,
I'd say Kuntz and Hobbs are worth paying, and maybe even more worth paying more than what Diablo would be the fourth on that. Like the fourth year guys who are coming off contracts. So. He's more of a. I'd like to keep him around. I think he's good, but can we get better? Possibly, we might be able to find someone who could possibly be better from round 2 onwards. Maybe even immediately. I mean, that's not outside of the realm of possibility, right?
Yeah.
I'll say this about Diablo: he's out of position. He's not a middle linebacker, and I mean technically he's really a safety, guys. And for them to put him at that position, I mean that's a tough transition to make. I mean, at Virginia Tech, he was a safety, and to put him down in the middle there was he 225, maybe 230 as a middle linebacker? I mean, that's why he gets those injuries, because he's taking on guards and tackles and fullback. I mean, it's a very physical position, and that's not an easy transition to make. And he's done very well. He's done very well.
Yes, I think so too. I think so too. But you know, we can't. Can we draft? Can we find better? Can we draft better? I guess we'll see.
I think
So Stu, he's right now in the contract year. He's 6'3", 223. And you feel like he could just play safety straight up, or do you want him to do that Michael Barrett?
I guess what I'm saying is he is naturally a safety. I mean, out of college, he was a safety, right? And because he was bigger, they tried to move him down. But to play linebacker at 223,
Is that his current weight, or is that the weight we drafted him at? Because he's definitely gotten bigger. Like you saw how bulked up he was last season.
I
thought he looked pretty good.
I think he did bulk up a little bit, but the reason why I asked that question is because his contract is coming up, and is he really going to be worth it to pay? You know what I'm saying? And for personally me, he can walk. Because I think if we actually drafted linebackers, like we really should just draft people that are linebackers that play linebacker.
Play linebacker, right? Such a simple concept that we just never seem to understand. We're always taking project guys, secondary guys, trying to turn them into linebackers. I'm with you, Twan. Just a linebacker who excelled at linebacker, who produced at linebacker, who can play linebacker.
Play linebacker.
And your list, I agree with you. Like when you look at Kuntz, you know what I'm saying? That might be somebody I throw money at. Trayvon Merrick, yes, I'm throwing money at him. I think he's doing wonders in the backfield that a lot of people are not giving him credit for. And there's a lot of other guys that I'm gonna throw dollars at before I throw at Diablo. And oh, Hobbs, yeah, of course,
absolutely.
Yeah. He would be the first person that I'd be talking to, definitely.
I think Hobbs is our best tackler, to be honest with you.
Right.
Yeah.
I think he excels at that. That's the term for it, right? That money backer. That's the term for the hybrid linebacker cornerback.
Yeah. And when I say best tackler, I'm not saying the most physical tackler, but he is our probably most surest tackler on the team.
Yeah, I can attest to that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you guys were talking about linebackers, I just want to let you know the top 3 available starting tomorrow is Edgerrin Cooper. He's 6'2", 230 pounds from Texas A&M. The second best available is Junior Colson from Michigan, 6'2", 238 pounds. The third best available is Peyton Wilson, who ran the 40 and 4.44, 6'4", 233 pounds, North Carolina State. Are you guys liking any one of those, Alpha Kasi? You like any one of those 3? Because we can get any one of those 3.
I'm not the right guy to ask about prospects because I haven't watched much college tape. And I'm not going to judge a guy who I've never seen play or just by their size. Look, just get someone who can play, period. You know what I'm saying? Someone who produced at the collegiate level and can play the position well at the next level. That's all I ask.
Well, Stu, you were at the combine. Didn't you watch Peyton Wilson when you were there?
No. So when I was there, it was just the quarterbacks, receivers, and running backs, and it was a joke, guys. I mean, it was a fucking circus. It was not the combine that I used to know of, where it was, just the positions and you watch them run, and it was one guy at a time. It was not good. It was not good at all. It was terrible, to be honest with you. But again, I'm telling you, as far as linebacker goes, and I went through looking through the top linebackers, and again, I thought linebackers were probably the weakest position at the combine. When I went there, I didn't see them, but when I reviewed the combine, linebackers were definitely probably the lowest position I thought. But again, I'm just telling you guys, Michael Barrett from Michigan. I'm going to keep saying his fucking name. Michael Barrett from Michigan is a guy that I would like to play with. Pause.
He's a day 3 guy.
I agree with you, Stu. I think overall the linebacking group it is one of the lower ones, and that's the reason why we're seeing the top linebackers still be on the board in the second, going into the second round. But there is some guys there, Peyton Wilson. He I think he's going to be more of an outside linebacker. But I think in our position, to be honest with you, we need all linebacker. We need middle linebacker. We need outside linebacker. We just need Afakasi with his frustration is the same frustration I have. We need a linebacker that plays linebacker. I'm tired of looking at it. I'm tired of bringing in experiments at linebacker and let's hope
taking a DN and moving them down linebacker, taking a safety and moving them down. Yeah.
And that's the sad thing about Diablo, because I'm not saying Diablo's trash or anything like that, but
he's a good player. He's a good player.
When you start watching Diablo and him tackling, he'll tackle, but he's not going forward. He's going backwards getting tackled. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he's tackling the running back, but the running back is getting the best of him. And
I will say this because you know why? Because he's used to coming down from 12 yards with speed rather than sitting at 4 yards and having to come up and give that, they call it a 6-inch punch, right? With linebackers. You come up and you got that pop, that little like this. He's used to coming down with speed and tackling guys. So it's a whole different it's a tough transition to do what he did. And I give him credit to be as successful as he has been at that, coming from a safety position, because it's not easy, but it's a completely different fucking game, man. It really is. It really is. And to be honest with you, it's not fair to him.
Oh, not at all. Not at all.
Yeah.
It's like, it's kind of like, Stu, when you was a little kid and you was playing basketball with your pops and your uncles. You know what I'm saying? You out there with the big boys, you know what I'm saying? And that's what he's doing. He's doing the best he can with the size that he's playing with. And
that's going to be an adjustment. It's going to be an adjustment for him. And unfortunately, like you guys have both said, like Afakasi and you have said, why don't we just get a guy who's done that in college and has been successful with it in college? You know what I'm saying? Like, why do we have to take a guy and try to be that mastermind and go, oh, you know what? I saw something in this kid that no one else saw, and we moved him down here to do this. And it's like, yeah, but I don't just grab the dude that can play linebacker and let's draft him. Like, why would we make it so hard?
Since we're talking linebackers,
the Michigan guy, Afakasi, Junior Colson, out of the draft combine, he's the one that did the best. I mean, all the draft grades is pretty high for him. And Stu, I mean, you should know Michigan guy. So Junior Colson, he's the guy that played along.
Watch both their film and see which one you guys like better.
Yeah, he played right next to Michael Barrett, but Junior Colson is projected to go on tomorrow. He is projected to get by somebody tomorrow night. He's a second round grade. The comparison for him pros is he would be Willie Gay. That's what they're saying.
Willie who?
Willie Gay from Kansas City. He was the spy. He's the guy that they used as the spy.
Yeah.
For all the running. 6'2", 238. Arm length is 32.5. Hands are 9 and 3.
And let me tell you why Michael Barrett is not getting as much hype as he is, because he's 6 foot. That's why. That's the only
right, because he's smaller, right? Yeah. They're saying
I remember a guy named Kirk Morrison who was undersized as well and didn't run as fast as everybody, but became one of the Raiders all-time.
Morrison was a baller.
So
right.
There's a lot of small linebackers that balled out. Ray Lewis was a small linebacker, and
Dat,
we all
Dat
we
Newing,
all
remember Dat
identify
Newing,
him.
Zach Thomas, fuck it, a lot of guys. You know, you're right. No, you're right. You're right.
I tell you what, if we do take a linebacker in the draft, I think that's putting another one of the last regime's
just
draft
smoked.
picks last year on
Fuck yeah.
notice with that Amari Burnett cat. If we do take another linebacker, then he's on notice when it comes to making this final roster.
Who is it? Sorry, Alpacassi. Who is it?
Did you mean who as in who? You forgot who he was, or who you didn't hear?
No, I couldn't hear you. Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Okay, Amari Burnett. Amari Burnett.
You know what? I think Alfakasi, yeah, I think on a stacked team, I think it would, but I don't think so, because when you start looking at the contracts that are expiring, he's going to be left on this team by default.
But if he doesn't deserve to be, then why do we need to keep him? I mean, how many times in recent history have we cut guys because they just weren't good enough after we drafted them in, after 1 year of service? You know what I mean? Like, look at guys like Tyree Gillespie. Look at guys like friggin' Neil Farrell. Like last year, we cut bait with a linebacker. We're talking about drafting linebackers. We drafted a guy named Azim Victor. We cut bait with him after not even a season. You know what I'm saying? So we don't really owe him, if anything, if he just isn't up to standard, just for the sake of we drafted him. You know what I'm saying?
No, he's making some good points, man. I
agree. Well, hold
He's
on.
making
So
some good
Hunter Ellis, you said linebacker won't be a second round choice, fella. So then what will be the second round choice? That's what we're trying to figure out.
That's I mean, again, and Hunter Ellis, like, the whole point is, of the best available second rounders, we're picking 12. There's so many receivers, defensive tackle, cornerback. Who are we getting? And what we need is, we need cornerback, we need linebacker.
I'm calling cornerback right now with the second round pick.
And that's the thing. And before, I'm going to pull up the list of cornerbacks so that Afakasi can hear it. But what do you guys think of what D Mokes is saying? AOC is MVP.
Speaking into existence, I hope so. I mean,
maybe on this team,
if he's winning, we're winning, right?
That's true.
And brother,
let's see.
At this point, at this point, he is our starter.
Well, I mean, he's already. I mean, our head coach has already said it, right? You got to come in, you got to beat him. So
yeah.
Of the cornerbacks, so that Hunter Ellis can hear it too. The best available going into tomorrow is, like I said, man, it's Stuart Schwager 2.0, Cooper DeJean. He's the number one best available player, period, tomorrow. Player, period, tomorrow.
No.
Cooper DeJean, cornerback, 6'1", 203, Iowa. Next is Kool-Aid McKinstry, Alabama.
I want to know this. So I love white DBs, but I'm always the hardest on them. I am.
I got to tell you, Stu.
Why do you think that is?
Stu, do you want to hear?
I got it. I'm the hard. I mean, would I like to see him in? I don't know.
All right. Do you want to know his? I'm trying to find his stuff.
It's a weird. It's a weird dichotomy, I guess.
Hey, if we draft him, Stu, I need you to go to training camp, and I need you to tell him he need to be representing, man.
Hey, speaking of cornerback draft picks, did you guys see the selection of Nate Wiggins?
Yeah. Did
you see? Do I even need to mention why I brought the name up?
What happened? What happened?
Go ahead, though, Afakasi, for everybody who's not seeing
the wardrobe malfunction. Hey,
there were titties that came out.
Didn't you guys see it? Did you see it, Angela? Go ahead, Afakasi, for everybody who's listening. Explain it to them so that they know.
I want to see it. What happened?
All right, so I'm like you guys. I was kind of just nodding off towards the end of the draft, but then when I saw Nate Wiggins, the guy I believe the Ravens took, there was
That's
a
correct.
very voluptuous woman to his left, and basically her top, one of her things was kind of hanging down like this. Her boob was literally like almost falling out. You could almost see a nipple as she was sliding to the right and trying to get into the shot. And if that wasn't enough, when the camera panned back to them celebrating, she decides to jump in front of the camera and she's basically showing off her butt cheeks for the world to see rather than letting him have his moment to celebrate him getting drafted. She's front and center taking the attention. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, if you weren't paying attention, I encourage you to go YouTube it because it was quite something.
There's always one. And I was surprised that
she was the one.
Catch it. Yeah.
Did you see that, Angela?
If I can find it, I'm going to try to share it. If I can find it.
I still remember when CD Lamb snatched the phone out of his girl's hand that one year.
Yeah, that was the same year that offensive lineman got drafted, and the girlfriend was cuddling him in front of the camera, and then the mom had to come over and just throw her out of the way.
yeah. That was hilarious. Wasn't that the 2020 draft or something like that? I think that was like the COVID
It
year.
was CeeDee Lamb's draft class, 2020.
Got it.
On that note, gang, I'm going to head out. I've got to carry on my day and take my dogs out. But thanks for having me on, Angelo. It's been a pleasure.
No, thank you, AR. Thank you.
Side of the fence. Stu, always good to see you, my brother. We'll have to catch up soon
Love
on
you,
my side of the fence.
You know that.
I hope things are going well with you, my friend. Stay strong. We love
Thanks
you.
a lot,
and,
man.
you stay up.
Hey,
and,
happy belated birthday again.
Today made it better, Afakasi. I'll say it like that, man.
Appreciate it, guys. And just a little cheeky plug before I go, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, please.
Me and my guys, we did a draft reaction today. We didn't go live. We just pre-recorded it, and I just recently uploaded it. That's what I was doing just before I came onto your lives. So if you guys want to see a live draft reaction, a short one, straight to the point, not having to go filter through a live and try and find where the exact draft pick was made, like that's all we did. We just reacted strictly to the draft pick. So anyways, my channel's right there down below. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me on. Can't wait for day 2. Let's go.
All right, Offie.
Hey, thanks, Afakasi.
Take care, man.
There you go.
So I'm trying to find that video.
Yeah, I typed in on Google Nate Wiggins titties.
I can't find Nate Wiggins.
Nate Wiggins titties. Somebody got it tagged that way, right?
I mean, you would think that somebody got something, man.
I would have thought by now it would have been up.
Hey, but you know what?
It would have been like a meme.
Some things, especially now, since they do the lives and all that. Like some of the stuff you catch on the live, if you catch like the replay of it, they scrub it quick.
Yeah,
that's why like it really pays for you to watch stuff live, because some things they don't catch.
You know what? I think on my like YouTube TV, I think I have the draft like recorded. So I'm wondering if
rewind it
might be on that bitch. I want to see this. I want to see what she looked like.
Yeah, I was trying to find it. I'm literally trying to find Nate Wiggins titties.
Because she might have been sloppy. It was somebody's mama. Yeah. Son of a.
I forgot who it was. There was one offensive tackle that got selected. He looked like he was about to fight his family.
Hey, Twan, you're sounding echoed.
Oh God.
No, I'm just saying it sounds like you're like way back off or something.
Oh, okay. Is that better?
A little bit.
Twan had the echo.
Well, no, it wasn't an echo. He just sounded. It was just like he was. Go ahead, Twan.
Frozen. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you got this weird like computer love voice, dude.
Someone tapped your shit.
Your mic's all. You sound like fucking T-Pain, bro.
Hey, the feds got you, bro.
The fans are watching. We was talking about titties.
That's what they say. Yeah, hey, it's Goodall, Roger. Roger's like, yo, what you talking about my draft, bro? They had some titties in my draft. Hell no. And then he said she was shaking her ass too, though.
Yeah, no, Afakazi got us excited.
And then he dips out. He's probably trolling. Yeah, where the fuck?
No, I was just gonna say, no, I mean Twan, like after listening to everybody, I feel a lot better about the Brock Bowers pick. I'm not as angry.
You should.
I'm not as angry about it. It's all good. So.
You should. And this is something that I know I'm gonna have to continue to preach, you know what I'm saying, on my channel. And I'll say it here too. As I'm on my soapbox a little bit. You know, I think we have our eyes fixed on players. You know. You calling me, Stu? You have guys, you know, players fixed on, you know, players fixed on our eyes fixed on certain players, right? And when you have your eyes fixed on certain players and it doesn't come out that way, you're super bummed out. And I think that's a lot of the mentality of some of our brothers and sisters in Raider Nation. But you have to kind of step back and look at it and say, does that pick make sense? And when you look at it, it does make sense.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. Your voice is back.
You're back.
Well, I'm glad I'm back.
Would you? So, hey, the feds got off you.
Because we stopped talking about titties.
Well, no, it's because I had to call you and get that shit. I had to scrub your shit.
I was like, why is Stu calling me, dog? What?
See, it worked out, right? I called you.
And I was like, you know, I'm on this live.
Hey, no, hey, Raider Twan, I was gonna tell you, I got to get on your channel one of these times, man. While it's still April, because Stu helped me out a lot. A lot of the other guys are helping me out a lot. I'm just talking about Donate Life Month is April, and for people to consider organ donation. Again, man, I literally had 30 days to live just 21 months ago, and right now I'm talking to Stuart Swaggart and you about the Raiders. Like life's crazy, bro. Life's crazy, man. You just keep punching no matter what. So just very blessed to be here, dude. Very blessed.
Yeah. Hey man, look, I tell people all the time, you know, and I really do mean it. Like, if you got a Raider channel, if you talking about, you know, football, if you got something positive to say, you know what I'm saying, definitely hit me up on IG. My IG is definitely Twan, you know what I'm saying, hit me up on IG. I'm always willing to talk to you know, Stu knows we talk about a whole lot of crazy topics on Stu's. We be all over the place. We talk about Raiders for a little bit.
Me and Twan,
you know what I'm saying?
We've gone back. No, we've gone back a long. I mean, got to be about 3 years now, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. So yeah, but you said you had a life, you know what I'm saying, a life-changing situation.
Yeah, no, brother. I mean, it was crazy. So I didn't get back to Las Vegas until November of 22. But basically, the problem that we have here in Nevada is we have no transplant centers. And basically, if you need a transplant, especially a life-saving one like a liver transplant, heart transplant, lung transplant, if you don't get it on someone's list in another state, you're just gonna die, bro. And Nevada, and I was telling Stu, Nevada's number 50th, last place when it comes to healthcare. So with me, I was coming as a professional boxing trainer and MMA trainer. It's funny, just the other day, Stu was saying his friend was talking to him about Fedor. And then I was like, I sent it to Stu. I'm like, yeah, I was the guy training Frank Mir about the fight that he was talking about. So anyways, coming from that background, I felt like I was so healthy, Twan, like, I'm fine. And then all of a sudden, dude, I fucking get rushed because I had massive fever, yellow skin, yellow eyes. They rushed me to the hospital here. And then right there, they told me, they said, your liver's completely shot. It's not even working now. And we're just trying to keep you comfortable, man, until we go find someone who can give you a liver transplant. So it was a whole thing. I was saying my goodbyes at 47, Twan, to everybody. And then miracle happened, man. Miracle happened. So, and then I was telling Stu that just still to this day, what's tough for me is when, I was the type of person that I want to find out as much as I can. And they don't tell you who it is that is your donor, but you get to read your own medical report. So when I was reading my medical report, bro, the first time I read it, it fucking broke me, dude. I was so sad and depressed for like the day. I needed people to talk to me because it showed how this 19-year-old kid who didn't do anything wrong, all he did was drink goat's milk. And then he fell and then he started shaking. And the time that I was dying, it showed the time that he was dying. And then it just kept going. And then it went all the way to the very minute of, on the medical report, it showed when he passes away, but he wanted to be an organ donor and his family was there. And then it showed the liver going to me, and then how I woke up after a 6-hour surgery, and then how I was saved. And it's just crazy, bro. Like it's the type of shit where like I try to explain it to people all the time. It's, in one respect, you think that it's like, wow, how happy are you? And I tell people all the time, Juan, waking up every morning, like when I open my eyes, being grateful is the fucking easiest thing to do. It's so easy to be grateful. Being happy, bro, I got to work on that shit because it's hard to be happy. It's like, like you start asking questions about, so why is it me? Why do I get to live on? Why, what happened here? What am I supposed to do? I mean, this is fun for me. Don't get me wrong, guys. Like, but I don't think God meant for me to go talk about Raider football, moving forward, but maybe it's supposed to be something else. And I always talk about, like, when Stu, sometimes he makes fun of me about the fact that I almost bother him a lot because I send him so many messages and it's fast. But I tell Stu all the time, like, every moment that I get to engage, whether it's with you, Twan, right now, or Stu or Alex on Sunday, Stu's son, those are all important to me because I don't fucking know when my last day's gonna be. Because transplant's not a cure, bro. Transplant's just a gift. But everybody tells you, all the doctors, everybody, they all tell you this isn't a cure. None of this is guaranteed. If it starts to reject, then, I mean, we'll do our best, but we'll see what happens. And again, man, so it's like you stare. And I was telling Stu that the medication that we take is also slowly killing us. So I'm staring death in the face all the time, guys. Like, but it's just, the difference is I'm kind of back in this world of, I was ready to say goodbye to it, and now I'm back and I'm figuring out what exactly I'm here for. So like I said,
I want to say this. I mean, whenever I did speak to you, I always thought of Twan because of his issues with what he has going on. I'm very, very happy that Twan actually came on tonight because I haven't seen you in a while. And I apologize for not calling, and but I'm very happy that you were able to come on and I was able to speak with you because I've always respected you and I've always appreciated your opinion and what you've gone through. And that, I think that's the thing that people maybe don't realize is that, yeah, we're Raiders fans, but it's more than that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? it's not just about, yeah, we can talk football, but it's also about having a real conversation with somebody. And I've had real conversations with both you guys. And that's why I like this thing is because it introduces me to people that I would not have normally met, through the Raiders, right? So the Raiders are that avenue, but it's definitely more than just the Raiders and about football, right? It's about getting to a chance to meet somebody and speak to them and hear about their struggles and the real life shit that they're going through. Because people always get so obsessed with just what they have going on rather than actually listening to somebody else and figuring out that other people have some serious fucking problems.
Serious. For real. For real.
Yeah, I mean, like it's it's kind of therapy for people like me, Twan, to watch the draft, want to see us take Fuaga, and then when we don't, I get a little upset about it, but at the end of the day, man, I'm alive, and then I get back down to the lower level. I listen to people like you and Stu and Captain Jack, and I'm like, hey, you know what, Brock Bowers, that's great. At the end of the day, bro, that won't stop whether or not my my gift of life, the liver.
Yeah, but you know what, bro? Sometimes it's nice to get that fucking worked up and be like, "What the fuck, man?"
And Stu was saying that to me. Yeah, me and Stu's had some talks like that.
Yeah. Me and this motherfucker, we've had fucking wrong motherfucker.
What's funny, Quad, is when it comes to boxing, bro, I fucking hate. I was telling Stu that he's so good at this with Raider fans and football fans because he actually fucking played at the highest level, dude. This is a collegiate Hall of Famer, right?
Yeah.
So then some motherfucker is gonna say some bullshit to him about football, and he won't snap at him. He's like super nice. And for me, dude, I can't take it. Like I couldn't tell you how many people were telling me that I was going to be wrong about Ryan Garcia. And I'm like, okay, whatever, fucker. Like I don't know what I'm talking about here. I am telling you that he's going to hurt David Haiti. And that's exactly what happened. So I'm still working on it, Twan. But I can't stand people who talk to me about fighting when they've never fucking thrown a punch in their lives. And I've it's been my entire life. Fighting was my entire life, so
I've learned to just let, and some people might be mad at how I say it, but that's just how I process it. I just allow stupid people to be stupid. And and if I say something because I know for a cold hard fact that that's what it is, and you don't want to take it, okay. Eventually you'll learn, you know what I'm saying? And I have to let that happen. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, here within Raider Nation, it if you read the chat for us that are on screen, if we really start reading some of the stuff that comes out of these guys' fingers, it can drive you crazy. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, back to the transplant and stuff like that. There's certain things that I probably won't say I won't say online. But I will, if you want, I can talk to you about it behind the scenes of things that I see through my journey, because even though you've got your transplant, I'm still in hopes of a transplant.
Wow, bro. Wow.
So is
it a kidney transplant that you're waiting for? You're waiting for.
So
yeah.
And my channel, one thing about my channel, I'm not trying to promote my channel at all, but just saying,
let's promote your channel, Twan. Let's promote your channel.
It with my channel, it allows for me to be me, and yes, I get to talk to Raiders, but I also get to talk, life, I do share my experiences. And I had just recently this actually a couple of days ago, I had an experience that I'll be talking about on my channel because there's lessons within, you know, the things that I go through. I've learned, because I actually also am a person of faith. So in the Bible, we read the Bible, and in the Bible, it literally, if I could break down what the Bible is, it's literally stuff that's been written about people, whether it was good or bad. And we sit there and we look at it and we read it and we say, okay, that person succeeded because they did X, Y, and Z. Maybe I should try that. Right.
Yeah.
And then on the flip side, there's other stories in the Bible where somebody failed. You know what I'm saying? We're looking at their failure and we're like, okay, they did X, Y, and Z, and that's what's led to their failure. That, okay, that I'm not going to do that. You know what I'm saying? So no matter what, good or bad, there's an example that can be shared for other people to, you know, to get from. You know what I'm saying? That I want people to learn. You know what I'm saying? I've got to a place where I want people to learn from my successes, but I also want people to learn from my failures. You know what I'm saying? If I can say, if my failure can help you be a better person, then that helps me. You know what I'm saying? Because ultimately I feel like my purpose in life, and this may be later on, you know, this may be your purpose, is whatever, you know, I can say or do to make somebody be a better person or help somebody be a better person. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, no, that's deep, Twan. That's deep.
So,
And yeah, no, I'm a man of faith, myself, and everything you're saying about the Bible, bro. That's so deep.
I believe in the same thing as far as what you said is if you can help somebody not make a mistake, or if you can help somebody achieve something, that's way more important than anything you could do yourself.
Mhm.
But it takes you going through stuff and getting older, and you know, because when you're younger, right, it's about what can I do. Let me achieve everything, and I want awards, and I want to be perceived as the best, and this and that. And then you get to a certain point where it's like, you know what? If I can give somebody else a little tidbit of information or something to help them get through a situation, that person's going to remember you forever.
Right.
And that's
I want to point this out to so Ray Love, that exact thing is what my mom kept saying to me when I came back to life. She said the Bible is basic instructions before leaving. Before, you know,
that makes sense. I've never heard that, but that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, it's an acronym. It's an acronym because it's a guide. But no, Twan, seriously, man, I want to talk to you about the stuff. I didn't know that you needed a transplant, and I don't know exactly where you live out, but with me, what had happened is it was a nonprofit group of doctors that stepped up to give me my transplant because I was at that critical dying stage.
Yeah,
and that's what they do, right? So maybe there's a way that I can connect you with some of the people that I know in terms of transplant. So yeah, no, bro, I'd be happy to talk to you about it because the transplant space is something I'm right now, Twan, and it's already been said in some podcasts out there from last year. But in another 3 months, I'm waiting to hear if the thing that I did last July to bring a transplant hospital to Las Vegas is going to work or not. I literally brought my doctors with developers through the contacts that I knew. I mean, I got them to meet the mayor. I put the city together. I did all of this through the fucking Zoom and shit
while I'm
trying to recover. And I heard from I was getting updated from my transplant doctor about it yesterday. The guy who actually cut me open. That's the guy that I had him fly here. We were talking to everybody. And I said, how's that project going? And he said, you know, there's obviously a lot of things involved and whatever, but we'll find out in another 3 months. And if things work out well, you know, then maybe 3 months from now, it looks like we're going to get to the next step. Right. But, you know, I had to take a swing at it because I was fucking pissed, bro, that I almost died in a state that gets so much money. And
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck, man? Like,
Yeah.
I'm dying here. And what happened to the people before me? Did they just die? You know,
Yeah.
so I'm definitely doing a ton of volunteer work all the time. I'm doing a lot of outreach work, awareness work. Stu talked to me for 2 hours about transplant life and organ donation. So that's all really helpful. It's gotten a lot of hits, Stu. So that's really helpful. But I'd love to do that with you, Twan, whenever you're free, whether it's
Yeah.
private or public.
Hey, look, let's definitely connect on that and on a lot of other things. You know what I'm saying? Because it
Hey,
seems.
I'm gonna send your phone number to.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, because I didn't know that, Twan. How long have you been waiting for now? If you don't mind.
I've been on this. Oh God.
Forgive me. Hey, actually, you know what? Hey, forgive me for not. I guess I didn't want to. I should have
No,
brought.
it's all good. It's all
Yeah.
good. Don't worry about it, Stu. I've been on this for, I want to say it is my 4th year.
Fuck.
4th year. Yeah.
Wow.
You know, and just going through it definitely is a journey. I was going to say, when we were talking about trial and error, I think our best lessons, our best teacher is trial and error. You know, how do we know if the stove is hot if we don't touch it?
Right,
You know,
right.
it's the trial and error that are really our best lessons, and who are we to not share our results
Our
of
results.
trial and error with the ones that we, our community. I don't want to say the ones we love, because sometimes we don't love the people that we're around, but who are we not to share the information or the knowledge, for the community? Like, there's things that that I know that I don't know, and there's things that I know that you don't know, and having those connections and what do all these corporate businesses do? They have mixers, they have corporate little gatherings, and what do? They sit
They
their little
network.
drinks
They
and
network.
they have conversations with each other to see what they can get off of each other, what they can
How can we
collaborate
help each other
with,
out?
and build and all of that. So why can't we do that for those that are not in that realm?
Yeah,
You know what I'm
no,
saying?
absolutely. No, all eyes on G. Yeah, no, Twan is a great dude. Twan is a great dude. And
Appreciate
no, Twan, I mean, I'm really interested in seeing if I can do something to help you get to that, because I'm sure the last 4 years for you or longer has been really tough. I go to transplant support group at least twice a week. I hear the stories of everybody who's still waiting for it. I was on it tonight. There was the Banner Clinic dietitian was talking to everyone about our lifelong diet and how we could just instantly become diabetic if we don't watch what we're doing, right? All because of the medication. But someone like you is still waiting for a transplant, bro. I mean, fuck. That's what I was talking about, Stu, that there's just not enough.
I know.
There's not enough out there. That's why I want to get the word out about organ
And I
donation.
apologize. I should have connected you guys. I mean,
No, that's okay, Stu. But I mean, people like Twan is still waiting 4 fucking years. The dialysis that Twan must have had to go through and all the
still, I mean, still going
crazy.
Through, right?
Yeah. No.
Be there in a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Oh man, bro, that's rough.
But you know what? I don't I don't want to create, I don't want it to be like a major sob story or anything. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
of course not.
I'm still living my life, but I also am. That's a part of my channel too, is being an advocate for organ donation, not just for kidney, but just in general. There's a lot of people out there that that are not signed up to be an organ donor, and it's something that's completely free to do. It's something that and if I can keep it really transparent, you're not going to notice that your organs are going to be gone, because when it's time for your organs to be donated, you're going to be dead.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen? What's going to happen to your organs when you die? they're either
They
going to
dissolve,
sit in the box
dissolve and get eaten by
or
bugs.
get burnt up because you
Yeah.
got cremated. So
Yeah.
why not be a blessing? That's why I use that statement all the time on my channel. You're a blessing. Be a blessing to someone else. That's a part of it. A part of being a blessing to someone else is signing up to be a donor. You never
Yeah,
know
no.
who that person or lives, multiple lives, you know what I'm saying, can benefit from you know from a fortunate situation. And unfortunately, our brother here had, they call it survivor's remorse, you know what I'm saying?
That's what I was trying to remember. Survivor remorse. Yeah.
It's survivor's remorse. A lot of our military also have that same
Yeah.
those same feelings, and those feelings are real and legit. You know what I'm saying? I haven't got to that state yet, but I have experienced a little taste of that. And I'll talk to you about that
Yeah.
offline.
Yeah.
Even now, with what I'm going through. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, no, Twan, like when Stu was nice enough on Sunday, I sent you the link where we talked for like an hour and a half straight on just life as a transplant, organ donation, and most people just don't know that by you just doing that DMV mark of saying I'm willing to be an organ donor, one person can save
Actually, to
8
be honest,
lives.
that's why I was asking so much because of Twan.
Yeah.
To be
Yeah.
honest with you.
So one person can save up to 8 lives. And then they could benefit so many more because of tissue and other parts of themselves that they can give as a gift. And really, that's what I try to tell everyone is there's nothing weird about this. This is a gift you're giving. You're giving the gift. Like I get a second chance right now to make right whatever it is that I need to make right or do more of whatever it is I need to do. And again, Twan, I know, and I know I'm not like an idiot where when I got this gift, I somehow thought I was cured. I 100% know that my days are numbered, dude. Like I don't know when the number fucking is, right? And maybe that's the difference now. And when we're talking about that mentality that you were saying, me and Stu, like I love talking to Stu because for me, I was at the highest level of the sport, right? Of the sport I was in. And then just to be told, hey, you can't do it anymore. The first part of just coming back to being able to walk again, eat, whatever, and come back home to Las Vegas from the transplant hospital was one thing. But when I started fucking realizing, dude, that I can't go back to that life,
it's over with. Yeah.
Bro, that was fucking like I said, being grateful, Twan, easiest thing in the world, bro. I am grateful every fucking time I open my eyes and I know I'm alive. The happy part, those are the swings, bro. And it's conversations like this with you and Stu and this. I know Stu. I mean, Stu's like, dude, you have so much energy. You're bothering me all the time. But Stu, I gotta tell you, dude, if I'm not fucking talking to you, imagine where my mind is going. You know what I'm saying?
I will also say this though, this conversation, and there's however many people. I mean, I know it's pretty early in the morning now, but there might be one person that never thought about donating. You know what I mean? Or and just that conversation. Unfortunately, I mean, life is life and people do die, right? And by them all of a sudden going, hey, you know what? Let me put that heart or that donate thing on my driver's license and that could save somebody else. I mean, I know someone else had to, lose.
Oh, I mean, and Stu, in Twan's scenario for a kidney, my mom was a living kidney donor. She donated her kidney 32 years ago.
Forgive me. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
You don't have to.
Yeah, she donated her kidney 32 years ago to her little brother. Her little brother had the one kidney, lived for 32 years. Unfortunately, he passed away last year, but it was of something completely different. It had nothing to do with the kidney. But if it wasn't for that gift of hope and life from my mom, he'd have died 32 years ago.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's just the thing about donation is you if it faces you, Stu, like if it's your kid or it's your family, trust me, man. When I was going through the liver, where they were saying, "Hey, you're gonna die, your liver's gone," just about everybody in my family was like, "Well, can you take my blood work and see if I can give it to them?" And unfortunately, for liver transplant, it's not that easy. There's not a lot of living transplant donors. But for what's going on with Twan, Twan's in some ways, and I'll talk to him about it privately, but I think Twan's probably caught up in the system too. Just this fucking system of we should get Twan some help. He's been waiting for 4 years, but he has to get wrapped up in the way the system works. And if more people would donate, then we wouldn't have this shortage. And there's a lot to it. There's a lot to it, Stu. So, but no, prayers for you, Twan, man. And I'm so glad I got a chance to meet you tonight. And I know you've bantered with me on chat before, but I didn't even know you were going through this, bro. So I'm more than happy to talk to you about it. And I'm honestly hoping that there's a way I can help you get what you need. Are you in the Bay Area? Are you in the Bay? Okay. All right. All right. Yeah, no, I know some groups up there. I'm actually one of the people that I'm closely connected to is the head clinic person for the third largest organ procurement organization in the entire United States. It's called Donor Network West, which is based out of over there in the Bay Area. I don't know if you partnered with them, but yeah, no, offline, I'd love to talk to you about it, and let's see what we can do about getting you on that list, man.
Well, I want to say this: the way I look at this is the whole point of this draft tonight was to get you guys connected. To be honest with you, seriously,
hey, that might be some real shit right there, Stu. That might be some real stuff. Stu, I got to tell you right now, you know what? How crazy would that be, Stu, that me and Twan get together? It's because I needed you guys to explain to me.
Save his ugly ass fucking life, dude.
No, stop.
His ugly ass.
But no, seriously, Stu, though, how crazy would that be, right? Because Twan, like, I feel you, brother. That system is frustrating. That waiting is frustrating, but there are ways, to figure it out, and sometimes it's who you know.
No, forgive me. When I said ugly ass, I meant your ugly ass face is what I meant, Twan. Is what I was trying.
But
I'm trying to lighten the mood, motherfuckers.
Yeah,
right?
no. I know. And Stu's right, man. Here you go, Twan.
I gotta
Here
get
you
my
go.
kids breakfast. I'm heading out, man. I love you guys. Twan, you know what? You have my number. You never call it.
Yes, I'm saying this on record. I will do better. I really will do better.
Listen, I understand. I get it. I understand. I'm just really happy to see your face, man. For real. Yeah. I'm telling you, this guy right here, one of the guys you could ever fucking meet, dude. And if he says he's gonna do something, he will. And I apologize that I have not connected you guys earlier with that, but again, like I said, the whole point of this fucking draft, I think, was to meet you two guys, and I think something good is gonna come from it. And I love you guys. I'm gonna go, and call me once in a while too. All right.
That was Stuart Schwaggart, everyone. So it's me and Twan now, and Hunter Ellis. Thank you. On a lighter note, Brock Bowers was an excellent pick. Strength on strength. That's how we build a championship team, and that is what Twan and Stu and Captain Jack has all been telling everyone to calm down. Benny Boom, one word for the people doubting the Bowers pick. Yak. Okay, yards after catch. Yep.
You know, it's so funny though. I was going around and I'm still not finished. I'm gonna have to go and watch, some of these guys, all these other content, creators and stuff like that. Some of their reactions, I'm like, oh my gosh. Because some people are so mad that we got Brock Bowers. You know what I'm saying? Because again, I think again, like I said, they envisioned us having somebody, but not really looking at does it ultimately in the grand scheme of things does it make sense?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that there's still a lot of people that are still like, oh my gosh, I don't know what's going on. But for me, man, I've been with you guys for 4 hours, and in the very first hour, you know, I'm trying to show everyone the Telesco press conference, trying to make sense of it. You see a lot of people getting angry, and then here we are in the back half, and you got a lot of people that are like, see, you know, it's all good, man. Everything's all good. So see, all eyes on G right here. See, Angelo, if you didn't do Raider commentary, you wouldn't be able to link up with one. That is very true. That is very true. But yeah, no, I mean, look, you convinced me at least, bro, like that we shouldn't be that mad that we basically got someone who, statistically speaking, is the second best person to Marvin Harrison Jr. Like, why would we be mad about that, right? Like, why be angry about? He's only 21 years old. He's a true junior. He's still got his legs, yak yards, blocks well, could play the slot, could run. They even said, like, I read the stat while you guys were talking, 12.1 yards per carry, I think was his average, you know, when he ran. So the guy could run out of the backfield too, Twan. I mean, you know, so yeah, man.
Why Georgia won championships. Yes, you heard it from me. Because what outside of their defense that stopped people from scoring, who helped them score? Brock Bowers. You know, and you start looking at his numbers, and you start looking at all these numbers that look like wide receiver numbers, and he's playing tight end. Like, I think he had like 26 touchdowns receiving or something like that, and 5 rushing. Like, that's wide receiver ish type of stuff. And we're getting him at tight end, so I'm liking it even more as I continue to think about it.
Yeah, you cut out for a second, Twan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But you were saying the last thing you said when you cut out is you said you're liking it even more now that you're thinking about it, or that
yeah, I'm liking it even more that, you know, the more that I think about it, it is every time I sit back and think about Brock Bowers, and I'm gonna even tonight before I go to bed, and that's gonna be soon because I gotta get ready for treatment.
Well, before you go, brother, here's our guy right here, Chris from Protect the Shield podcast. We got Raider Twan. Stu just said his goodbyes. Stu was with us for 3 hours. I've been on this now for a little over 4 hours. So, Chris, tell us how you're feeling, man. Chris, can you hear us? Chris is on for sure, but we can't hear you yet, Chris.
What's going on, y'all? You guys hear me?
There we go.
Yeah, I'm in the hotel, so I had to turn the Wi-Fi off, man.
Okay. All right. So, Chris, I was just saying that I've been on now for 4 hours, 20 minutes. Stu was with us for 3 hours. Twan's been with us for 2 hours. In the beginning of the first hour, I showed the Telesco press conference and him explaining why we picked Bowers. In the very beginning, bro, I was a little confused. I wasn't that happy. You already know I love fucking Fuaga. I wanted Fuaga.
Yeah.
And then Captain Jack went on and explained why this was a good pick. Stu went on and explained why it was a good pick. Twan explained why it was a good pick. Afakasi explained it. So the more and more I got closer to here, the more and more I'm understanding that maybe we actually made the right choice. But I want to hear from you, Chris. I haven't heard from you all night, so you tell us.
Nah, man. To be honest, what's up, Twan? First of all, man, good to see you, buddy. Glad you're doing all right. and good to see you, Angelo, and everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to y'all. But yeah, man, it's one of those things where I'm not, I was just so blindsided by it. But I understand it because the kid could play. I know, Angelo, me and you've talked specifically about, hey, this guy could go number 6 to the Chargers and no one would bat an eye,
Yep.
The biggest thing for me, and I think that, where a lot of debate within the Raider Nation is like, the people that are upset about it, it's not like they're saying that Bowers is not a good player. I think everyone who's watched football, that understands college football, that kid is probably the best tight end that's come out in the last few years by far. Like I was talking to these Detroit fans. I'm like, Bowers is a way better prospect than Laporta. He's a way better. He's probably the best prospect since Kyle Pitts, and even you. I think me and you, Angelo, you were even thinking that that the Falcons
I was
had.
saying that Atlanta would trade away Kyle Pitts.
To get him. Yeah, so it's not like we're saying that the guy can't play. It was just like for what we needed in the build off of, it just didn't make sense. But I can understand that, hey, now if you put this guy in here, his ceiling, I mean, as crazy as it sounds, his ceiling, I don't want to say Kelsey because, Kelsey may go down as one of the best tight ends ever. But the kid's a game changer. He's a game changer, and you can't forget about that. So that, and not to talk too long, but that also let us know that we feel a certain way about Thayer Mumford. We feel that he can hold it down, and maybe they felt that Cody Whitehair has another season in him where he can, be formidable on the line. So I don't know, man. Like I'm trying my best to be the devil's advocate and all that, and it is hard. I'm not going to say it's easy. It is hard, but I'm trying my best to think it through, and that's kind of what I came up with.
Yeah, no, well, first off, Cool Kev is saying you've had too much Mad Dog. I'm guessing that's beer. But, secondly, if for any of you guys who are still on, man, I appreciate you guys, man. There's a lot of you still on here too. The first, like, if you rewind back to everything you hear, Captain Jack explained that this is bringing us back to the Raymond Chester, Dave Casper days. You hear Stu explain it from the football side of, well, how are you going to cover us now offensively? Because the one thing we know about Aiden O'Connell is he could piece it up and throw that ball. Well, who are you gonna double cover? Because now you got to deal with Devontae, Jacoby, Brock, Michael Mayer, Trey Tucker. There's just a lot of offensive pieces now. Everybody knows that Brock Bowers, you and I talked about it, Chris, on Protect the Shield podcast and also on the Captain Jack show, but how Brock Bowers not only can catch the ball, but he can run off the backfield. He's a red zone threat.
No, he's explosive, man. He is
explosive. So again, as we got closer and closer, I started feeling better about it. And in all honesty, it even Twan talked about this, about how statistically speaking, out of college, Brock Bowers is second to Marvin Harrison Jr. Like, just in terms of stats and where he was at position per position, he's like, a lot of people feel like he's basically the guy you want to take after Marvin Harrison Jr. So the fact that he fell to us, it's not the worst thing in the world.
No,
right?
exactly. And it's not the worst thing. A lot of us just, and again, and Angelo, I remember, I kept telling you, man, it's like everyone kept doing those mock drafts and we fell in love with people, man.
Right.
And I told you guys, man, like, you keep doing them things, and just because they fall to you in the mock drafts and you think everything's going to go, like, all it does is just piss you off when we don't get the guy who you fell in love with.
Right. Hey, so while we have you on though, Chris, how awesome is it that you got to go to Detroit? So tell us about the Detroit experience.
Man, it was fun, man. I got there around. I think I met up with Turf and MC Raider and Leo. Probably around 3-ish or so. I got a late start on everything, but it was great, man. There was a lot of fans there, and I have to admit, man, Detroit, the Lions fans really showed out. Like I know it's in Detroit, but they was cool, man. They was partying with us, and it was a good time. I think everyone in the whole draft had a good time except Turf.
Huh? How come
Turf is
Turf
still,
didn't have a good time?
oh man, Turf is still mad. Turf was acting the way I would have acted if we got JJ McCarthy. He's still mad. Honestly, I literally just got off the phone with Turf like 15 minutes ago, and he's still mad.
See, Turf got to get it out. I think that's what this show did, right, Twan? What the show did tonight is, at first, remember how many hate comments we were getting in the first hour, and then by the time at the end, Twan, everybody started saying they understand.
Yeah,
that's what needed to happen, Chris. Is Turf
yeah.
get it out of his system?
No, but one thing about Turf, I love him to death, man. But I'm like, hey, how much of Bowers have you really watched? And come to find out, he ain't watched that much of them. But like, if you really watch Bowers, you know he's like that. You know he's like that.
Exactly. And I think and I agree with you, Chris. I think a lot of people that really flamed out on him, flamed out on the pick, they didn't watch any of tape.
Nah, no. Bowers is like that because look, and the reason that I always knew he was like that because everyone know how I feel about, like, I love Darren Waller, so the fact when we lost Darren Waller, I was pissed, and I'm like, well, we got to get somebody that's good enough to really, fill his shoes. So I was looking at tight ends a lot last year, and to be honest, like, out of all those tight ends last year, I was like, they're cool. But I'm like, that Bowers kid, he coming out the next year, he's the one. But like, so I stopped thinking about it. But I was like, well, we won't get him, especially after we got Mayer. Because when we got Mayer, I wasn't happy about it. I was like, that's not enough to be able to cover that production. But I mean, Bowers is a cold dude, man. I mean, he really is. This is, none of us expected it, but we cannot take away from his skill set. The dude is nice.
Well, because he was from Georgia, Chris, and you watch a lot of that, Michigan football, obviously.
Yeah.
But if you had a choice between Brock Bowers and Michael Mayer, who would you have taken?
It's not even close, man. It's not even close. Okay. It's not, honestly, to be honest, if we're comparing like tight ends that came out in the last,
including Michael Pitts.
Yeah, Kyle Pitts. Yeah, like it's like, honestly, I mean, Bowers is more of a complete tight end, and Pitts was just like more of a wannabe Waller in a way because he was just so physically tall and fast. But as someone that can literally, like that, the yards after catch for this dude is unreal. He catches the ball and he's just always open. The dude is always open. He gets open and he runs.
Yeah, 12.1 yards per carry when he does carry the ball.
Yeah.
He's 6'3", 245. I mean,
runs a 4.5 and had like a 40-inch vertical, man.
Right. No, I mean, I think even you're starting to kind of come around to it. I think that it just surprised you too.
Like I wasn't crazy mad about it. Like I was surprised. I mean, he isn't who I would have picked, but like I wasn't like super upset because again, I know he's like that. But on the flip side, I'm still worried about that offensive line.
I think we did a pivot too. I think the pivot happened as soon as Jaden Daniels was off the board. You know what I'm saying? And then I think our second option was Michael Penix, and then he went off the board, and it was like, okay, what's next? Yeah. Okay, well, I think we're confident with it. I think even with searching for quarterback, I think they were already confident with who we already had with AOC and Minshew. So it wasn't like an initial like, oh, we were really struggling. You know what I'm saying? So you're telling me we can get the top tight end and pair him with all the other weapons, and you know what I'm saying, we know that the tight end is the best friend for for the quarterback, and Minshew loves the tight end. We know AOC loves the tight end. So you're giving whoever our starter is, whether it's AOC or Minshew, you know what I'm saying, you're giving them all these options. Hey, why not go for it? You know? And I think Telesco did what he needed to do. And I heard what you said earlier about, you know, him believing in Thayer. I think they do believe somewhat in the guys that we do have. You know, I think they still will build. You know, because you know, Telesco did say in one of his little press conferences that, you know, one of the deepest spots is at offensive line. So we don't know, you know, this is day one going into day two. We don't
Yeah.
know what Telesco got up his sleeve, especially in regards to the offensive line. Because I agree with you. Whoever it is that on offensive line, they need to shore it up, because that's going to be our success. Is how well whoever it is lined up on our offensive line.
No, I agree. I think now I will say the second round. I'm sure you guys probably talked about who you guys want in your second round. And
No, you tell us, Chris, what you're thinking on the second round, because we broke down cornerback, linebacker, best availables. But who do you want in the second round, since you're going to be there to see it?
so you probably know who I want. The same guy I would have gotten the first round if he was there later.
You're talking about Jackson Powers Johnson.
Yeah, bro. I still want him, man. I really do. I still want the dude, man. But because the reason I say that is, like, I really feel like all the top tackles are really gone. So who's probably the best tackle left? What, like Fisher or somebody?
No. In terms of actual offensive tackle, so not someone like Jackson Powers Johnson, who's a center.
Well, no, he's a guard. No, he's a guard.
But the best available tackle in the second round is Blake Fisher, Notre Dame.
Yeah, Fisher. Yeah, that's what I said. Fisher.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, wait. Did I? Yeah, I said Fisher, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was about to say Fisher. Yeah. So he's a beast, but it's like, to me, right guard is a bigger need. And again, I'm moving JPJ there, and I would love to take him. If I don't get him, then you know, Fisk. You know, those are the two that I'd love to see.
Be available. Braden Fisk would be available. We're picking.
But I still really need that offensive line work, and I know later on we can get Zach Zinter, but I don't think he'll play. He'll be ready this year. So I know a lot of people like Cooper Beebe or whatever. So I don't know.
We talked a bit about Cooper Beebe.
Yeah. No, he's nice too.
So since you mentioned Cooper, the number one best available player according to ESPN is Cooper DeJean. We're calling him Stuart Schwager 2.0.
Oh my gosh! You know, I ain't gonna go there. I don't want him. I don't want him. No, because honestly, he can play, man. But at this point, I would like to try to take a flyer on Kyrie. I mean, at this point, Kyrie Jackson may go in the second round.
When we were going over it right now, in terms of cornerback, but dude, there's so many available in the second round because there was only 3 taken in the first. Nate Wiggins being that last one. But it was Quinion Mitchell, and then crazy
and then
dude,
Arnold.
that fucking but the fact that Detroit traded up to go get him when that was Dallas's pick right there.
Yeah, no, I don't. You know, the Detroit fans were stoked about that. They were all kinds of fired up.
Man, that was a really good pick for them, because they really don't have, you know what I'm saying, they got a Meek over there now, but you know, what do they really have at corner, you know?
Yeah, they lost. Yeah, no, they all said that was going into this draft. That that's what they wanted to address. So they were all happy about that.
Well, going into when you go to the second round, for I guess it would be today, but for today it would be Cooper DeJean's available, Kool-Aid McKinstry's available, Ennis Regstraw's available, Kamari Lassiter's available, TJ Tampa's available, Max Melton is available, and Mikey Sanistril, and those are all second round grades.
No, I love me. I love Mikey. But to be honest, I don't know all those guys that you mentioned. I know a lot of them, but I don't know. To be honest, and I was debating Turf about this today. It's like I think that me personally, I want to address the line before I address cornerback.
So it's Jackson Powers Johnson for Chris.
I would do a backflip if it's him or Fisk. I'll do a backflip.
Yeah, and then Fisk might be available too. So Fisk or Jackson Powers Johnson. All right, I hear you, man. We did a whole trip.
No, give me yours. Now, okay, now give me. I need both of yours now.
Go ahead, Twan. Go ahead. Tell Chris.
I think, and just going off of what you were talking about, Chris. I think it's really just going to have to be based on what where the run goes, right? If the run goes at corner, you got to jump on it while it's hot.
You gotta get one, yeah.
Especially since we need that corner to be our number one or our number two. You know what I'm saying? Offensive line, we got bodies. It's not that we don't got bodies. It's just what quality of body do we have at offensive line, right? So it's really one of those toss-up situations where if they're running on linemen, then yeah, we need to go ahead and hit it while it's hot. You know what I'm saying? Because we still need to get whatever we need to get from there. But I'm leaning more towards corner at this point.
Okay.
I'm really leaning more towards corner. If we don't, I'm not mad at this too. You know what I'm saying? I'm really in love with Fist too. I might just get too excited and get and run up there and say Fisk and forget about the corner.
I'm not mad at the corner. I'm not mad at the corner take. The only thing with the corner that I keep falling back to is like I feel like the corner room is already so young. Like we really need a true veteran in there, and Brandon Faison is not that veteran that we need. I'd rather spend a couple dollars and get a Xavion or even. I know a lot of people think Gilmore is a little too old, but I'd rather have that.
Yeah, I've said that on my channel. I wanted to see what Gilmore was talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Dollar amount. And I agree with you. Like if in a perfect world, I would love to have a veteran. You know what I'm saying? In that room. But if we got to go get him if we got to go get him somewhere else, definitely we got to get him in the draft.
Hey, I was just gonna say because you guys are talking corner, and then so Braden Fisk is realistic, but he is the 8th best available player.
Yeah, he might be gone
to ESPN, and we're picking 12, so he could be gone. But Chris, you asked me who I'm thinking, and we were talking linebackers today, and I'm not gonna lie. Like Junior Colson from Michigan's available.
I like him.
Peyton Wilson is available. Edgerrin Cooper's available, but I wouldn't hate it, man, if it goes to 12 tomorrow and we get Chris Jenkins, bro. I'm not
Chris Jenkins is sitting there too, for real.
Oh no, Chris Jenkins is a monster. He's a monster. I love him, man. It's just I don't know. If I don't get Fisk, though, I don't think I'm looking at a DT right now. I think I'll just kind of just have high expectations for Tyree to develop. I mean, only reason I always say Fisk because I think Fisk is truly going to be that difference maker with his motor. I like Jenkins a lot, but he's I don't know, man. I mean, at what point do we get to the O line though, Angelo?
No, I hear you. I mean, I was thinking Zach Zinter, but yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying. You want somebody that can start right now. In your opinion, do you guys think Blake Fisher could start right now? Can he go right tackle right now?
So I gotta watch more of him. I mean, what I have seen of him, he looks good, but I don't know. I mean, because he is a true right tackle, so it's not like we're trying to convert him. So his feet work is going to be right. Like, you know, he's probably a smart kid. I don't know. Is he a second? Is he a second round grade?
He's in the second round too. He's right after Jackson Powers Johnson.
Oh, so he could be taken in the top 10 picks in the second round.
Yeah, they're right next to each other. They're both in the top 20 for tomorrow or for today. For
okay.
day 2. So they're saying it's Jackson Powers Johnson would go one above Blake Fisher, but like that's where it's at. Is it's kind of like you know, Jackson Powers Johnson is a very realistic thing that we can get. Blake Fisher is a very realistic thing we can get. But just like what Twan's saying, Max Melton's realistic for us to get. And that's a mean mug from Rutgers as a cornerback. Tyler Nubin is available. TJ Tampa, Kamari Lassiter. These are all available. Like these are all guys that we can get. Rakestraw from Missouri, cornerback, Kool-Aid McKinstry. Like this is all realistic because there's so many receivers, Chris. I mean, this is crazy, dude. Adonai Mitchell is still there. Lad McConkey is still there. Kean Coleman is still there.
Yeah, Coleman's nice. I like
Dude,
Coleman.
all these receivers are all still there. So that's why I'm like, I don't know. I mean, like, I wouldn't hate it if we got Chris Jenkins. Twan, you just said it yourself that if we go pick up a Fisk, I still think Jenkins is a monster too. He's hard to cover, but you pick up a Fisk and a Jenkins, you might as well tell Patrick Mahomes he is getting sacked by somebody. Somebody's sacking him.
However you want it, you're gonna get it. Simple as that. So somebody's gonna be in your lap for real.
Hey,
so let me ask you guys this though. So if we don't get a lineman in the round 2, is that to you guys, is that sending any signals about where the coaches want to go as far as quarterback, like who they want as the starter, AOC or Minshew?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
See, to me it does, man, because I feel like if they don't show that they want to invest in the line, like I almost think is like you almost want to put the guy in who could help himself the most. Like when it comes to like extending plays and stuff like that. That's just, I mean, I could be overthinking it, but that's just something that I think about.
You're still thinking Minshew's the starter, just like Twan, right?
Well, no, I think AOC is penciled as the starter, and Minshew might beat him out. You know what I'm saying? But that's all gonna, happen during preseason. You know what I'm saying? And that's gonna be a decision from that point. I don't think it's necessarily, we didn't invest in the O-line, so we know that we need Minshew because he's gonna run more than AOC. I think we're gonna have to see, hey, what can you do with what we got? You know what I'm saying? And I think really with Telesco, kind of what I'm picking up from him, best player available, and maybe possibly in that situation, looking at, like I said earlier, how the draft is flowing. If the offensive line is not coming off the board, that you can sit on it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I think, even with corner, like I was kind of looking for corner early for us, you know what I'm saying, too. But if you look at how the corners ran, in the draft, they ran almost at the end of end of the first.
Yeah,
You know, the top three ran almost at the end of the first round. So
that's true. That's
you know,
true.
there's something that they're seeing, and I think they're going to follow the trend. You know what I'm saying? Whatever's hot, we'll get whatever's hot right then. Whether it's corner, whether it's O line, you know,
Linebacker.
we might be really surprised, and the O line might not hit until the fourth or fifth round. You know what I'm saying?
How surprised would you be, Twan, if it's Jonathan Brooks, running back?
Whoa! In the second round?
Because he's graded to be picked in the top 17.
Oh my gosh! If we got, oh man,
I
if
like
we
Trey
got,
Benson, just to be honest with you.
Yeah, he Trey Benson's projected to go into the third round.
If we decided to go running back.
I'm just saying that's what it's saying right now. And
Because Sincere and Britton Brown ain't cracking it for me. I don't think they'll. I think they'll look very lovely in preseason, but that's about it.
Well, Chris, we've already seen the craziness happen, and you guys were right there, man, front and center. Was everybody just fucking silent when Michael Penix got picked at 8?
no one understood it. I mean, everyone was like, "What in the world?" Because we're just like, I mean, that just made no sense, man. And I still can't wrap my head around it, honestly. But when it first happened, I'm like, okay, like they're going to trade him to someone else. They're already in talks of. And honestly, I even thought, okay, maybe we had something going on with it, like. You know, I don't know. They're like, hey, you swoop them up and we'll give you or whatever. Like, I just couldn't fathom them spending that pick on a guy when they have a quarterback that they gave $90 million guaranteed to.
What would the trade be then, if you think about it? Like, so let's say that something crazy happens where they're thinking about trading Penix. Would they trade him to us and get Brock Bowers?
Well, no. I was saying like before we got Brock Bowers, like as soon as they did it, I'm like, okay, maybe they're doing like an Eli Manning thing, like they got somebody and then they're going to do a trade. Like it's because I'm like, there's no way they're going to really spend that pick on a guy that's going to be sitting for the next few years because there's no circumstance where he's going to play while Kirk Cousins is still on the roster. There's no circumstance.
Yeah, no, the Kirk Cousins 4 years, 180 million, 100 million guaranteed.
Yeah.
The bonus was like 60 million. So.
Yeah. Like
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I had a kind of off question. What has anybody heard about Jersey Newton?
Oh yeah, no, that's
what's
Johnny
up with
Newton.
him?
Yeah, no, that's Johnny Newton. He was graded number 1. He was graded to be the best defensive tackle.
Yeah,
he got injured, and then Byron Murphy did what Byron Murphy did in the draft or in the combine, and then Braden Fisk did what Braden Fisk did at the combine. And everybody fucking forgot about Newton.
Yeah,
got it. Okay, because I'm like, why is he still? You know what I'm saying? Because I when I started. Because when I look at, you know, like the mock drafts and stuff like that, I kind of look, you know, start looking at names and I'm like, why? I know this guy was supposed to be like up there, top by kind of close to where Brock Bowers was. And
oh yeah, he was a top. Yeah, he was
why
up
is he
there.
not getting drafted?
Yeah,
so
no,
I mean,
the injury didn't help him. The injury didn't help him, Twan. Not having the combine didn't help him.
Got it.
I think he did some kind of pro day. I don't know. But let me ask you this question, though. Let's say it goes to 12, and you have an option to get Newton, Fisk, or Jenkins. Who do you take?
That's easy for me.
Fisk.
See, Twan's thinking. See, so Fisk. So now let's say Fisk disappears. But you got an option to take Newton or Chris Jenkins. Who do you take?
At that point, I would say Newton.
Okay. because the whole thing about Chris Jenkins, and Chris knows that I like Chris Jenkins a lot, is whatever Newton can do, I believe Chris Jenkins could do. The difference is Chris Jenkins is 300 pounds.
Is that? Yeah, I was about to say he's bigger, man. He's a
And Newton's like
monster.
285. Newton's small. Chris
Yeah.
Jenkins is a big boy. So that's why I like Chris Jenkins. But I hear you guys, like cornerback is there.
No, and the reason why I would say Newton in that in your scenario is because of where he was valued. You know what I'm saying? Like that. I think that's kind of where, also with Brock Bowers, I think it was a surprise for Telesco that, as much as he said it wasn't a surprise, I think it really was a surprise that he wasn't expecting that Brock Bowers was going to land in our laps. And, because of that great value that he was projected to be, you know what I'm saying? It was like kind of like almost, I don't want to say a no-brainer, but it was kind of easy to say, yeah, there's a lot of value for this pick. Let's go ahead and get him here.
Well, Chris, when you were there on the floor, what was everyone's reaction when the Raiders took Brock Bowers to 13?
Say that last part one more time.
I said, when you were there on the floor at Detroit, what was everyone, not just Raider fans, but what was everyone's reaction when the Raiders took Brock Bowers at 13?
I mean, to be honest, a lot of people didn't understand why we were kind of like shocked. Like they were like, "Oh, you guys got a good one." I mean, honestly, because I think everyone forgot that we got Michael Mayer last year. They're like, "Oh, you guys got a good tight end," which he is. I mean, he's an elite tight end. So, but then when I reminded them, like, yes, he's a great player, but keep in mind we got Michael Mayer last year. They're like, "Oh, okay." So I don't know. It was just kind of like they were confused why we were upset. But then they were like, they understood. But then they were like, "Oh, well, you remember the Patriots had a 2 tight end system and did X, Y, and Z." So I don't know. They were trying to talk us off the ledge. That's for sure.
So okay, let me ask you this then, Chris. Of the Raiders super fans that were there, whether it was Captain Jack or there was a bunch of them. I was seeing it all over the post. Who was happy that it was Brock Bowers?
So I wasn't sitting with the super fans because they all went in like the inner circle, and I didn't feel like waiting in that line. So I can't answer that. My boy MC Raider was with them for a little bit, so I could probably ask him like what everyone's response was.
How about around you though? How about the Raider fans around you?
Yeah, so around me, everyone was kind of they were pretty fired up. They're kind of upset for sure.
Okay. There was no one, no Raider fan around you that said, "Hey, that's a good pick."
None. And honestly, I was the one playing devil's advocate more than anyone. And you talking about talking someone off the ledge. Like rumor has it, Turf is running around Detroit still upset about Brock Bowers. like honestly, when I say he was like, I'm not exaggerating. And wait till Syndicate Sunday. Actually, we'll probably have a show at some point tomorrow. He's probably not sleeping right now because he's still mad about Brock Bowers, but hasn't seen him play yet. So whatever.
Wow. Y'all might need to go to that Kronk gym and let him hit the bag a few times.
So yeah, exactly.
Send him a highlight tape or two.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, man, if you watch him, it's gonna make you feel better. It really will. But again, I understand where the being upset, comes from. But I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's funny. Hey, what's the best food you've eaten since you've been there in Detroit? Then,
man, I haven't had a chance to really eat too much, man. I mean, I had I didn't have too much Detroit like style. I did get like one of the little food trucks we're at had some like a lobster roll sandwich type thing. So that was pretty good.
Lobster in Detroit?
Yeah, exactly.
Are you sure that's
Exactly.
lobster, bro?
I know, man.
You might have to check that out.
Right. Nah, it was good though, but yeah, I mean, yeah, tomorrow we're going to because actually a lot of them they went to Joe Lewis's spot. I guess he has like a
Fried chicken.
breakfast. Yeah, so I haven't had a chance to try that, so I'm gonna go check that out tomorrow morning or this morning.
How long are you staying there? All the way through to day 3?
No, I'm leaving Saturday morning, so I'll leave first thing. So I'll probably leave around 8 a.m. Saturday morning.
Okay, so tomorrow we're gonna get to see the second and the third round picks, right?
Yeah, yep.
Or today we're gonna.
Yeah, second and third. So
okay, so we picked number 44, number 77. So this might be the spot where we're gonna get a running back because
it could happen. It could.
Running back, cornerback, linebacker. These are all available. All right, man. Hey, look, you're already feeling a little bit better. About. I mean, you're talking people off the edge. So.
Yeah, and usually I'm the one jumping. So I'm growing, man. I'm growing day by day, man.
Jordan Travis was a big subject today. When you weren't on for about an hour. Everybody kept saying how good Jordan Travis is, and even Captain Jack.
Oh my gosh. So now everyone's a Jordan Travis fan. I feel, hey, Angela, I feel like you when everyone says, "Oh, I've always loved Fuaga." You're like, no, I love like Angelo was the first one I heard talk about him, and now everyone wants him.
No, it's true. And then Chris is the first person that kept saying he's loved Jordan Travis since that first game, man.
That first game, man.
Jordan Travis is a real thing, so that's becoming more and more apparent. And then man, I wish I was up there with you guys.
Me too, man. You would have fun, man.
Yeah, I'm cool. I'm cool off a quarterback that ain't gonna be our starter.
Yeah, you don't even want to take a flyer.
Nah, I'm good.
You want to wait till next year to address it?
I mean, at this point, like, why? I'm not trying to knock anybody that likes Jordan Travis or whatever, but if he's not going to be our starter, then why even waste that pick? That pick can go towards something else that we need. You know what I'm saying? Linebacker.
I'm not mad at that. I mean, I get it. I'm not mad at that.
Especially if we're, and I hope this organization kind of already feels positive about one of our quarterbacks, if it's not AOC or Minshew. Like, I feel like they should be like, hey, we're good with these two guys. Like, you know what I'm saying? And we already, we still got a third quarterback, so it's not like we don't. We still got a third quarterback on the roster. So
yeah.
If you want that emergency guy, we could just have him float around. But like I'm not in the mode of just wasting a pick just to waste a pick.
I mean that makes sense. I mean the only pushback I have on that is barring injury, Jordan Travis would have flew up the board, but I get what you're saying though, because if he's not going to play, then why even use draft capital on him?
Yeah,
I get it.
313, man, it's hella funny. So a lot of people are commenting on your lobster roll.
Oh, I know it was. Yeah, I don't know where they got the lobster from, but it was delicious on my end. I don't know where it's from.
Said, are you sure it was lobster or overgrown crayfish?
Could have been, man. Straight from 8 Mile somewhere.
And we might get a quarterback, but it might be it might be where we land, or the best, best player available might be that quarterback. Jordan Travis might just land in our lap. And hey, let's go and take them. But if it's not one of those, if it's not that situation, I rather invest that in some solid depth. You know what I'm saying? Somewhere else on our team, and you know, I've been preaching this because I every time I look at it, it just bothers me. We have 36 players that are going to be looking for a contract that are currently on our roster. And we either need to replenish them with either giving them money or replenish them by actually drafting their replacement. Like that, that's going to be our decisions for, you know, a lot of those players. And about 22 of those guys are guys that we're relying on right now as starter and backup depth. So
That's a good point. Good point.
Here's one then, since you're talking about quarterback, Twan. What if tomorrow at that number 12 pick we got Spencer Rattler?
I knew you were gonna say that. I knew you were gonna say that.
He's the best. He's the best quarterback available right now.
Well, that's so Kobe Live 24 wrote that. We probably grabbing Spencer Rattler. So
that could be a possibility.
So you're not going to be mad that he gets picked. Warren says Spencer Rattler is the next best quarterback on
Again,
the board.
if that's the best player available and that's where it lands, then I gotta go with that rule. But if it seems like we're just getting a quarterback just to get a quarterback, like, nah. I'd rather get another offensive lineman. I'd rather get another corner. You know what I'm saying? Because that first corner we get, that may not be the corner that you know what I'm saying, that works for us. You know what I'm saying? We did that with our D line, you know what I'm saying, not too long ago where we drafted Cleveland Farrell and that really didn't work out for us. But hey, we drafted Max Crosby later on and that worked for us. So, you know, you sometimes you got to double up on certain positions, and I think we can do that. You know what I'm saying, and be okay with not getting a quarterback. Unfortunately.
So what if Braden Fisk is still available at 12, and then we pick Spencer Rattler instead? How would you feel, Twan?
Pissed off.
Okay. Me too.
Right.
Because Braden Fisk is actually you can actually you can pretty much say he's a starter.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying, on that D line when you break it down. Think about how dangerous that D line could be with Kuntz, Fisk, Wilkins, and Max Crosby out there all at the same time.
How about
and then I'm you know, Fisk is tired, so you can throw in Adam Butler, who is actually the defensive line coordinator of pass rush. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that yeah, I would be mad at that because you're substituting a starter on the D, a possible starter on the D line for a quarterback that may be our third quarterback.
Okay.
Or
All
is
right.
our third quarterback.
So you would definitely want, okay, so how about like if it's Chris Jenkins and we pass up on Chris Jenkins to get Spencer Rattler?
I'd be pissed off.
Okay. So you definitely want someone that could be used right away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Hey, fellas, I'm about to hop off. It's 5:30 here, man. I'm gonna go to sleep for a little bit. I just want to jump on and show some love and some support, man. I appreciate y'all's, y'all dropping these knowledge, these gems.
Yeah, no, Chris. Hey, thanks for coming on. I want to let you know that me and Rundown held it for you until I had to get off because I was pissed. but you know, that's why I came back on the Captain Jack channel. I don't know how pissed Rundown was. He wasn't too happy, but after being on this now and listening to everybody, you can see what I mean. So Chris, you got to hold it down over there for us and calm people down and pull.
I'm gonna try, but I don't think there's no help in Turf, man. He's way too gone. He's way too gone, man.
Keep one object away from Turf.
Each one teach one.
Right, exactly.
Thanks,
all right, man. You guys have a good one, man. You guys take care.
Right.
Take care, Twan. Take care, Angelo.
Blessings, man.
All right, man.
Yeah. All right, Twan. What do you think, man? I think everybody's.
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
all good. First of all, I want to say thank you to you, Twan, because I know, you know, for you, for me, it's not the easiest thing in the world to stay on for like 5 hours, man. But I really think this was healthy for Raider Nation. I think that in the beginning we had a lot of angry people, and near the end we got a lot of people saying, "Okay, we understand it now."
Yeah. This is definitely a long day. I did 6 hours and a half with earlier. We actually did the whole entire day. You know, pick one all the way to the end on one live. So yeah, man, I've been up for a minute, and I'm definitely gonna lay down for a little bit and
No,
enjoy.
that's good, Twan. That's good. Hey, I was gonna ask you, when you guys were doing that live, the people that you were with, uh, when they said Brock Bowers, were they happy or upset?
One was happy, the other one wasn't so happy. But
Okay.
he he's given it a fighter's chance. You know what I'm saying? He's giving it the benefit of the doubt. You know, he's saying, "Hey, I see what you did. It make sure it pans out." That was the one that was skeptical, but the other guy was kind of on mine, like, "Hey, yes, that makes sense. Value, best player available, you know, all of that." And we started breaking it down just like we did today. You know, on all the possibilities and the things that are now brought to the table because we got that. Not ignoring that there's still other things that need to be addressed, but that, yeah, that you we couldn't miss out on that. I'll just say it
That's
like
cool.
that.
That's cool. Well, Twan, if you could do me a favor and just let everybody know where to follow you, bro. I want you to plug everything that you're doing, because you're a good man. You talk a lot of good stuff. I listen to your stuff. You always dropping knowledge. So tell everybody where they can listen to you consistently, and what's going on. When's your next thing? Are you going on tomorrow? What's up?
Yeah. So Raider Twan is my channel on YouTube. Definitely come on over to the best chat, and I mean it, the best chat that YouTube has to offer, and that is the congregation. That is the name of the people in my chat, the people, the subscribers, and all the great people over at Raider Twan. So come on over to Raider Twan. I'm usually live Tuesdays and Thursdays. Thursdays is when I do the 2 for One Nation podcast with me and my brother Eric from the Raiders, SC Raiders Talk. I always get it kind of messed up because he changed his name, but it's SC Raiders Talk. So we do that on Thursdays. And again, you may see me with other content creators, you know, here and there. I do, and I will connect with all content creators that do reach out to me. You can hit me up on IG at Twan TWUAN, and then also I will be live tomorrow. I got some things, personal things I'm taking care of, but as soon as I take care of that, I will be live again with Dirty Raider and Lunatic Raider on my channel at Raider Twan, or you can check them out on Raiders Allegiance and Natural Born Raiders. Thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah, no. Thank you, Raider Twan. And yeah, no, everybody will definitely be catching that up. I don't know how I'll be when I wake up from this slumber, but I thank you, and I thank Stu, and I thank Captain Jack and everybody who kind of talked me down the ledge for the Raiders not picking my guy Fuaga. And I wish Taliesia Fuaga the very best. I'm gonna fall in love with Brock Bowers more and more now that I'm gonna do the deep dive on the tape. But
yeah,
thanks, Juan, man, and God bless you, brother. God bless you always, and we'll be talking offline soon. So
yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do that.
All right, thanks, Twan.
All right, take care.
There you have it, everybody. So did my best to get on, give you a stage. 5 hours. We brought on Captain Jack, Stuart Schwaggart, Chris from Protect the Shield podcast. We had everybody, Afakasi Raider. We had Raider Twan here. I mean, you name it, people were showing up. Want to thank all of you guys who stuck it out this entire time. And yeah, we'll see what happens. I guess it's today already. So let's see what happens today, day 2. we're going to get to see the number 44 and number 77 pick. So good luck to our Raiders. Let's welcome in Brock Bowers, and thanks to everyone. See you again soon.